Hello everybody, and welcome to the Bad Patch Board League channel here for Season 3 playoffs once again. I'm joined by Salsa and Tosi. We'll start with Salsa. How you doing today?
Feeling pretty good. Got to sleep a bunch ahead of these playoff games, so it feels really great. Good matches yesterday. And then today is going to be a very sad game because we cut 4 teams. So brutal for them, but on our plans.
We'll get there. We have a lot to cover here. Tosi, but first, Tosi, how are you?
Not too bad. Excited to be casting today. It's going to be 2 banger games for me at least. And you know, you're going to cover it in a moment, but like we say, I mean, these are going to be important games in the wider scale of things, so definitely I'm excited.
Yes, as Salsi mentioned just a short time ago, we will be losing 4 teams today. We have 6 matches. It is going to be a very long day today. We have a run through of what our schedule is looking like. First, we'll be having our first upper semis between Summon and Vengeance, and then we'll go down to our lower bracket round 1 matches. Pardon me. Both of those will be played in succession. We'll be losing 2 teams then, and then we'll be moving to Zenith versus Fallout in our upper round 1 again. Then we'll move back down to lowers. We'll move back down to lowers for the round 2, and we'll be losing 2 more teams. Oh, it's a long day, but very, very exciting stuff. We will be knowing our upper finals and our lower semis, which is always exciting stuff. Salsa, I'm looking forward to today. I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready to go into go time.
As am I. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see how these teams place, because I think obviously for the teams you're about to watch, and then Zenith and Fallout coming up later, their goal is to get to guaranteed top 3. That's what getting to upper finals means. You're guaranteed third at least, and you have a great shot at grand finals. On the other hand, getting knocked out here means you're going to get sixth. You're going to play sixth because you play in that losers bracket round 2. These other teams in losers bracket really have to kind of turn on the jets. They're going to be playing 2 games if they want to make it through today. So they need to win and then recover, reset, watch the team that they're playing. Either they've already played or they're about to play, and then learn what you need to do, coach quick, and then get started again and play another difficult game. It's going to be a gauntlet today. So winning these games for this game for these 2 teams, and then later the winner of whoever wins the Fallout Zenith game, it's going to be critical for them because they won't have to deal with that. All they have to do is show up on next Saturday, not next Saturday, the week after, because we have a break next week. They show up on that Saturday, they win winners finals, and then they show up the next day to win grands, and that's all they have to do, ideally.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt you there, but it's kind of like a free ticket, basically. One, like you said, into top 3, but secondly as well, you get that break week. That is the most important thing about it. Thanksgiving. I'm not American, so I like to criticize Thanksgiving usually, but as far as it goes, it's useful for these teams, right? You're gonna have that break week, whereas it all comes down to today for anyone that loses. So it is so crucial for those 2 upper bracket teams, like you were just saying.
Well, we're not going to be cutting the fat quite yet, as we have our first uppers match between Summit and Vengeance. This is a rematch from week 5, where I believe Summit took it 2-0, I believe. Yes, yeah. 2-0. But Vengeance has improved a lot since then, I believe. I mean, just look at how they handled their match yesterday. And on top of that, Summit also, somehow, despite being the best team overall, have still improved tenfold. So, I'm looking forward to this match. This is my match of the day, and it's not even an elimination match. Thing to note: whoever wins this, they won't have to play at all after this. They just coast right into upper finals. But whoever loses this will have to face the winner of Cowabunga versus Whirlwind. I mean, if I'm either of those teams, I don't want to go against either of them, Salsa.
No, I mean, obviously having to play another match is extremely bad. It just takes a lot out of you, and it means that you're going to have to take a lot of time. You have to kind of take the match afterwards, take that to reset your mentals and get back into the swing of things. And then you have to spend the next hour basically watching what the team that you're going up against is doing in their match. And then you have an hour to solidly make a game plan and get ready to go for that team. So if something's not working in this first match, it's also likely it might not work in the second match. And that can be where some difficulty comes in, and how it might be possible for a team to just kind of drop out really quickly, even if on paper they should do much better.
Yeah, I mean, today will be a true testament to the adaptation of these teams, right? Can they actually, if they end up losing this first game, one, can they actually adapt throughout the kind of day? And secondly, I mean, if you are in the losers bracket, it's not going to be good for you anyway. I mean, you have tape to go over for the teams that you're going up against at least, but even then, it's going to take a lot of preparation to go against teams like, for example, and this is unlikely, if Summit lost today, right? It's going to take a lot of preparation to beat them in the lower bracket.
Don't make jokes. Don't make jokes.
Hey,
everybody remember, no, the best team never wins. I'm just saying, the best team never wins. However, you say that that if Summit loses today, what do you think Vengeance will have to do in order to take out the heavyweights? Either one of you.
Pop off.
I mean, in short, kind of go crazy. and just dominate the entire game, because if you have a single gap in your armor, Summit will take advantage of that and they will tear you to shreds. They've lost one map this entire season. So they like the game they played earlier in week 5, they won that 2-0 and it was pretty strong, and they've been strong the entire season. So even if it's in a playoffs thing where there's more stakes and Vengeance are going to be trying to fire on all cylinders, same is true for Summit, and that is where it's gonna be really difficult to find those small gaps to take advantage of. But I think it's still possible, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's not just about, as well, like you say, going crazy and popping off in this match. It's about the mental, right? I mean, Vengeance, they're going against a team that has not lost all season. They've lost one map to a team that is now eliminated. And Vengeance have 2 losses under their belt. I mean, the mental coming into this is important because you are kind of the... well, you're considered, like, pretty much the entire, like, community probably thinks they're the worst team going into this match. You've got to defy your own expectations, and you have to perform on top of having a good mental. It's a very much uphill battle for Vengeance today, but like we say, I mean, anything is possible.
Overwatch in general, just that mental game. BPL especially, the mental game. But we are going to be going into our first map here in this not upper finals.
Upper semis.
Upper semis.
Close.
Upper semis. It is going to be Busan, picked by Summit, our highest seed. I don't know what to expect. I don't know who to root for.
I'll tell you what to expect. This is the same map that Summit started their last series against Vengeance with, and they won that. So that is where we're going to probably get started, is potentially another win for them to start the series off. But maybe Vengeance have looked at their game tape and have an idea of how to counter some strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. It all comes down to that, right? How much of Vengeance prepared for this? How much have they actually got the will to win today? They need to not get boomed from the outset, but as well, they've got to keep up momentum during the series, stick to whatever plans they have cooked up for us today. So all it comes down to, in all reality, is you see the teams preparing here. Someone's showing, Josh and showing off their Pokemon cards. Love to see it.
Man, if only the camera quality were better so I can actually see what it is. But we are preparing for this match here. Everybody strap in, get ready. I'm going to leave it to Salsa and Toasty. I'm so excited for today.
Yeah, it will be an absolute banger.
Thank you so much. I'll leave it to you two.
Well, Salsa, it's just me and you now, and yeah, I mean, today's game, Summit, Vengeance, we've covered this in depth already, but basically, I mean, Summit, they're the favourites here. You can tell, I mean, see, the thing is, they've got poker faces as well. They're not getting overconfident. They know that they are at least achievably beatable. So you can see on the player cams there, both teams not really getting too overconfident themselves in terms of the emotions they're showing. But I think that's what you need. You need stability on either of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, Summit just have to, they have a mindset of, okay, let's get it done, and let's win this, and that is exactly what you need in the playoffs here, because they've been doing that since the beginning. It looks to be that Vengeance is running the 6-man. The Sim probably just teleport out. I don't know if I like the Bastion look from Summit, but I think probably that's not going to stay.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if the Bastion is actually going to be viable here.
Yeah,
we
there
have
it
been
is.
in A-League before, but yeah, there we go. Back over onto the Sombra. So it will actually be a kind of interesting matchup here. You've got the Ball versus the Monkey. And I think this comes down to whichever Sombra can really enable their main tank a little bit more to get in there, deal the damage, deal the work, all that jazz. And we see Mac Tackler on the side, gets the roll through. Doesn't actually catch anyone out with that. It's a very unfractious rotation early on here from Vengeance, but it looks like it will be Summit getting the first elimination there, but it is traded, so Bolting Cake and Bingo out of the fight, but the entire support line's gone for Summit. It's still up in the air, though, as Lucio kind of is popping off right now. But, I mean, this is what we're expecting out of this game, right? This kind of scrappy first fight. Mac Tackle almost gets taken down. First cap to Vengeance, though, so they'll be stable for now.
Yeah, I mean, losing your support line kind of early like that is not ideal. So even though Summit can kind of brawl, it's difficult to stay in there for long, and that's what kind of made them reset here.
Yep, and there's the pile drive in. Joshin actually gets taken now by Bolton Cake, but again, Summit's backline just falls in an instant. What a dive from Vengeance to make that happen. That being said, though, the favor is returned there, as Bingo and Faithbinder will end up falling. It is down to Mag Tackle here to try and get a clear engage through. Laura has to translocate out, so no EMP to be had in this fight, but Kumi's ends up falling anyway. The tank line is now gone for Vengeance as well. They're slowly, losing their players one by one. The mines onto the point as well should be the nail in the coffin. Summit flip things back over here. They get the cleanup. Lovely stuff.
It was really lovely. I mean, at first, I think there would be some concern because Summit had both their supports get picked off again extremely early. But they can find the picks that they need on the support, and then they also had an extra man up. At that point, they could just kind of use their man advantage to take the point and stave off the rest of Vengeance, which very solid play. And now Summit gets to use this EMP potentially. Vengeance also uses theirs. They get 2 off of it.
Yeah, pretty large engage coming through there, but again, the favors returned. A big EMP comes through from Laura there, and that re-engage was massive from Summit. They managed to get 3 kills off of it. It is evened up right now in terms of the team fight, but Face Panda ends up falling. Bomb finds nothing there for Vengeance, and it should just be Summit holding on here potentially. Mac Tackle is very much there and alive and present in the team fight. Kumis does end up taking down Laura, so there's some opportunity here. Bolton Cake's Transcendence puts an absolute stopper in that. There is a beat, but I think the Transcendence does a lot more work here. However, Bolton Cake's a bit out of position. Does manage to duel out against Kumi's there, takes him down. They do fall for their troubles, but again, I think Summit are still on top here, and yeah, there we go. They get the cleanup.
They absolutely are. I mean, Vengeance initially kind of lost like the first half of the fight. Joshin, okay, staggered.
Interesting.
They lose that first engagement like at the beginning, but they can come back because their tank line is still kind of creating chaos, lets them come back with the beat. But ultimately, they used like their resources were so staggered off, they didn't quite get to really have it all coalesce into one like a solid attack.
Mac Tackle gets caught out there, though. A brilliant hack onto them came through, and focus was just there. Vengeance, now the Coalescence engage to try and get in there, deal the damage, and support their team in. Laura ends up falling as well. Wideoff just doing a lot of work right now. Toxic does end up getting hacked, but I don't think that's going to matter. I think the team fight is still 1 here for Vengeance. That being said, though, the mines come through. Mac Tackle encompassing the point in that. The flip did come through, though, so EMP engaged just to clean things up. Bolton Cake and Toxic caught by that one, as they both end up going down. Trades, however, Mazzino is there, but again, I mean, Laura translocating away means you're going to be a man down just temporarily. And while that's happening, I think Vengeance are able to, no, they're not able to clean up. Sephora manages to catch a couple, and yeah, it looks like somehow coming back into this. They're turning this one around. They get the bomb come through as Laura falls, but it doesn't even matter. Bomb manages to demech the opposing diva, and there should just be a flip right back over into Summit's favor. And you know, the point's taken up a little bit. Vengeance are trying to stall this out, but the Primal Rage is just going to go down immediately. What a discord through there. Sephora getting so many of these final blows, and there we have it. I mean, it's just cleanup, and Summit should be winning.
Yeah, and there it is. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. Like, the EMP comes out from Vengeance, they get the supports, but this tank line can just, they stabilize long enough that Sephora can get that kill onto Farmer, I believe, or yeah, and then like Pandemonium dies, and it's just the tables get completely turned because Summit has the respawn advantage at that point. All their people are coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're able to survive. Now, Summit are sticking to a very similar composition. I think it's just the Ash being swapped over. And Vengeance are playing the same composition, but they have the ball. So it's very similar so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure on the Ash pick here, to be honest. Mazzino will have to pop off to make it work. I'm not quite sold on it, but we'll see if it works here. I mean, Joshin could also be just a massive force in the backline to deal with Mazzino. I don't doubt Summit, though. I think they can make it work. Never mind. No for me, dog takes out Laura, so that's just Sombra gone early on. Maybe got a little bit too overzealous trying to get that EMP charge. Kumi's on the other side of the map, though, however, did get caught up by Mazzino, so at least making that pick work. It's just poking around now. Who can actually tiptoe their way around the point?
It's so, the positional battle right here is so important. Joshin gets caught out, but Golden Cake and falls out of mech, so this is just going really poorly for Vengeance so far. 3 people dead, Kumi's is down 2. Just really brutal, and this forces a reset from all the other members of the team. I think Farmer gets caught out as well coming back, and yeah, it's a full self reset.
Yeah, surprising that the Ash comp is working. I mean, Mizuno, I think getting that pick onto Kumi's was the important part of it there. No clear engage with Vengeance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's difficult like sometimes to really deal with the Ash when you're still having to when you're getting harassed by a ball and a diva. You have to deal with that first, and then sometimes you just get domed, and Bolting Cake just commits Zen on Zen violence.
It was helped by the dynamite. We'll say that much. But yeah, that was instant death onto that Zen. A bit unfortunate, but just buys a little bit of time for something.
Yeah, I mean, just any time. That's the kind of key of Koth. Just any time you stay on, like you keep control of the point is important. Dynamite goes out, and it helps deal a little bit of damage to the ball.
Yeah, hack onto Toxicinator, that's a pretty good, well, I was going to say it's a pretty good thing to engage onto, but no one's in position for Vengeance. Instead, the pile drive comes through, catches a lot of people there. Mac Tackle, though, to try and get out alive. They did get stunned up a bit there. Transcendence used by Bingo to allow their team to engage properly, but they still didn't follow up onto it. There is a hack though into Mac Tackle, so that's going to be a kill coming through. Sepora uses the bomb, EMP engages well from Laura, but they get taken down wide enough with 2 kills here to turn things into Vengeance's favor. Some ultimate investments there for Summit that I think they wish they had back. 3 into a lost fight, but they have a lot of percentage, so I think it's justified.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb was a very reasonable throw-in, but the EMP at the last moment, right before Laura dies, is just not good. You do save the trance, though, and that can trade off for this EMP from Wide Earth, and that's kind of what you need, because otherwise that's a guaranteed lost fight, essentially.
Yep, exactly, and Summit should have a strong re-engage here. They got the Transcendence, so can deal with Wide Earth's EMP whenever that comes through. Bomb into the back, doesn't catch anything. Mizuno catches them in the Baby Diva form. The Transcendence is actually forced out here. Wide Earth managed to poke out there, but they get taken down regardless. They lose the EMP, so they're not able to actually use that coming up now. Summit are back in, yeah, they're back in control. They have that flip, and Vengeance are going to have to try and string something together, potentially a touch even, but there's no one there. No one can get in position for that, and Summit just win that first map very, very dominantly. I mean, they just had their number at the end in that last team fight. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at first it looked really bad for Summit. You use the trance early, and that means just that the EMP is imminent. But it doesn't really matter if you just win the game before the EMP can even be used. And that's what they decided to do. And they take the first map in this series. A great start for them. Not having to even play the third round, not having to play Mecha Base. And they look about just as strong as we expected. But I think Vengeance, like, they've been playing somewhat well. It's just difficult to deal with kind of the power that Summit brings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Summit here, I think they've been winning some fights they probably shouldn't have been winning. It's a lot of unforced errors, I think, from Vengeance. One of those that I want to point towards is that EMP that got lost by Wide Earth in that final team fight. If Wide Earth doesn't go down there, and in fact if there wasn't just so many eliminations coming through from mispositionings from Vengeance, then I think they would have had a clear engage with the EMP, because they forced out Bolting Cake's Transcendence, and with that, I mean, that's probably the most important thing you could have done in order to get the EMP through. Shame that they couldn't, because they were overextended a little bit, and somehow Wide Earth did end up actually falling, which it should not have happened, but like I say, unforced errors from Vengeance. I think they just gotta, clean gloss those up over going into the next map, and they do have chances. They were winning some team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was competitive. It just, it's particularly on City Center. City Center was quite competitive, but there was 80% or so for Summit, and then Vengeance took control, and they had that for one fight. And it's just because that fight turned into just a bit of chaos. I think it was maybe once they forced out the trance, they didn't expect the trance to get forced, and that meant, oh, we have to change from maybe hold the position for this fight and find the EMP to, oh, we have to go now. And because of that, people got caught out, which is not ideal. Like, I mean, you have to, like, you do kind of have to do that. Once you see the trance is out and you have the EMP, you do have to switch your game plan. You have to go into go mode. But it's difficult whenever then everyone dies, and you're at that point, it's just Kumi's just trying to find, how do I get in to touch, and you can't do it because otherwise you're just going to get barreled down by a bunch of CC and a ton of damage, and at that point, like you're going to die immediately, and the touch is barely going to do anything.
Yeah, and here we are going into Icon Vault, so interesting map choice here. I think this was this Vengeance's map choice, so they kind of want to, I guess, stick to potentially some dive stuff, because I feel like you kind of have to play that on second point. There's no way you'll be able to get any kind of ball rotation through, so I reckon we'll be seeing some balls and Winston, that kind of stuff. One thing I do want to mention, actually, was that on that first map, a lot of the fights that Summit were winning were because MacTackle was staying alive. If they managed to play around MacTackle like this the entire time, because they're sticking around and still creating disruption on the ball, I think Summit are still looking insane here. They're also going to try out a Pharah composition here by the looks of things. Kind of like it.
Yeah, we have a couple of substitutions. We have a Cypher in for Vengeance on the off-tank role, and we have Dubu in for Summit, who's playing the Tracer right now. So those are the two substitutions. And at least for Vengeance, I mean, they're playing the Rush, which is pretty standard for defense here, I'd say. Maybe it depends on where, if they want to hold in an interesting spot, but this is what we expect. Summit look to be running on like a dive composition, but if they're running the Pharah dynamic, very good on that character, so potential use there has to then not get caught out by wide earth.
Yeah, absolutely, and Summit here, it'd be pretty easy for them to get in. I mean, Vengeance, they're playing a Brawl composition into a Pharah. It's going to be so hard for this Cassidy to single-handedly deal with Mazzino, and there's the engage from MacTackle right in there. Actually ends up getting taken down, though. There's just no follow-up, right? Jubu wasn't in position. Mazzino can't really do much from afar like this. So it will just be poking, probably building up the barrage, and maybe like a Valkyrie as time goes on here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're playing the Pharah into a composition like this, you do have to just kind of do what damage you can, and then try to just, if you can, find somebody out, or let the rest of your team do the rest of the damage to finish off the kill.
He's zoning everyone into that small room. That's good stuff here for Summit. Now they'll finally try and approach, but look at where Kumi's is, just completely caught out. The attempt from Cypher to deal with that barrage, but it's a little bit too late there. You're like 3 seconds too late or something. As Mazzino manages to demech them, and there we go. Vengeance are just getting massacred in that room. So much damage coming through, and Summit played that really well. They corralled them all into that small room, got the barrage through for a single kill when Kumi's overextended. I mean, that is a perfect game plan.
Absolutely, and Cypher? Cypher?
They use their boosters, so they got booted off,
yeah, that is not great at all. And I think it's a bit of, I don't know, fear, it seems like. Just like they just get herded into the room knowing that, oh, if we don't touch this point,
I mean, it's a kill. It's a kill onto Mazzino, but I don't think that matters. Toxicinator goes complete Battle Mercy mode, takes out Faith Panda. Wide Earth also ends up falling, so yeah, Vengeance just gonna go back to the drawing board, it looks.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do there? Just, like, you're getting, like, the cart's just being held up at the door, and you can't play. Yeah, exactly.
Just swap comps, right? It's literally a comp diff. You cannot play Brawl into this very heavy damage Pharah composition where you're just going to get corralled into a lot of different areas. You'll see, again, a dive onto Wide Earth. It gets completely caught out. The mines somehow catch Bingo. And Summit, they're so proficient on this ball composition, sorry. And Vengeance don't seem as proficient on the Brawl against that kind of ball composition. Lots of B syllables to be had here, but you get the point.
Yeah, I think if you maybe had the Ashe for Vengeance, there might be a bit more of an argument to be made that you can do this, because you might be able to do a bit more damage to the Pharah. But McCree, unfortunately, when you're just getting burst down by everyone else, it's a little bit worse there. Excuse me, yes, Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to question why the Tracer as well. It just doesn't do anything against anyone on Summit other than Zen. You see a slam come through there from Kumi's. It catches Mag Tackle off at the edge of the map, but anything else going to be gained here? I mean, there's a lot of damage coming through Mizzino, just tearing through them alongside Dubu. And yeah, they'll just probably cap up this second point after a little bit of back and forth. And it just seems like Vengeance have no idea what they're doing against a Pharah composition. This is like watching a Plat game or something. I hate to say it, it's not flaming or anything. It's just sad to watch.
It is a little sad to watch, I'll be honest. I mean, like, it's just so difficult to do anything with this composition when you're on Vengeance here. Like, you're just getting killed so often, you're not getting a lot of ultimate charge, and your composition isn't even really great for what you're trying to do.
And look at that, I mean...
It's killed, but still finds 2 at the barrage.
Yeah, Mizzino just goes in for the suicide mission, manages to catch 2. Cypher's going to get demeched as well, so it's going to get converted into a teamfight win for Summit. They take out Kumi's, who goes for a pretty ambitious pin there, and Faceband is the last one remaining, the last bastion, as it were. I'm going to try and stall it out, but will eventually fall. And Summit, I mean, they're just playing around Mizzino so well. Even though Mizzino died there, still got 2 kills, and then there's a follow-up.
Yeah. I think, honestly, at this point, you might need to swap off, particularly the Lucio, because you're already so close to the point. You just need to have a lot of healing to survive all the damage coming out from everyone. Wider gets caught up by the bomb, and the VMech, so everything's just in pain.
CC, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so hard for Vengeance to deal with. They're trying to play a brawl composition where, you know, you're supposed to rush from cover onto a single target, but Summit are booping them out of cover. They're isolating single targets. They're getting Mizzino in there for one shot, mercy boosted kills. I mean, like, what can you do? Vengeance just needs a comp swap there, right? See, if this was like a different team other than Summit, I would like what they're trying to do. They're just trying to ignore the Pharah. They're trying to go onto single targets like Bolton Cake, like Toxicinator, like maybe Sepora. But the problem is you can't do that when Summit are playing a lot faster than you and you're not playing as fast as you should in that brawl composition. They can't even get into position to get near Bolton Cake, never mind kill them off like the brawl composition is supposed to. It's just sad to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, Sepora is really great at peeling for Bolton Cake. Toxicinator's in the air with Dynamic, and Dynamic is doing a ton of damage, so you can't, there's not really a unit to rush. That's what you usually would do on rush. It's, oh, I'm going to go onto this target, and I'm going to go onto the end of this heap of people and do as much damage as I can, and that's not really what's happening with this composition. And you can't really target then the support that you want to be targeting, because I mean, one of them's in the air, you can't do a whole lot about that, and Bolton Cake's getting peeled from the rest of his team. So, meanwhile, Dynamic is raining down damage from above, and it's just so hard to deal with that Vengeance kind of just gets completely stuffed. And now they're running out on this on a dive composition basically to deal with Summit, and trying to out-duel Dynamic with the Echo.
Yeah,
which is a tough task. Let's just say that.
Yeah, just a little bit here. One thing that I think Vengeance are doing good here, I think, is the Echo here. I mean, you can take the duel with Mizzino. I don't think you want to. It is going to be quite scary doing that, but Joshin has to play aggro. Joshin has to be the kind of Chad in the sky to at least distract Mizzino while Vengeance getting engaged through. That is what it all comes down to here, though. Mag Tackle. It's come through the pile drives that forces Kumi's into a small room, and yet again, they're playing the dive competition, but they're still getting corralled into areas they do not want to be. Dubu just completely decimates Kumi's there, and it's just a hard disengage. There's no way you're going in without that monkey.
No, absolutely. It is an instant call. Yeah, Pandemonium and Joshin just get destroyed, and yeah, back to the spawn room with all you.
Yeah, it's so difficult here, and finally, we get the ball swap. I think this is exactly what Vengeance need. I don't think you can play anything else, to be honest.
Yeah, I still think it's difficult just because you're trying to do what Summit are really good at, and just it's doing that.
Though.
Yeah, it is. Wide are getting caught up by Dynamic, and...
Oh, Mizzino, that's... Well, it's ambitious, to say the least, and yeah, they said it in chat as well. The power drive, well, not, yeah, so the power drive comes through there from Max Tackle into the back. At least buy some time, but Dubu's going to get zoned off here. Actually quite far in, so has to be super careful. Josh in here looking to force away the backline. Bolton Cake actually in a bad position as well as Toxicinator. They're all in that small room. Vengeance are doing to them what we're done to them on the offense. Wydiff are going to get 2 kills off there. 1 with the pulse bomb, 1 in the neutral. And finally, Vengeance have cracked the first point open. They kind of found the trick, right? Just play ball, 5-head.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it was just like the play ball 5-head, which though it was definitely a part of it. I think it was really dynamic going in and trying to kind of show off a little bit. Yeah, style on them, and went out a bit too far to be able to be rezzed, while Wider, who was caught out early, was able to be rezzed. So now it's a 6v5, and you don't have to focus up in the air anymore. There's not a target up there, so you can kind of just get in on everybody else, and that's what let them at least cap first here.
Yeah, and like you say, there's a hubris, I can't speak, hubris from Dynamic, like you say, and that is, I think, the thing that lost them that fight. So if Summit just kind of play consistently now, they're good. Mizzino comes through with a kill into Phase Panda, kind of redeems himself for that previous team fight, gets the kill onto Joshin's duplication as well. Mizzino has ended up falling, but I don't think that matters. Joshin is again traded out, and Phase Panda, I mean, there's no opportunity to res that, so much chaos, and my defense ends up going down anyway. Kumi's does try for the mine, but they just get cleared off with a remake there from Sephora. And Kumi's does actually take the dual Bolton Cake, and the 2k bomb there from Cypher, so maybe turns the fight into their favor. Again, Dynamic is still there, takes out Joshin, and Bingo has fallen, so even when it looks like Vengeance have made a big play to win a team fight, there's still some opportunity here for Summit. They've got to regroup a little bit, but they have at least an in now.
Yeah. I mean, Vengeance get a little bit of cart progress, which at least is kind of the consolation for this kind of back and forth fight. Ooh, Dynamic getting taken out by the beam from Josh and gets rezzed up though, so they don't have that ability. Josh goes down, so you have to kind of now try to get the res off yourself if you're Vengeance, and it doesn't look like that's actually happening here.
Yeah, not at all. Dubu gets out of that life, thankfully, there. As the card does keep on rolling, I mean, look at where Vengeance are, just peeling for Max Tackle in the back line. So while that's happening, I don't even know who is on the payload there for Vengeance. I think that was actually the Tracer of Wider, who does get out alive. They are managing to run away as Dubu falls off the map, but there's a barrage from Mizzino, maybe redeeming themselves a little bit here. Redeeming Summit for the weird mistakes that have been happening so far. There is some attempt here from Mizzino, and actually a pretty success, actually, to zone off Joshin, so no follow-up onto the fact that Dubu committed suicide, I guess.
Yeah, it's difficult to deal with that when you lose your main tank immediately afterwards.
Yeah, exactly, and Bingo going to try to rotate up to the high ground here to maybe get a nano boost onto Cypher. That's the only person I can really see that they'd be able to get here. There's a nice pulse bomb that comes through there, catches out Josh, and Cypher uses the bomb, but nothing going to be gained from that. Summit, again, this is another team fight where they just push Vengeance into a tight corridor and spam out from multiple angles. They have to be wary that there is a C9 though from Wydiff, but they do recognize that Max Tackle's there with the mindfulness, and they actually punish Wydiff for that as well. Nice stagger kill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it kind of feels like that's the best strategy, is just hope for the back cap at this point. It's so difficult to really get through, and Summit have both their tank ults, both support ults. So they have all the toys to play with, basically, because their DPS are doing so much that who really needs the ultimates?
Well, Joshin's going to look to try and engage onto the Zenyatta here, forces out the Transcendence at the very least, but Nano Boost wears off and nothing gained, no kills, nothing to show for it for Joshin here. They do have a duplication if they want to use that at some point in the fight, but Wydiff goes down again. Save4 is there with the peel, you'll love to see it. Gumi's is going to fall as well, and Vengeance are basically at last fight territory now because they've got to reset here. They do manage to get a kill on Toxicinator, and they're still investing. A duplication from Joshin, and somehow Dynamic has gone down as well. They're going to engage onto Bolton Cake here. Joshin right into their face, going to take him down, and Vengeance turn that team fight into their favor against all the odds.
I mean, that's the boldest call to use the copy, but it does work out, and they do cap second, so I was about to start calling about what they need to do for last fight, but that will be a little bit longer. They have 2 more minutes on the clock to try to get this through third. But they have to try to finish with time if they even want to have a shot at not drawing this map.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
it's difficult, and And now they're back on this rush. Oh no, I don't necessarily know if I like that call, but at least Summit are matching it. So
yeah, I see why, because it's third point, but I also realize that, I mean, Dynamic is here, right? Has that barrage, takes down Kumi's. There's no way a brawl functions without that Reinhardt. There is at least a kill onto Mac Tackle there, so okay. Wow, that was turned around wider. Massive.
That's the opening you needed if you're Vengeance. You can get restabilized on the point, and Summit's away, Summit swapping off onto main rush, and I think the ultimate advantage for Vengeance now that they've built up in this fight might actually be the difference maker. I think it's possible they finish the time.
Yeah, bomb into the back from Seipora and an attempt at a pin. It comes through. Kumi's and Face Panda are going to get taken down. Cypher frozen up on the side. What a powerful re-engage from Summit. Setting dominance, if I do say so myself. I mean, it was a brilliant boop that came through from Mac Tackle onto Kumi. The contact was a pin or a boot, but it did the work either way.
Yeah, I mean, so you don't keep the momentum if you're Vengeance, but you do still get a last fight. That was the good thing about dying so quick. You do get this last fight, and as long as you can kind of handle this potential shatter for Mac Tackle, I think it actually will be fine.
Oh, well, I mean, Mac Tackle kind of froze, so that's inspirational, to say the least. A bomb comes through from Cypher, going to clean up on a couple of the remaining players, although Kumi's is actually caught into a small room. Are you kidding me? Somehow, Vengeance are going to lose this team fight, potentially. They have to try and get onto the point, they're going to dash towards it, and they are at it. They have 3 on it. Bolton Cake gets taken down. Vengeance have to win this here if they want to win the series. Toxicinator and Bolton Cake do end up falling, but the Blizzard actually will clean up on the remaining players. That is, if Mizzino doesn't pop off insanely. Gets 3 kills, potentially. There is some idea of a recontest, and the only person there is Cypher. If they get taken down, that's it. A shatter comes through around the corner. It'll end up catching Seipora. There is a beat coming through from Toxicinator on the return to try and turn things back into Summit's favor. The Blizzard comes through. Dubu gonna maybe turn it back, and the overtime wick takes down. Vengeance end up losing it in the last moments there. They had the opportunity, but they blew it, and Summit, well, they're the ones that ended up making the play to turn it around. What a series. What a dominant performance from them. And they're going ahead to the upper final, Salsa.
Yeah, it's so brutal. I mean, Vengeance actually kind of had it there at the end. I thought there was a potential that they might have at least finished, not with time, but they would at least finish. And they can't get it done, and they will be dropping to losers 6? Losers quarters? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, something like that.
Welcome back, Bo.
Alright, I'm back.
Well, thoughts?
Yeah, Summoner is just the best team in the world. What can I say?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, not an unexpected result, to say the least.
No, but in all seriousness, Vengeance, you tried. You really did try. You're not out quite yet. They will be going up against the winner of Cowabunga versus Whirlwind in our match 5 today. But Summit have secured themselves into upper finals to no one's shock. Let's be real here. I'm really proud of Summit. Just seeing them improve throughout the season, even though they were the best team, and they've still improved.
Yeah, I mean, they look unstoppable. I'll give you that. I mean, the pace they were putting up today, the plays, the team fights they probably shouldn't have won, that clutch at the end from Mizzino, it was all just brilliant. I mean, they have definitely blown me out of the water since I've never casted them before, and I'm impressed, to say the least.
I mean, sorry about that. If you want to go.
No, I was just gonna say, it's especially heartwarming when you look at like the team histories of a lot of these players. This especially Mac Tackle, 2nd place over and over and over, and now this is your win. I believe in Mac Tackle. I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the MVP candidate of, well, one of the MVP candidates. I say the MVP candidate, that was kind of a weird phrasing, but one of them of the season, and definitely proved that they were deserving of it today as well. I didn't end up voting them because I didn't know who they were, to be honest. But now I go back and change my vote, so...
Well, there it is. Summit have secured themselves in the uppers finals. Vengeance, not quite gone yet, but they will be having to prepare their mentals for either a game between Cowabunga and Whirlwind. We'll have to wait and see. But we do have some words from a few Summit players, I believe, here soon. I'm looking forward to what they have to say. and we are joined by Mac Tackle and Bolting Cake. Congratulations on securing yourselves into upper final.
Hello, thank you so much.
My first question is, how's the team feeling right now? Of course, you guys have been dominating all season, but I mean, now that you're here, now that you've secured yourself into this upper echelon and into upper finals, how you guys feeling right now?
I feel very proud of everyone, my teammates, because they've all been insane all season. And I'm excited to see what we can do next. I think we're gonna win, right? But you know, every team's full of surprises.
I mean, yeah, looking at your opponents soon. Maybe Zenith, maybe Fallout. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm not about to pick favorites. Summit. I'm rooting for Summit at this point.
Thanks, Bob. Big of you.
I mean, Summit, you guys put up just an amazing performance today. I mean, it's a wonder to watch you. For the first time that I've watched you, anyway, definitely impressive. So again, you know, congratulations on the win. Question I want to actually ask as well. Bolting Cake, did you kind of feel like a damsel in distress throughout a lot of that game? It seemed like the entire enemy team was pining for you pretty much the entire game, and somehow you stayed alive in a lot of situations.
For Busan, yeah. It definitely felt like that, especially on downtown. I think I died 5 times in that one round. At this point, I feel like I'm kind of used to just getting kind of dogpiled by like multiple players on the other team. But yeah, it's just experience, I guess. Just getting used to that stuff.
I want to say, by the way. Sorry, Bolting. It's a travesty that Bolting Cake is not in the top 5 for MVP, because the performances man puts up are unreal. The amount of value he gets while he's alive, and the amount of time he stays alive are just not possible in Zen. Like, I don't know how it happens, but he does so much work.
Bolting Cake, I think one of the most underrated players in this entire league. I mean, I think you just look... I think that's just because you... Not to be mean, but you've kind of been stuck with not the greatest teams, but now we get to see you in full form along Sapor as well on Sarasota Seniors, both of you coming out of that. Now that you have proven yourself in this league, I mean, I'm just proud of you. I'm proud of all of you.
Thanks, dude.
Salsa, any questions?
I don't have anything. No.
Final question from me. Now that you guys are done, you guys are going to take some time to reflect. What are you guys looking to improve upon? Even though you have proven yourself to be the best of the best there is so far, what are you guys still looking to improve upon?
I think I want us to practice more new set strategies, because everyone's been saying the same things from us over and over again, where I want to have something different by the time, you know, the finals come around. Where someone will prepare for one thing, it will come out something completely different and just dumpster them.
Well, you've just told them now, so...
Well, yeah, but I don't think they can do anything with that information, so...
Yeah, fair.
All right, one final question before we throw it back. Whoa, phrasing. Phrasing. One final question. You're heading into upper finals. It's either Zenith or Fallout. Which one would you want to go up against here, if either one?
I have no personal preference because they're both fun teams to play against in their own right. Zenith is very, very good at the rush combos, and it's fun to mirror rush against them, right? And also they've been shit talking us a little bit. I'm not gonna name names, but some of them have been talking poorly about Summit. And Fallout's also good, fun to play against because they have a similar playstyle against us, so we can just mirror them on our best comps. So I can't name a preference, but maybe Bolting has one.
Well, if I'm being honest, I kind of want to play Fallout just because I like playing in the mirror comps on mostly Ball. I also really like playing Zen for that. If I'm being real here. So I just want to play Zen.
Well, congratulations to Summit for securing themselves an upper finals. I'll be rooting for you. I'm really hoping for some good things. Have a nice break. Honestly, just have a nice break. Take some time to relax.
Thank you so much.
But thank you so much for joining us. Our next match is going to be our first elimination match of the evening between Momentum and Beat Drop Bears. You're not going to want to miss that one.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
And welcome back to the Bad Pachimari League channel for your Season 3 playoffs. Back with Salty and Toasty. Salty and Toasty.
Salty? I mean, hey, that's like us to do a name. Why not?
I'm having awful phrasing today.
No, look, I got humegled by my co-caster today, so Like,
Hey, listen, okay. Exposing me out here.
Yeah, I am.
Alright, fair.
Momentum versus Beat Drop Bears. we're getting into our next match here. Another rematch from, I believe, week 4. Beat Drop taking that 2-1, so maybe a little bit closer. However, Momentum have improved markedly since then. Markedly? Sure, that's a word.
Yeah.
Momentum have really shown up in these playoffs, Toasty.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really turned it up compared to what I saw from them early season. You were saying that I'm the one to go to about these two teams. I don't really know that much about them. All I know is that Momentum were kind of trolling early season, or at least as far as I could tell, they were playing a lot of weird Bastion strategies, that kind of stuff. And they genuinely, it was kind of like I think it was an Admin Aces situation where they just weren't trying as hard as their potential could illustrate. So now that they're turning it up in playoffs and potentially could come away with a win today, and again, I don't want to jinx this, but it's potential, right? It's potential. So I'm definitely excited to see what they can pull off.
Yeah,
That's
and
mine.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
One
I
second.
just wanted to throw that.
One second. Most importantly, this is an elimination match, the first one of the night, between Momentum and Beat Drop Bears. Beat Drop Bears, and specifically Salsa, I don't think many people were expecting them down here.
I think that, like, it was a toss-up between Beat Drop Bears and Vengeance when they played. I don't think people maybe expected a 2-0 for Vengeance. But Beat Drop Bears are playing a little shaky. So I think it's important to see how much they bounce back from that. And how they can kind of reset their mentals and be prepared for this game today. Because if they're not, and they're still in their shaky form like they were against Vengeance, Momentum are likely to move on here and continue their playoff run.
Yeah, it's really easy to be rooting for Momentum here. I think they're the silly community fan community team. Everybody's rooting for them. They want to see them go far. However, Beat Drop Bears have been looking very strong, more consistent throughout the season. Unlike Momentum, we'll have to see what is going to go down in our first map, which is going to be Lijiang. Toasty, what are your thoughts on this map pick?
Well, I mean, Lijiang, I think one thing that I noticed when I was obviously casting Beat Drop Bears before was their emphasis on setting up like really strong engagements with Peepo and a DPS line of, I believe, Laser and Aquarius. So those two players and Peepo, I think, are people to look out for on Lijiang as well, because obviously Lijiang's a brawl map on pretty much 2 of the maps, right? But the one map of Garden, I think, is the one that Beat Drop Bears, I think, 100% takeaway here. I don't think that there's any way Momentum match up to them in that kind of matchup where Beat Drop Bears get that chance to play anything ball related or anything Winston related, because that's where you can really combine your tank and your DPS synergy together. You can really get those strong engages through. Garden is something to watch out for Beat Drop Bears. Momentum, they've got chances on the other two, I think.
Yes, and as our players start to ready themselves for the upcoming match, on Lijiang Tower, I'm going to leave it again to Salsa and Toasty. I got it right that time.
Nice.
for this first elimination match.
Yeah, who's Salsa?
Again, I'm going to say this a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, Salad? Who's Salad, huh?
What?
I'll leave it to you two. Hopefully you two enjoy this match as much as I'm going to.
Yeah, we should.
All right. Yeah. I mean, we see the rush coming out from Beat Drop on Gardens here, and Momentum look to be kind of mirroring. They're playing the Sombra with the Torb. I don't know if they're gonna stick with that. I'm not super sure. They are sticking with it.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe a little bit of lost time for Momentum. They're playing the 6-man with the Rhine. So
They heard my cries. They heard my cries that B-Drop Bears might play some monkey stuff, but they didn't. They played Brawl. B-Drop Bears are completely surprising me here. I guess I was completely wrong about them, as we see Jack go quite aggressive into the front there. Actually gets forced away, looking to go for a pinner on the side, but nothing gained from that. Just poking around both these teams. In fact, Pipo seems to be getting smacked up a little bit. Mista needs to keep them up, as that shield is debilitating very, very quickly. Momentum need to find an opportunity though to get a kill, and Jack is not finding it. Gets taken down there by Pipo, and Parody on the side will probably be forced away pretty promptly. B-Drop Bears should be coming through with the initial cap in.
Yeah, it does look like that, but it's always difficult necessarily to kind of get in there with the, I think with that 6-man against the rush, because their whole goal is like they can stay in there for longer, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And the Sombra can kind of hack down the targets that are, or not, can't really hack down everybody and get a lot, like find a value target in the group. If that makes any sense. I
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It got passed from Bodum myself. But B-Drop Bears have both their support ultimates up faster than Momentum, but the beat is going to be there for them very soon. The Cole comes out as PMP gets 4.
Yeah, that was a very large beat actually that came from Kernmaster. It mostly denies the value of that EMP, but there is still opportunities there for B-Drop Bears to end up losing this team fight with Pipo going down and Laser as well. Trades though on both sides as Kylo Ren and CBT will fall. And yeah, Momentum forced backwards yet again. They had a solid EMP engaged, they just didn't have the follow-up, and they didn't catch Kernmaster.
Absolutely, I mean that's kind of the goal of B in matchups with Jack.
Reset, tactical reset.
Okay.
You can see the cams there, they're a bit mad.
2 of them. Yeah, Parody swaps off to the Echo. I think that's fine. They don't have a solid DP, like hit scan on B-Drop, so I think the Echo swap is probably a good call to deal with some of this.
Oh, a nice shatter though. Jack catches 3 with that. Sorry to interrupt you there, Zalsa, but it was a pretty big play to say the least. Kylo Ren comes in with the Death Blossom, deals a good bit of damage there. And that bomb completely avoided from B-Drop Bears. Momentum have found their way in off of the back of Jack's shatter. There will be a couple of kills for B-Drop Bears, but I think that's the nature of this composition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the B-Drop will lose the point. Like, Momentum will flip. But here's the difficulty. They have both DPS ults, and the more important one is Blizzard there. You're going to have Shatter from Pipo, and both support ultimates coming up, and Momentum have a bomb, and they'll get a window. And actually, now CBT's been grinding that actually a bit, so they will get that in time. But it's still very hard to deal with all of them.
Oh, nice TP play comes in. Pipo right into the midst of things. Doesn't hit the shatter, however. It will be a lot of aggression. B-Drop Bears in with the Blizzard. Look at the kills coming through. A nice wall there as well from Aquarius to deny the value of that bomb. 2 of those kills were actually gained with the actual Blizzard damage. I just learned that Blizzard does damage, apparently, and there we go. Cap comes through from B-Drop Bears. They finished that off with a win on God, and not on the composition I predicted from them, but they did well.
Yeah, I mean, that is... They came out very strong, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of B-Drop here. And now we go to Night Market. And this is where I think you might start to see some pretty significant changes. But I might be lying because the
same comp, just
on
different
similar
DPS.
Compositions. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the support swapped for a second, but I think it's just the Sombra, or not the Sombra, the Symmetra to get a teleport off. I don't know if they're gonna stick with that. And then Aquarius is playing the Doom, so still want to play on the rush.
Yep, Laser's going to be getting that TP through first, in fact, way before Parody does. That's a bit of a sim diff right there. As Aquarius is right into the midst of things, manages to get a lot of disruption, a lot of damage through. And I was going to say B-Drop Bears will have an advantage, but look at that, coming through. Lots of damage for Momentum. They re-engage, and Parody is just beaming people down, almost has that symbol up already.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to deal with like they were starting to turn against them for Momentum, but they could come back and like deal with what they had to go against. And I think B-Drop started so well, it's like, you want to try to get a fight like that again, but you now have to deal with Momentum kind of glued into the point along with this Shatter.
Yeah, Jack could drop that Shatter, and actually it comes through, so not much gain from it. As it's just an absolute mess right now. 2 kills come through, in fact a trade, sorry. But now we get Aquarius and Laser falling, so Momentum still come out on top. The reset from the D.Va, and there we go. I mean, Momentum, solid team fight for them there.
Yeah, it is a really solid team fight. You keep your momentum going and to hold on to the point, and you're going to get a bunch of ultimates on your line really soon. You're about to get the Blizzard, but the bomb you have, you're about to get beat. You already have Window, so you have these ultimates kind of in a rotation, and B-Drop still don't have a whole lot to deal with that except for the Window from Meister.
Yep,
that'll come out right
now. Yeah, that's a lot of damage through that Window. This is actually received from SBT as well, as there should just be a lot of damage coming through from that bomb. Yeah, catches Parody out. Jack as well gonna fall, so B-Drop Bears have found their way back in here. I'm not sure about that remake bomb from Jordan, but hey-ho.
I mean, the bomb was extremely questionable, but also throwing in the Blizzard was a little questionable. So those are ultimates you really wish you had back. And now this Shatter from Jack has to kind of be extremely good because you don't have some of those other ultimates you can rely on.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a Shatter. It comes through from Peepo, catches onto CBT, and they're going to get taken down. A beat comes through there, though, from both sides, in fact. As Deep manages to catch the Laser off the side of the map, but does look to be going in the favor of actually Momentum here if they can get a couple more kills. Parody did end up falling, and so did Kylo Ren, so it's still up in the air, but I think B-Drop Bears will be the ones on top here, as they are, at a very significant man advantage.
Yeah, it was up in the air for a little bit. Like, B-Drop flying 2 and then 2 fall, so there was some debate, but Parody goes down and B-Drop can stabilize there. And, I mean, you're at 50%. I think it's a little pixely for me. I can't tell, but you have both the DPS ults and bomb if you're B-Drop, and Momentum's like already used all their ultimates already, so it's very difficult to kind of get in there because everything's gonna get used.
Yeah, Jack ends up falling early, and nice Blizzard comes through from B-Drop Bears, and once the Reinhardt goes down, there's no way Momentum are winning that. They're going to disengage, they're sticking around for some ult charge, but, I think that greed might even get punished. Doesn't seem to, but, yeah, they do have to disengage.
Yeah, 80% now, and B-Drop still have so much. They have both their tank ultimates. Momentum really have to try to get this Blizzard online, and they think they will, so they'll have that and the Shatter. So those are big ultimates coming up, and they have to use them effectively here if they want to be able to flip this point, because it is last fight.
Oh, what a turn Shatter from Jack! Oh, the Chad play! And Kylo Ren's in there with the Blizzard as well. A nice block onto the bomb, and in fact, is still up in the air. Jack gonna be going down quite low, gets taken down by Tyler. That is massive coming through. Kernmaster with the beat, re-engage, doesn't catch everyone, just 2 people, as it will be Momentum at least getting 2 kills onto Tyler and Laser, but CBT ends up falling. A remake from Jordan doesn't actually deal any damage to anyone. They're gonna have to use the bomb again here, just to see if they can catch anything. Aquarius somehow doesn't get behind the Reinhardt shield there, though, so Momentum have an opportunity to come back into this potentially. Jack has swapped over to the ball, gets back onto the point, deals the damage. Kylo Ren gets his elimination onto Peepo, and it's not over yet. Momentum still want to try and win this round out.
I mean, they'll get the flip, but there was 2 instances of Maze not hitting the left shift key, and I'm a little confused when it comes to these bombs. But Momentum scrap it out, and now this is absolutely the last fight. You have to use this wisely. Uses it already, gets all 6. And Lamp is out for a B-Drop, and they lose Laser. That's huge.
Yeah, the Blizzard comes through here. It's going to catch a couple, but Peepo and Meister have ended up falling either way. Momentum off the back of Kylo Ren and Parody look like they're going to take this round potentially. Just have to get the cleanup through. Tyler gets demacked, going to get taken down promptly. And there we have it, Momentum. They are not done with this map yet. They take Night Market, and we're going to Control Center, probably the least, I guess, skill-dependent map of the 3, given that it's literally just Junkrat spam.
Yeah, it is a lot of Junkrat spam. I mean, I think there's some things occasionally you could do, but you don't really see it. Junkrat's can be an easier thing to do. So it really is going to come down to how do you rotate through to, maximize Junkrat's map. And that's, like, I guess, the key differentiator here. Because you're not going to, if you play really anything else, you're just going to get run over.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very hard to play into a Junkrat comp if you are not also running the Junkrat. Or the Symmetra in this case, as Parody and Laser both seem to be on that hero, and they're back at each other's throats here on the Brawl. It seems like these teams just love mirroring this composition. Jack, though, a bit out of position, has to back up. Can they stay alive? Yes, they can for the moment. But again, Momentum just have to be super careful not to let that happen, right? You expend a lot of resources on keeping Jack alive there. Now they're going to start approaching a little bit more, encroaching on Beatrop Bears' territory. Depends if they can actually get into position, like, for Parody and Kylo Ren, because look at the damage Beatrop Bears are putting out. I mean, it's a lot as Jack is going down extremely low. Will end up actually falling there, so yeah, Momentum, you can't go and fight your Reinhardt here.
Yeah, you can't, but Laser falls, but Parody trades for it, so it's still even, and you're still up your Reinhardt if you're Beatrop, but Aquarius falls?
Yeah, it's at least an opportunity here as a type comes through from Kylo Ren, but nothing gained from it. Yeah, the Fire Strike was a little bit inspirational there from Peepo. Actually catches onto Thee as well, so maybe clutch enough for Beatrop Bears, but they have fallen, so Momentum have the opportunity to cap this up. Well, not cap this up, flip it over, sorry, if they do manage to do that.
I mean, but, Beatrop did not get a solid fight win, but they still get about 30%, which is good enough to, like, potentially reduce the amount of fights they have to play and win if they regain control of the point. So, still pretty significant, I'd say.
Yeah. Flux comes through there from Jordan. The tire is still active for Aquarius. Doesn't catch anything though. Kylo Ren ends up destroying it there. Momentum are kind of losing their health wall a little bit here as a slam comes through, but nothing gained from it for Jack. But there is still enough damage here to follow up on this team fight. Momentum clean up. And they'll again take a team kill here, and they'll be able to push up to the choke, crucially.
Yeah, and the only ultimate they have, like, in the meantime is their support ultimates. And the Shatters coming up online for Peepo, but you're holding this choke, so, like, the Shatters are going to have to get used so far forward that you're not going to be able to, like, you're not going to gain, you're not going to, like, slow down by that Shatter. And now they're actually just falling back to point, and you still have these ultimates online so you can take a good position with them.
Yeah, absolutely, and this, well, the mirrored images there are going to deal a lot of damage to both sides, but it is Jordan that does the most work with that 3 kills for them. The Sigma just doing all of the damage, and there we have it. I mean, Momentum get another team fight win. They'll be able to push up towards this corner, and they're still looking strong.
Yeah, I think at first, like, when we saw the first map on Garden, and when they played the rush, Beatrop looked to have the upper hand there, but now Momentum kind of just playing the Junkrat, playing the silly character, and they've been doing really well with it so far.
Yeah, and that bomb comes through, deals a lot of damage to Jack's shield. A tire from Kylo Ren to try and trade out. It takes out Peepo, and Misa has fallen as well. Momentum could be winning it right here and now, potentially, as Kylo Ren takes out Aquarius. Jack gonna take out Laser as well, so it is just cleaning up at this point for Momentum, although they have to keep Jack alive. That is crucial. They do manage to take out Kernmaster, but Peepo has returned on the ball, looking to contest the point now, but they are just going to get slowly chunked down as they try and go Coggins mode on the point. Can they get back for the OT touch? They do manage to, and a tie from Aquarius, but is anyone else going to be there to touch? There's 2 kills from the tire. That is big, but they still need to contest the point. Kernmaster and Misa are the only ones alive. Can the support players keep themselves sustained on the point? It doesn't look like that'll be the case, as Momentum are cleaning up very succinctly onto this one. They bring down the overtime wick, and there we have it. First map taken by Momentum. What a way to do it as well.
Yeah, really well done by Momentum. Just kind of being able to survive the onslaught, like, of each fight, really well to the first one, basically, which they didn't really even lose, I'd say. It was just more so they gave up the point and let Beatrop cap.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's now going to be kind of really difficult for B-Drop to come back, I'd say. I mean, it seemed like they had the edge on Rush, and now I'm not even so sure about that, and that could be really important for these next couple maps.
Yeah,
Especially because they lose that first map, so they also don't get to keep map pick control.
Yeah, I mean, B-Drop Bears here, I expect them to look a little bit better here. You know, there were some people, I think, as well, in the community and in chat and stuff, who were actually predicting Momentum to be winning this one. And, well, they were correct. I mean, goes against what I know about these two teams, but it definitely seems like Momentum now have the momentum going into the next map of the series, no pun intended, but it kind of was intended. And yeah, I mean, in all reality, I think they can just bring this kind of knowledge that, okay, we're better on the Brawl into the next couple of maps. And that's the kind of mindset you need to have. Momentum, sure, they need to not get, you know, they need to not have too much hubris, because if they get too overconfident, they get too overzealous, they're gonna drop the spaghetti at some point in their haste to try and show off. They need to take it kind of slowly, gradually, and consistently, as they have been throughout the past couple of games. You know, they're coming down from, what was it, like 13th seed, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah,
that is pretty low to be coming from.
That's the thing. Like, you're saying hubris, and absolutely that's a part of it, but I don't think that a team who went 1-4 in the regular season and is the 13th seed overall can have a ton of hubris. Like, yeah, they might get maybe a little overconfident, but I don't think it's hubris. I think it's just like,
yeah,
trying,
I mean, to not get
it's
that
just
at some
ambitious.
point.
I think it's really what it is.
Yeah.
They're ambitious. They want to try to make something work, and it might not. But hubris is maybe the fight we saw last game where Dynamic fell early and they gave up first point. That's hubris. That's not really what we're seeing. They're just playing really well. They're coming together as a team when it matters, and I mean, they've made the run of a century. They're guaranteed 7th, and they're on the verge to get 5th.
Yeah, I mean, that is extremely good
minimum
for
5th,
a 13 seed team. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, good point there about the hubris thing. I think I was more referring to this series specifically. If they kind of overstep a little bit, I think that's where B-Drop Bears can kind of bite back. But, I mean, they are looking consistent, like you say. They are looking like they're gelling together as a team pretty well. More so than they did in the regular season. So I'm certainly excited to see what they can bring us on our next map of Eichenwald. So should be... So this is a map that I think got picked last game as well. I'm not entirely sure why. Like, why would you not pick any other hybrid map than Eichenwald? I guess it's so you can play kind of ball comps and get away with it, maybe. One of these teams might want to play that, but if I had to guess, I mean, the rush works for both of them pretty effectively, so why not keep playing it?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what you want to do. I think, did they play this map the last time they played in week 4?
I don't think they played it last time they played in week 4. I think they played it last series, though.
Oh, yeah, I mean, last series,
yeah.
B-Drop did. B-Drop played it last series and lost on it. And they actually played it the series before against Fallout, and they won on that. But when these two teams played in week 4, they played Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood, Rialto, Lijiang. So some interesting maps. The Lijiang was actually won by B-Drop Bears last time, so that's a big difference. Momentum won it this time.
Absolutely, and now Hybrids coming up. They B-Drop lost that map, lost that type last time, so maybe the map could help them out here. But I mean, you have to do so much to try to stabilize, I think. It's absolutely possible, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, exactly, and here we go. Eichenwald to be the next map coming up here. And if I had to guess, I mean, given what we saw the last series between the previous two teams, could potentially be some ball compositions. If I had to guess, though, we are going to see kind of Momentum stick to Rush. B-Drop Bears are giving us a different style, though. They're putting Peepo onto the Orisa, Tyler onto the Sigma, with this double shield composition. Now, Aquarius can get a lot of work done on this Farah, a very good DPS player, to say the least. So, let's see if they can actually, get stuff done.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's very important. We're seeing from B-Drop, they're playing the double shield. Momentum want to be playing, what I'll presume is going to be kind of like a dive composition. I don't think Jack's going to be sticking on the Hog, I'll be honest. Yeah, there's the swap. And we're going to get a kind of a mix of an air and ground battle between Aquarius and Kylo Ren, and then the rest of Momentum and B-Drop.
Yeah, exactly, and there's a very quick engage from Momentum right in there. Jordan takes out a laser, so B-Drop Bears, they can't keep up with the tempos being put up by Momentum right now, clearly. Although Jack does have to be peeled for because there is a lot of damage coming through onto them, pinned off of the map, so, and you can see there in the cam as well, they are having the time of their life right now. And Aquarius and Kernmaster will end up falling, so B-Drop Bears should still end up losing this fight. That depends on if Momentum can convert it, though, because there are a couple players down, but yeah, there we go. They've got okay, never mind. Nope. Okay, Vamp is down. V is also down, and yeah, B-Drop Bears stabilize. Wow, that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you do get permanent progress for Momentum, so that's good. You do get 55% around there, and you also can get a decent amount of ultimate charge to come in here. But the window from B-Drop means this kind of sight line is blocked off, and you have to go through the small little house.
Yeah, look at this, the Momentum around the side, looking to, well, it's just Jack trying to take out Aquarius, actually. Somehow that managed to happen. Jack goes for a pin, doesn't manage to catch anything off of it, but it's just going ham inside the small room. Look at them go. Lots of damage coming through, and they'll get the cap up. And now they've got a lot of ultimates they can snowball into point B, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the cart gets just roll, and you still have a ton of ultimates from them. You have both tank ultimates and the beat, so you have enough to be able to get this fight where you can hold the door here and get a lot of progress on the cart.
Yeah, Jack here might want to drop the shatter at some point, but not currently, as they just pin back, get themselves out alive. And Momentum. The problem here is that now B-Drop Bears are going to have like an immense high ground advantage, and Momentum, they have to rotate into them because otherwise they're going to get spammed out here. There's a bomb that ends up coming through though from Jordan, see if it can catch anything. Not too much actually caught from that as a flux comes through from Tyler, so they're going to try and equalize things as Kernmaster falls. That is a nice play coming through with the pulse bomb though. It does end up taking down Laser, and a couple more kills should end up coming through here for Momentum. They'll be able to drive this one forward. And B-Drop Bears, they're just being outpaced, it looks like.
Not only are they being outpaced, but this entire fight, the cart's been moving. Like, it's already halfway through, it's been one fight, just because there's been one person on the cart this entire time, and now they're able to put 3 and just boost as far forward as possible. They're already to the bridge, so it's going to be like a 1.5 fight thing for B-Drop on second point defense.
Absolutely. High Noon comes through here from a laser, but there's a shatter from Jack. It catches a couple, so there we go. I mean, they could follow up on this. Jack goes off of the map again. Look at them in the cam. That is, I mean, they're just going complete Chad mode, it appears, as the does manage to take Kernmaster off of the map. And yeah, Momentum win that team fight out. Jack's reactions are always so funny to watch in the player cams.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of dominant, honestly. Just the card keeps rolling. I thought last time we saw we had a fast time, but 4 minutes 30 entering point 3 is insanely quick. And they still have a ton of tools to be able to make this go further. You have the copy, it's going to copy May, and you still have
wall! Oh my word, Kylo Ren going over to the May, managing to wall off Peepo. I mean, that's flexibility, to say the least there. Duplicating the May and then getting value out of it with not even just the mechanics of it, just the actual wall. Clearly must be a good May player if I have to say so, but yeah, Momentum win that team fight pretty well off the back of that. I mean, once Peepo goes down, that's pretty much it.
Absolutely. And now you have both your support ultimates, and you're about to get both your tank ultimates online. So you still have so many tools for Momentum, and B-Drop has just barely had any time to breathe. Here comes the Shatter. Doesn't look like he's getting anything, but
yeah,
he still comes out. You have the window right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of aggression coming through from Momentum because of that. Again, Peepo ends up falling first there. V managing to get in there and finish off that kill with the execution of the boop. And Jordan getting a couple kills here towards the end. Momentum should be able to just drive this one forward. Kernmaster's the last player remaining there, and yeah, people can try and return. They will also have a shatter pretty shortly, but don't even have the time to build it up. I mean, they won't even swing at that point. And Momentum build up a very big time bank as they cap up on point 3 of Eichenwald. 3 minutes 9 seconds is stellar, to say the least.
Beyond stellar. I mean, it's such a mental crusher for B-Drop. What do you do? Like, you have to try to match that to have even a chance at continuing the series. And like when things were already kind of difficult and you lost in this last match, the last match you played, like to bounce back from that would take mentals of steel, and I don't like just the way and it would still require play out of their mind. It's so difficult to rebound from something like this.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely possible, but it's just so tough. And
Attackers incoming.
I mean, they're going to play on this rush, and they seem comfortable on it. So I think maybe if they get into their comfort zone, they just go all out, and they can just run into there. I think that might be able to happen, but then you still have to deal with Vamp and Kylo Ren to just avoid all that damage.
And if we're talking about I mean just the mental of these teams, right? I mean, Beat-Drop Bears, sure, that is a massive blow to their mental, losing that badly on the third point. But as well, I mean, you can tell from the player cams, Momentum were just smiling, laughing things off. They are in a really good mental state right now to drive this one to a victory, so it is definitely possible. However, Beat-Drop Bears, they're onto this just completely bog-standard brawl composition where they're going to try and rotate around, take out Jack. That's a good start, at least. They know who they need to take out. As Jack goes solo, gets taken down eventually by Tyler with a follow-up. And Beat-Drop Bears, I mean, somehow in the space of a few seconds, they've managed to go from slow pace to completely aggressive as Kylo Ren gets taken down as well. Hippo has to stay alive though, remember, there's still some limit to that aggression that they have to put forward, but Jordan gets demeched either way, so if the attackers having an arguably better spawn here, they could potentially cap this up. However, Aquarius being down means you lose a little bit of that stability, and trades are still coming through. Jack falls immediately on return from spawn, but Momentum have the presence now on the point to force some people back.
Yeah, honestly, this is very similar to Momentum's first attack of some of this aggression. The key difference, though, is that Beat-Drop didn't get the tick there. They didn't put a person body on the point to actually get the tick until right now. So they lost a little bit of time there, and they kind of they have to keep the pace of Momentum to even have a good chance at extra rounds.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean, every little matters, right? I mean, they could over time here, that time bank is just going to dwindle down, and you really need to be able to at least match or get similar to what Momentum got, which, I mean, that first point, they succeeded, sure, but it took a lot of time.
Absolutely, and the good thing for Beat-Drop is that you didn't use a lot of your resources. You have a ton of ultimates at your disposal, and that's what you're going to have to use to just, like, bleed those out and try to just get quick fights against Momentum here. And the shatter comes out from Jack. Doesn't get anything.
Yeah, doesn't get too much, but it's a pulse bomb there from Vamp, and actually the eat onto the Blizzard as well, so Momentum making some big money plays right now, as Jordan, I mean, that's just a show-off, right? I mean, eating the Blizzard of Aquarius, I think is a little bit of overconfidence from Aquarius as well, thinking they could get it off into Jordan there. But yeah, stabilization, Momentum pretty happy about the fact that they have the cart controlled here, of all places. Means you don't have to play on that high ground.
Yeah, that is very good. You don't have to just hold an awkward position, and the only difficulty is really, I guess, the spawns are close, but you'd rather the spawns is close because that means there's a ton of different distance between the cart and the end of second.
Indeed, here is that. Oh, that counterpin comes through, so both Reinhardt's going to be quite low, but there's the shatter coming through. The bomb doesn't catch too much. There's a remake into the midst of things. Jordan just trying to sacrifice their mech, clearly, to try and get a kill, but Jack going to end up falling regardless. Laser traded out. Again, it's another one of these team fights where it's just up in the air, but it does look as if on the sidelines there, Z is going down quite low, but instead, it is the Baptiste that falls for Beat-Drop Bears, followed up by Peepo. Vamp is just going ham in the back right now. Does get dinked up by Aquarius with a flick shot, but it's still a win. And it should just be, I mean, I was going to say it should be a win, but there is some aggression coming through here from Beat-Drop Bears into position. They actually managed to catch out DBT as well, so pretty big play from Laser there. Now you can just clean up on this team fight, potentially, but there is some aggression. Momentum still want to try and turn this. They've got a shatter, they use it, and they catch a couple, but there's no follow-up, it appears.
I mean, not only no follow-up, there was nobody alive, and and then Jack uses the Shatter at like 2 health and then tries to back around a corner and still gets picked. That was not economic use of that ultimate, and might let B drop back into this. They're starting to get the cart near the bridge, and I mean the bridge is always the kind of the painful part of Eichenwald second, so still definitely a shot, and this copy could be very huge here. It goes on the Cassidy, so it needs to be pretty big.
Yeah,
And Jack going down's not great.
Car though, so yeah, forces everyone back here, Jack included. They get taken down, and momentum seems to be falling one by one. The beat comes through from Beat Drop Bez, but not enough to save people in that situation. Should, though, be enough to keep everyone else alive, allows them to get the cleanup kills through. Beat Drop Bez, they're not going to blitz through like Momentum did, but they are on their way to at least getting a very good time bank here on third. Just a couple of stall players to kill off it.
Yeah, it's really the good enough, but Momentum have done their job, ultimately, in this map. They are absolutely guaranteed more time as of right now, and this cart still has to go through all of third, and that's a decent amount of time to potentially just get a couple of fight wins, drop the time to very, very low, or potentially just win like an overtime or just stop the cart. And if you get to the overtime, that means you just have to play for the draw, and that is super good, but Jack getting first down and the rest of Momentum falling behind him. And the cart will keep rolling to beat drop, and they will get much closer to be able to actually have a competitive extra round set.
Yeah, but now it's all about the stall, right? I mean, how far can Momentum actually dwindle down this time buying? Time is money, like you said before, as Jack just pins into the bag and finds absolutely nothing. Dies with a Shatter, which is the only ultimate available here for Momentum. They're just throwing their bodies onto the point, but it's not enough as Beat Drop Bears. They've gotten the kill onto Jordan there with a high noon. They should be getting the kills onto the rest of the players as well, other than that May, who is kind of sticking around a little bit, does get taken down. And there's the Shatter. It comes through from Jack, only catches onto Aquarius. No follow-up either, so it looks like Beat Drop Bears, after a good chunk of stalling here, will finally be able to push this one right on through. Still a lower time bank than Momentum, like you say, but it is at least something, right?
Yeah, it is. It's good enough to make it. Looked like, if I'm not mistaken, it's they finished with 2 minutes and 1 second on the clock because Momentum went down to 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So timing gets reset down to the lowest time bank is 2 minutes. So Beat Drop have 2 minutes to attack on first, which is exactly what you wanted. I mean, you're still giving a minute to Momentum, which isn't great, but Beat Drop, like that's now competitive, and that's what is necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Beat Drop, they have their opportunity to try and make this map theirs, and then the series at some point, potentially making a mini reverse sweep happen wouldn't be so bad for them, because, well, their season hopes rest on this, the 4th seed, and they're not impressing too much in this series. They've at least done something, though. They're at least coming back, edging their way back into the series. They have to do it on this map, though. They have to do it a little bit faster. They have to really get into the swing of things here and make this offense theirs.
Yeah, they do need to do that. And, I mean, Momentum getting kind of psychologically bullied, perhaps, and just playing the rush on defense. Perhaps it's the thing that Beat-Drop needed.
Yep, indeed. And Beat-Drop, again, it's the exact same composition for them, exact same composition for Momentum. So both squads here wanting to roll out on what they've been, well, comfortable on the entire series. Jack going to get potentially caught out of position there, but does manage to squeeze their way through that tiny gap. The ends up falling, though, so there's no disengage for Jack now. They are forced to just ever so slowly walk backwards, but Kylo Ren ends up falling. No one at all to segment off Peepo, so goes completely ham in the front here and gets 2 kills. Beat-Drop Bears capping up the first point here. That is insanely crucial to their chances in this series.
It is, and getting that, just getting capped on first so quickly means you have enough time to get a fight or two in without risking the loss of your time. You can just play around the cart and not have a lot of worry immediately.
I mean, they're not even playing on the cart. Look how aggressive they're going.
Exactly.
Momentum are trying to get up into their faces, but Jack going to get frozen up, walled off, being smacked around by Peepo right now. Does get a little bit of Rhine diffed there. Potentially May diffed as well. But either way, Momentum is slowly going to fall one by one. And this car just keeps on rolling. Beat Drop Bears, the more progress they get, the lower the chances are that Momentum actually win this map.
Yeah, I mean, just you keep it rolling. There's still a lot of ultimates haven't been used. You still have the Shatter coming online, the Bomb coming online, Beats coming up soon. If I'm reading that correctly, Momentum are just lagging behind in these kinds of ultimates, and Card has already reached the bridge.
Yep, that Fire Strike comes through there. It deals a bit of damage as both Amp Matrices are going to be important here. Lots of damage coming through onto both sides. Jack now has that Shadow, so does Peepo. High Noon from the top. Doesn't catch too much, but the bomb actually doesn't catch Vamp somehow. The Immortality Field keeps him alive, so now it is down to that bomb that comes through from Jordan. Doesn't actually catch anything, but it's the that actually gets 2 kills to maybe turn things into Momentum's favor. But that being said, B-Drop Bears are still coming through for eliminations. Aquarius is there on the May, 2 kills for them, but Jack is just swinging in right now. The and Jack, the 2 players that have done all the work in this team fight right now. It is just about cleaning up the Lucio now, and well, that's about it. B-Drop Bears, though, can't be unhappy with what they got, to be honest.
No, absolutely not. That is plenty of push. I mean, more than enough. I did not expect that with the 2 minutes, especially with maybe how slow their initial attack was, and like on the first point, I mean. And now Momentum, they have 3 minutes 8 seconds, and they have to reach that point, and that is not guaranteed. With even if they move at the same rate they were doing last time, it's just really good for B Drop now, and they made their way back into this game when they were nearly just out of it completely.
Yeah, very achievable win condition here now for Beat Drop Bears. Just hold on first point or hold on the first or second corner of second. It is that. Oh, I say it's that easy. It's Momentum, right? It's not going to be that easy because Beat Drop Bears have gone through a lot of adversity this series. But if any time is the time to really ramp yourselves up and manage to make it work, it's now, because if they get that map win, that is momentum towards their favor. They can then go later on in the series and feel a lot more confident about themselves. But they need to win Eichenwald first, and it's achievable.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you need, and this is kind of the make or break right now for Momentum, because they can end it right here if they play really well, but it's very difficult to deal with B-Drops this map so far.
Yep, it is a do or die here for B-Drop Bears. Can they hold on first, or, the first couple of corners a second? Momentum are going to be trying to go aggressive now, but Jack just getting slammed into, taken down. Peepo gets that first kill through, and even though it will be Momentum trying to keep on fighting this, I'm not sure how much value they're going to get off that, as Jordan will get just rampaged onto. In fact, Vamp no peel for in the side room, so brilliant stuff. And B-Drop Bears winning the first fight, that's going to build up some ultimates for the next one.
Yeah, sorry, it froze on me for a second. It's a bit of an econ fight, but it's okay. You have a bit more time to burn, and that's the big difference of having that extra minute and 8 seconds.
That Matrix though is going to be so hard to contend with here for Momentum. So much damage coming through. Aquarius gets a one-shot dink onto CBT. Jack does manage to pin someone, 2 people off the map in fact. Aquarius and the Baptiste falling off there. As Peepo comes around the side, looks for a shatter, can't actually convert it into a kill. But now Momentum have a very, very good opportunity to go in. There's a couple plays down for B-Drop Bears, but they need to be there in time. Jordan will return on the sideline here and look for an engage opportunity laser. So 1 HP will get hit from afar by Vamp, and now it is a 6v5. B-Drop Bears have essentially no chance of re-engaging. There's the shadow that comes through from Jack. Doesn't actually catch too much, as it is absolute pandemonium right here. The Blizzard could potentially be used by Aquarius. Is it even worth it though, because a couple players have gone down. B-Drop Bears, they're falling 1 by 1 there. And Momentum now, they've just got to get it midway through that second point. I mean, it's achievable for both teams to win this now. A minute on the clock.
Yeah, it is. I mean, minute on the clock is about the same time that B-Drop had coming out of their attacks on first point. But Momentum has a little bit less resources.
Oh no. Oh, CBT.
Yeah, that will slow things down a little bit. Jack falling as well means we will be slowing the roll down a little bit compared to Beat Drop, and that is really good if you wanted to see Beat Drop win here. They have 5 ultimates. The only thing is missing is Shatter.
Yeah.
The Flux comes out.
Okay, this is going to be a lot. Yeah, a lot of ults coming through here. The Flux, the Beat, the High Noon. It actually catches 2, in fact. So it could be potentially this fight that Beat Drop Bears actually convert into the one to win them this map. They just have to try and stay consistent. I mean, Vamp is getting a couple of kills here. And, I mean, that's, again, this is a situation like point A where Momentum have a couple of kills going back in. And they're going to come onto this point. It seems like Beat Drop Bears are playing very, very solidly, very disciplined. They're not going to take this team fight where they don't need to. They're going to take this high ground. They have the opportunity for potentially people to build up the Shatter at some point. It will come to this final fight. Are they able to win out on Eichenwald? People's in here. The Shatter gets blocked up there, and people might retaliate with one of their own. They're going to catch the Baptiste, but is there any follow-up? Vamp is going to go down. The Blizzard comes through from Kylo Ren, but where is it gone? Not onto anyone. On Beat Drop Bears, clearly, but no, it has. It's caught a couple of players out now as Momentum are killing them off. 3 kills for them here, and it looks like they're able to convert this team fight win potentially into a series win. But Tyler comes through with a 3k and a DMAC onto Jordan. Are you kidding me? Beat Drop Bears are still in this. Beat Drop Bears look like they're able to make the hold happen. It is just Kylo Ren and Vamp to manage to kill off here, and that is, well, very, very, very easy for them to do now. They've just got to force them away from the point or kill them off. There will be some returning players. Jack will be back with the pile drive, but they're going to get moved off the map. What a hero play from Kernmaster, taking them down into the drink, and it should just be a defense solidly coming through. The beat from Kernmaster pretty much cements it in stone right now. Momentum are desperately trying, but it's not going to be enough, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so back and forth. I mean, I called out one death because I thought I went colorblind for a second, to be honest with you. And just the fight's just so back and forth, it's very hard to tell. Vamp gets a pulse bomb kill, but like they're the only ones really on the point, and it's just the support's just trying to touch, and they can't anymore. Beat Drop will win map 2, and we will see a third map here in this elimination game.
Yeah, Beat Drop Bears, they came through in the final moments with the clutch. In fact, it was not even the entirety of Beat Drop Bears, it was Tyler, Kernmaster, Laser at times. I mean, to be fair, Tyler getting 4 kills, if you include that Diva mech that came through, the D-Mech onto Jordan, that makes it a 4K. That is an absolutely insane play to be making as a Diva player in that situation. 2 with the remech, 2 with the bomb. It was an insane play, perhaps the most instrumental one there of all the series so far to actually allow Beat Drop Bears to get that map. Considering how close that was, this final map here will be an absolute banger, Salsa.
Yeah, it will be a banger. And it was really back and forth at first. First, on the first attack from Momentum, it just felt like they had the Momentum. Beat Drop were just getting rolled over, and then they came back on that attack. They came back on their second attack and could stave off Momentum just enough for that defense. And now they're in the driver's seat. I mean, they don't get to pick the destination. That's Momentum now because they lost the map. But they have the drive here going forward. And I think it's going to be very close, but...
Map 3 Eichenwald? Again? We're playing Eichenwald again? Excuse me?
Solomon?
No, Solomon told us we're playing Eichenwald as Rialto. Okay. That's amazing.
Okay. I was concerned for a second that we were replaying the same map. Like, did I imagine that I casted something wrong here?
Yeah, maybe Momentum felt like they could get revenge on it. Hey ho, I mean, look at it. There it is, Eichenwald, right? Now it's Rialto.
Okay, Rialto is the call.
Crikey.
I mean, that is kind of the classic of BPL. We get to see the boats, so everything's good in the world. I think that the map... I think Momentum's, like, their composition, like, they have a bit of flexibility to play the dive, I think. And I think that's good. Beat Drop played a little bit of the... Yeah, that's the question. Beat Drop played a little bit more of the... They played the double shield in their first defense. And it didn't go too well in the first point. Yeah. But they could potentially unlike Rialto first. But they also might just want to say, we're going to play rush, excuse me. We're just gonna play rush. We're gonna beat you at your, or we're just gonna run at you, spawn camp you, and have a good one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Beat Drop Bears want to keep their season hopes alive, or the playoff hopes alive, whatever you want to call it, if they want to keep themselves in the, in the running, they need to not play that double shield. It didn't work for them last time because Momentum just outpaced them. The double shield does not keep up with a Brawl composition, especially if it's Momentum playing it. You've got a mirror, and if Momentum bring out something different, then you can throw in curveballs of your own. Beat Drop Bears can play the Arista Sigma, they can play the Dive, but you've got to really let Momentum pick the composition and play it to their level, honestly.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Just because the stakes are so high right now. It's the elimination game. You're in the losers bracket, and you need to be you need to have your mentals in a good spot. And I think Beat Drop have come back just like from the brink in their mentals already. During Eichenwald, they've kind of reset, and now they have a much better morale. I think that can be a big turning point here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think morale-wise, I mean, winning that map, I mean, Tyler must be feeling absolutely ecstatic with themselves for making that clutch happen. Everyone else who contributed to that final fight as well, the cleanup, the beat from Kernmaster, everything went well for Beat Drop Bears in that final fight, and I think if that is a team fight to tell from, then Beat Drop Bears, their mental is going to be amazing going into this next map. They're not going to be the kind of the kind of scared little cat in the corner from the first map of Lijiang. They're going to be playing with a lot more influence, a lot more pressure. They might even be able to take over this game if Momentum don't manage to keep themselves in check, because a lot of times it seemed like they were the ones getting overzealous. They were the ones pushing in a little bit too far or overstepping, specifically Jack as well, right? A player to keep our eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it might be interesting. I think we're probably going to see like the Momentum subs, because they had a couple. They might try to go back to their round 1 subs, their map 1, the Lijiang subs.
Yeah, that could be a difference too.
I mean, Parody is kind of just a god gamer, so that could be something. But it'll be interesting to see. I don't. I had something on my list to say, and I forgot it.
All right, well, yeah, I mean, I think in terms of subs here, Momentum bringing back in Parody, well, if they do that, is potentially a good idea. I think Beat Drop Bears as well. I mean, they brought in Golden Apple Guy for that last map, I believe, on the support. So, I think if that was the case, then yeah, I mean, just stick with it, right? Whatever worked for Beat Drop Bears, run with it, and whatever didn't work for Momentum, don't run with it. I think that's the moral of the story here for both of these teams. You've got to stick with something you know works, and we said that before in the compositions. Got to say it in terms of the rosters as well. Both of these teams have won, maps with different rosters. Now you've got to decide who you're keeping in, who you're keeping out, and it does seem as if we are returning to the map 1 subs overall. So, Golden Apple Guy out, and honestly, Beat Drop Bears, I think they're still okay, even if they do that.
Yeah, I would say so. It's difficult, I think, for some of the substitutions you want to make. Ultimately, it's like you have to. Like, obviously, you have to play all your players, and Momentum have made less swaps. I mean, the only swap I think they've made is Parody.
Yeah, they swapped Parody for Vamp and then back.
Yeah. Beat Drop they have swapped out Gag and Meister, and then Peepo. No, Peepo still.
Everyone else has been in the entire time.
Yeah.
Literally just.
No, I was looking at something else. At their roster, and I conflated 2 players. But yeah, I don't know if that makes a huge difference. If the main support, or the flex support, is really the difference maker there. I think that Parody coming in could absolutely be a difference maker, depending on what composition Momentum want to run.
Yeah, Beat Drop Bears need to kind of reflect on Lijiang, I think, and think, what can we do to deal with Parody in the Brawl Mirror, if that is what happens here. Momentum could choose just not to play the Brawl Mirror. I mean, like I say, I think they're the ones that get to choose the compositions here, because Beat Drop Bears, even though they are a bit more confident going into the series, they won on the Brawl Mirror very, very narrowly. I mean, it literally came down to a single D.Va remake kill. If you're making it that close in the Brawl Mirror, and every other composition you played kind of flopped, I think, honestly, Beat Drop Bears just have to take the chance, play Brawl, and if Momentum throw a curveball, is going to take a moment, maybe a couple team fights, maybe a round to adapt. But that is like, if they take more than a round to adapt Beat Drop Bears, and when Momentum play a different composition, then they are done for, in my opinion. They've got to keep that mental strong, they've got to keep their comms strong, and realize, okay, you know what, we gotta match Momentum on whatever they play, or alternatively, if they come up with like a 5-head counter comp, have the confidence in it.
Yeah, you're precisely right. And I think Rialto is kind of the map where you can do that on, because like of the options that you have. I think that's exactly what you need, and I think we'll be getting into game pretty shortly, so we will see what the plan is then and how they want to execute on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know exactly what we're waiting on, but we are waiting on one of the players, to say the least.
Presumably, I mean, it's longer than average mid-match break, or between match.
BPL standards,
yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, it's BPL standards, so.
Yeah.
Believe me,
I don't know what the average is at BPL, but I think it's pretty high. But hopefully we should be getting in pretty soon. And as far as Rialto goes, I think I want to expand on the point there, because it is a map where you can play a variety of compositions. And like I say, with the compositions, sure, Beat Drop Bears, will have to match Momentum on them, or find a very good counter comp. But the fact remains that it comes down to playstyle as well. Will Beat Drop Bears keep on playing with the tempo they did on their on their second offense of Eichenwald?
Yeah. I'm ready for boats. Hold on. We're gonna distract from what matters. We're about to get boats.
Bog?
Hog?
Pause jump. Any boats in chat? No? Okay. I guess not then. Well. There we go. You love to see it. Having a little ride around the Venice River. Is this the Venice River? I don't know what it is. It's Italy. Who cares? No offense to any Italians in chat.
Yeah.
Attackers incoming.
So B-Trop on the defense, they will be playing, it looks like this, the double shield defense. And Momentum, it looks like they're going to be playing a dive style. No, it's been their 6-man with a Pharah is the play.
So it's similar to what I think they played on Eichenwald, where they merged Brawl with like an Echo.
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing.
Okay. I'm not opposed to it. I think that Kylo Ren is going to have a hell of a time getting in, though, onto Beat Drop Bears' composition. Here's the double shield we were talking about. Now, if Momentum get into position, if they manage to find some fractious rotation to get them up to the high ground, then they are the ones in control. Beat Drop Bears need to find a pick or two before that happens, because, oh, well, there we go. CBT falls, so completely taking the words out of my mouth. There we have it. CBT is going to end up falling, no res for that, because obviously you're playing Lucio, and Momentum are going to have to wait around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine to linger in the position here right now. Like, you're not really risking a whole lot of kills because your respawn's right there. But, and you get a little bit more damage done, and you can put some pressure onto Beat Drop in some of the positions that they're holding. But Jordan gets very low and is already out of mech, so very difficult. Misses the pin!
Yeah, Jack, I mean, they try and go for the hero play, and to be fair, Misa does end up falling. That distracts the supports entirely of Beat Drop Bears, and then that allows Peepo to fall and everyone else to just fall like dominoes afterwards. So, Jack taking a bit of a weird duel with the Echo there, but nice teamfight win for Momentum. That was a nice play from Jack to really put pressure on Peepo.
Yeah, I mean, not what you wanted to see. If I think the ideal way the fight went would be Jack gets the pin and gets the kill off the pin.
Yeah,
but it causes enough chaos where it's fine.
Oh,
and here's the pin you wanted to see. Tyler's gone.
Slam them. Do it. Slam them. Do it, Jack. Do it. No. I would have loved to see that, but hey-oh. Galaren's gonna get a kill off here onto Misa, they fall off the map, so Beat Drop Bears are just scrambling to get away with their lives right now, unless they get kills. I mean, Z does end up falling, and Parody's on 1 HP.
It looks like it, but honestly, I like the play from Jack, like getting in there and holding the shield up means that Kern can't go and res Tyler, And Momentum, the rest of the Momentum kind of come back through, win the fight in the meantime. Oh, Verity just gets burst down. So.
Yep. Clearly B-Drop there, sorry, not B-Drop there, it's Momentum. Again, needs some flex seal here, because that was a lot of damage coming through onto Parody. Laser will end up getting taken down, however. Caloran getting an assassination into the back. There's a bomb through into main, actually, from Aquarius. Just yeets it in there. Nothing really gained, however. Just a little bit of space, forcing everyone on Momentum into a small room. And now they, looks like they'll just be ambling towards the point. Momentum are going to try and contest that high ground to an extent. Obviously, Caloran and Jordan will be up there. That high noon from Parody will come through, the flux from Tyler, but nothing really gained. Instead, it's a shatter from Jack. It catches onto 3, and there's the follow-up. Parody and Jordan all right there with them. And that is a good offense here so far on from Momentum. A team kill, and second point, they're going to have upwards of 4 minutes. This is looking excellent.
I mean, 5 minutes. It's really solid here. And you still have the bomb, you still have the window. So nice resources here. They have to use the bongo because Momentum are being so aggressive.
That is not a necessary bongo though. Momentum could just go back. They're going to toss a bomb in as well, and that's going to catch a couple. Jordan manages to catch out Laser there. Destroys the bongo and the immortality as well. That's just a lot of resources gone as people tries desperately to contest the payload, deserting their entire team because, let's face it, after that happens, the fight's lost. You've wasted a bongo. You get taken down. You get one player taken down anyway. And yeah, Momentum, that was a hero play from Jordan. The off-tanks have been popping off this series.
Yeah. It is, and the cart just keeps moving. I mean, if this fight is quick, there's a potential that they finish with more time than they started with, but it has to be so fast here.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, Jack gets bursted down. That is, I mean, just needs to do things, I guess, as Tyler also takes down Parody, so... the problem there, I think, for Momentum was that they overstepped, they kind of got bursted down by a very obvious and telegraphed amp matrix that came through, so unfortunate.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Momentum had a whole lot they could really deal with the amp matrix.
Yeah, other than like
they didn't have like an ultimate where they can like shatter it or bomb it or something like that or high noon it.
Oh well.
And Jack just dies again.
Yep, Jack could have done something about that. That's for sure. Just it completely swings and gets flashed, Van the hammered, taken down, and the rest of the team just falls. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean. Meester's at, is that percent to the next
68.
window? Or 68, excuse,
I can't tell, listen, the Discord feed's a little bit inspirational. I think that is actually up into the high amounts, to be fair.
No, that's 97!
That's not,
He's
yeah,
that's another!
Yeah, that is, wow.
What? That's ridiculous. That's insane.
We're just out here trying to decipher the hieroglyphics.
Yeah, it was 90s, got another window already, one fight between them.
Yeah,
Windows up
to get
again.
it through. That's gonna take down Jack. Are you kidding me? Momentum can't do a single thing though because they get walled off as the out matrix that comes through. Lots of target focus as well from B-Drop Bears. If they can just rinse and repeat this repeatedly for the next few team fights, they are looking excellent. Freeze comes through as well onto a few members, so that's gonna get the cleanup that you need. Not Parody. I want to say Parody. Jordan gonna get demeched and is promptly staggered here as well. So even more time burned off the clock.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I really do not like the call from the Momentum supports to use their support ultimates there with Jack dying so early, and that like, you know Jack will have a shatter, you know Jordan will have a bomb. You should not have used them there, and now those are two critical ultimates that you will not get back in time. I mean, actually, there's a decent amount of time on the clock, you can get it back eventually, but you want to try to finish stuff so much faster, and B-Trap have so many tools to play with, it's like...
Yeah. It's frustration.
It's to force it out.
Yeah, it's frustration. You can tell. Momentum, like, they were using random ultimates because, you know, why not, I guess. Jordan gets shattered up there. Really nothing gained off of that, although Jack tries, but they get frozen up in the midst of that shatter, I believe. As now they get taken down in the midst of that pin as well, but it's still okay here for Momentum. They've got the man advantage. The bomb comes through there from Jordan. It takes out Meester. There's your healing gone, so B-Drop Bears there. Not going to last too long on this point. The bomb doesn't catch too much. Everyone manages to kite it there for Momentum. Peepo ends up falling, so... B-Drop Bears are still looking in a precarious position. There's a blizzard that comes through here from Kylo as well. That'll zone everyone who wants to possibly contest off of it, because otherwise, well, they're just going to die like Aquarius and Kernmaster did. And it's all about cleaning up now. Momentum they need to finish with a good time bank here. Like, having upwards of, I think, 45 seconds is probably best case scenario for them here. As, yeah, they're going to slowly cap it up. There's a couple players there, but there's none of them that can touch. And Momentum finally managed to do that, but that was 3 minutes or so taken off the clock. B-Drop Bears did an excellent job.
Yeah, that was a very ideal hold. That was about 4 minutes of a hold, because they capped third with just about 5 minutes.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that
they
was
just cut 5, not 4, yeah.
Yes, it was about 4 minutes of hold, and
Love
that is insane, because of just how much, how clean Momentum were starting third point. But we also saw Beat Drop kind of level up their attack on Eichenwald, so we might see that again here, and I think it'll really come down to what's their plan on the comps. They're looking like they're playing the Rush, the Sim, which I think the Sim's an interesting look for Rialto.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it outmaneuvers Momentum entirely. You know, B-Drop Bears that round, what they were doing correct was outmaneuvering Jack, getting walls off, managing to edge their way into positions that, you know, Momentum might not have been comfortable in. The Sim does so well in those situations. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not something traditional for Rialto, but you don't necessarily need it if you have a decent shot at winning. And like, I would be more against it on the defense because you can't easily swap, but it's still on the attack, so if it doesn't work out, you still have a decent amount of time to swap it back and make the changes. Momentum running on about the same composition they did when they were finishing up the map last time.
Laser can get creative as well with this kind of spawn camp TP. If you TP behind them, maybe. No, Jack gets a swing through. A little bit too much poke happening there on the side of B-Drop Bears. But now Jack goes through to the other side. What a pin! Okay. No wonder they keep on dying first in these team fights. Somehow Jack will manage to stay alive there, but V is gonna sacrifice their life just to keep them up. And even then, Jack is just gonna get frozen up and taken down. That was not ideal. Jack needs to get their head in the game, clearly.
Yeah, it's a bit of, again, I don't know if it's really hubris, but it's a bit of
showboating.
Yeah, showboating a bit, I guess. It's just, like, you need to be playing smart to finish this up, because that's exactly kind of what was your downfall last map. And you don't want to make the same mistake.
I mean, look at Jack again going so aggressive, lets his team get shattered just so he can go for one of his own, and even then it doesn't catch too much there as the pin just gets completely flashed up. He gets taken down, and B-Drop Bears will remain strong in this team fight unless Laser, Tyler gonna end up falling in a duplication here from Kylo Ren to try and come back with the decisive advantage. And to be fair, I mean, they're going to build up a shatter here, okay, no, they're not going to go too aggressive.
No, they're not,
that's good discipline. That's discipline. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, Jack just basically said, hey, why do I need to be the main tank right now? You can become the main tank for a second. So why don't you do it, huh? And that's what Kylo did.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Jack just... The shield management, I think, is the main issue here as well. Just immediately falls in that team fight because they just hold shield the entire time. Tifa gets 2 kills, and B-Drop Bears just tearing through Momentum after that Reinhardt goes down. Can you name a single team fight where Jack hasn't fallen within the first, like, 3 members? Like, it is so much... I don't want to call it feeding, but, you know, to put it bluntly, it's feeding.
Yeah, it's on the verge of that, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, since about point 3... Jack has been kind of he's been getting a bit of the main tank diff. And the thing is, it's not really the main tank diff like, oh, I'm getting diffed, it's the, oh, I'm diffing myself.
I mean...
I don't really care, and what is this?
This is absolute chaos, I'll tell you that much. A blizzard into the small corridor where, again, Jack falls first, there's the shatter, it comes through, catches onto a couple. And Momentum again in that kind of corridor that they shouldn't really be playing in. They end up losing it there because Jack falls first, and yeah, they'll just keep on pushing this forward. B-Drop Bears should have a very, very high time bind coming into this final push on second point. There's going to be a recontest from Momentum, but they've got nothing to work with.
Yeah, just a very weird fight, a weird position, and just some weird ultimate usage. Like, it's just very weird, but we get back into it, and Ooh, the high noon from Laser knocks Jordan on a mech, kills Z, and you really want that speed. Jack just going into the boats for no reason and gets killed again!
Taking showboating to a literal level, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, maybe the plan might be Jack might need to like maybe unbind
shift.
Left shift. Yeah, a little like maybe move left shift to like caps lock. So you have to like think about it a bit more.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it, to be honest. I'm not sure about the, Okay, never mind. Jack comes through onto the sideline, gets 4. Okay, I am sure about it. Jack goes in with a pin that actually finds something for once. And Momentum have stabilized. Okay, so... do we call that a one-off? Do we call that a Jack diff?
We can call that really a caster curse, that we were the ones who were
Okay.
talking smack, and we made Beat Drop get hit, you know. That's our fault. Beat Drop have a lot of ultimates though to use. Momentum, I mean, Parity has to kind of pop off here with the high noon, and they do have the window though. So maybe Jack can just throw in the Fire Strike to potentially get some value there. But this is a fight definitely favored for Beat Drop, I think, here.
Yep, B-Drop going to try and back up in the midst of that high noon, but look at that, the wall segments of 2 players. A Chateau from Pipo, it catches 5, are you kidding me? And somehow they've turned around that fight despite being the first to limb down. Now Momentum have to try, well, I say Momentum, Kylo Ren on his own, have to try and scramble away and cannot do it in time. And it comes down to this, well, final fight here, right, where you're not going to have Kylo Ren.
You won't, not for a little bit. The beat has to be huge, this bomb has to be huge, so the Shatter's going to be online for Jack, but Jack's been getting burst down really quickly these past couple fights, so that's a risk of potential there.
Oh,
And
Jack somehow managing to counterpin against Pipo there. That is big for the high noon. From Laser doesn't catch too much. It's a bomb into the back from Jordan, but nothing gained instead. Jack is just going to the 360 Shatter. What on earth? Takes down Misa to the ground. V is there for the follow-up. And yeah, I mean, that was a recontest that should not have gone to the side of Momentum, but to be fair, I mean, that was a Chad play from Jack.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jack's been, like, has picked up the play a bit in these past 2 fights. Like, Jack played actually pretty decent on the attack where they kind of got ruled. Honestly, that was a bit of just, like, a fake out from Pipo. Pipo's shield went down, and so, or was going really low. They heard the call, they pushed the aggression. Kernmaster fell, but then Shatter came through the Pipo and just dominated everyone. And now Jack could manage the bomb, manage the ultimates, and still use the Shatter really well here. And now there's a bit of an opening for Momentum maybe to bust this open.
Yep, easy out Matrix, but oh, that's a good reaction time from Aquarius. Manages to get the wall up before Lucio ends up falling. Now they have the opportunity to engage. The Out Matrix comes through, but there's an early blizzard from Momentum. Kylo Ren falls though, and the beat keeps everyone alive here. Parody's going to use the high noon, gets boosted up by Aquarius actually, but it's traded out by Laser. They managed to get 2 kills now ahead in the team fight, and B-Drop Bears just have to get these 2 scrambling players on the left side, right, the stragglers, and if they can kill them off, there's basically no chance of a recontest. You're going to get the Maybach onto the point, but there's no blizzard now for Kylo Ren. They used it before, and it is just about getting a quick win here in this team fight, because the more time the better here for B-Drop Bears. They're going to manage to kill off, well, kill off CBT, and now they're looking for Jordan. Kylo Ren's moved over to the Tracer, and Jack pins out, but doesn't catch too much off the back of that, but now the time bank is going to be almost worse than Momentum. So I was going to say worse, but it's 1 second of difference, and, well, if that's not the definition of this series, I don't know what is, Salsa.
To 3. Switching sides.
Yeah, it's very, very close here. And the difference, I think, might be that Momentum has had a faster point A. So maybe that could be the difference maker. But we've also seen B-Drop being able to exploit Jack and his tendency to kind of be a bit too aggressive a lot now. A lot on point 3 of their attack and a lot of this of their defense. And now they want to be playing the 6-man with the Rhine. B-Drop going to this rush again. They don't want to make the same mistakes as they did last time by playing the double shield. They just want to try to exploit this weakness that they've discovered as much as possible. Now it's going to see if Momentum are able to really cover that up and try to have Jack play a little bit more passively, just so that they can't exploit that weakness.
Yeah, and to be fair, you can't put all the blame on Jack. I think Jack in
Oh, of
some
course.
of these team fights is playing completely okay, but I think that's some team fights, right? I think CBT and Jordan are having a hard time keeping them up, but sometimes it comes down to Jack himself, so it's a bit half and half there, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just like the way that they're playing has forced a lot of resources. That's really the issue.
Yeah.
That it forces so many resources, and then something else happens. So that it's just a play style of momentum that BTROP have now been able to exploit a bit more. Jack
Nice maneuver from
nice
Jack there, baits the Maywall out, so Kernmaster gonna end up falling. Caloran getting that kill, and now the pin comes through, forces Pipo to have to countercharge that, and while that happens, everyone else just follows up onto Pipo. 2 kills there for Parody, and Momentum should be blitzing this one through to the end of point A. You might see a tiny whimper of a recontest from BDrop Bears, but it won't be much.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was saying, how Momentum, they kind of feign it. They have Jack go forward a little bit more, bait out the Maywall, but Jack gets back to safety, and then they can just shut down BDrop, and that's exactly what you want to see if you were a fan of Momentum here.
Pipo here gonna try and pin up Jack, but that completely went askew. The High Noon finds nothing there for Laser, and it looks like it'll find a good chunk here for Parody. Zones people off, there's the animations on both sides there as the shatter comes through from Jack, catches 3. There is the mortality field to keep them up, but is that even enough to save them in the long run as Jack gets a pin off onto Laser? First point capped up for Momentum here. This is looking like Eichenwald all over again, but this time it's looking like they might be able to snowball to the point where they can get more than point B as well. That beat is coming up soon.
It's possible. It absolutely is. And the Death Blossom is very close too. But also you have the Shatter from Pipo, you have the Blizzard from Aquarius. Like, those are some pretty big ultimates that are coming online as well, so it's really who can get it first. And the Shatter's online for Pipo, so before the beat's ready to go.
And man, that was a good Shatter. Catches it onto 2. You love to see it here from BDrop Bears. They managed to recontest strongly there off of the high ground, and Momentum didn't have it too strongly. And that right there was, I think, the most important team fight of this map to win. BDrop Bears stopped Momentum from taking it any further, and all that BDrop Bears now need to do is the same thing: cap up point A, and at least force Momentum away long enough to get to that checkbox on point B. The series is coming down to this right now. BDrop Bears' offense, can they make it happen in 1 minute and 1 second?
Yeah, I mean, it's so close, and honestly, just Pipo getting that Shatter is so critical, and it's so minute. Like, the difference between getting that and having the beat come online and actually being able to Shatter is huge.
Yeah.
And that could be the thing that sends Momentum out of the playoffs if BDrop can make this happen. But it's just so... It's still so dependent on how BDrop want to play this. Momentum are now going to the rush. They need to do that. So, because they know what BDrop's going to play. They know what they like to do now, and they're trying to counteract that. And BDrop Bears, I don't think they really care a ton. I think it's just that they're going to get the job done and try to win the series right here and now.
Yeah, but they have to, right? I mean, this is their season of hopes. They could either dock it from Momentum, or they can go home feeling sorry for themselves tonight. And, well, you can tell which one they are going to want to prefer. They've seemed like the protagonists this entire series long, and the way they're fighting to keep themselves alive. But look at it from the other side. Momentum are doing the exact same thing. They have to defend on this at point A. And then, well, if they manage to take all the time off the clock and whittle down that overtime on point A, they're all good to go and into the next round of losers. And all BDrop Bears would be going home in that situation. It is going to be so intense, so close in this last couple of team fights, I think, here. As Codemaster rotates everyone up to the high ground here for BDrop Bears, looking to take advantage of that, actually. Aquarius and Laser going to have that firing range, but no, they're just going to drop down alongside Pipo. Jack with the charge, but no, Pipo's the one to go down instead. Somehow Jack gets kept alive in the situation. CBT and Jordan doing so much work and keeping them up, and now Momentum with 15 seconds on the clock might be able to get some stagger kills as well. They're going to gun for Tyler up in this room. They're going to get the DMAC onto them. This is massive right now, as they're going to get the stagger onto the Diva as well. And who's going to touch now? There's going to have to be someone, probably Kernmaster, who gets onto the this point. Now Peepo tries to return and manages to get on there. The Maywall helps keep everyone alive just temporarily, as that Matrix from Meester could be massive, as Jack ends up falling, but Peepo is traded out for it right now. Aquarius ends up falling, and it looks like Momentum should be stabilizing on the defense here. They're wrenching away the hopes of staying in this playoffs from Beat Drop Bears. Momentum with a 2k high noon finish things off with a bang, and they'll be taking this series. They'll be sending Beat Drop Bears home and taking themselves ahead to the next loser bracket round. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, that's heartbreaking for Beat Drop. You had so much going for you after that on that defense, but it falls apart on the attack here. And very unfortunate, but Momentum played very well for this on this defense. Was able to find that stagger, find the pick, and make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane game to watch, and Beat Drop Bears, they had so many opportunities to turn it into their favor, but unfortunately, like we say, they're going home tonight sorry for themselves, probably wondering where on earth they went wrong. And Momentum, they are going to be, well, you can tell as well in the player cams at the end, they were so relieved that they were able to actually win out that series. And Bo, what do you think of that? Because that was one heck of a
4th seed getting toppled by the 13th seed of Momentum. It's in the name. It's in the name. Momentum. They've been riding it all season, and now they've shown that they are here to play. And unfortunately, Beat Drop Bears, they didn't show up. You gotta show up in these urgent times. But that was a very close match, I will say, especially that second map. I really thought that it was going to end right then and there on that second map.
It
probably should have, that Mickey Mouse ability that is Diva Remake. But yes,
yeah.
Unfortunately, Beat Drop Bears will be seeing a goodbye from them.
Yeah,
that is not right. That is not right.
Not going ahead of Momentum. Yep. Yep, prod.
My bad.
The script. Did they mess up your script, huh?
I was looking at them to or like set up an interview and it said Beat Drop Bears, so I was typing in the schedule and just like click clack Beat Drop Bears.
Okay.
Anyway, there you go.
Momentum.
Move on.
Yeah, Momentum. I mean, they honestly, it was a deserved win as well, right? Even though Jack maybe fed at times, to say the least. I think towards the end they kind of learned how to play around that. They developed. It's like a character development arc in an anime, right? Like they found out that Jack had a flaw, but they were like, "Oh, we accept you for your flaws," and then boom, they win the series.
Yeah,
Am I knitting out too much? Christ.
I don't have much to say about Momentum. We all saw it. We all saw it with our own eyeballs. They're moving on here. We'll see them again later on. Hopefully they'll continue to ride the momentum. But I did the joke.
Word.
I did the joke. But
you did the funny chat. Give us some.
But that being said,
W's.
we do have to say goodbye to Beat Drop Bears here in a little bit. Or right now.
Yeah.
Beat Drop Bears.
The whole
Beat
squad's
Drop
in.
Bears.
What is good?
What's the vibe right now?
We're feeling good.
Well,
But
not as
upset,
bad
yes.
as I thought we would feel. I think we're
Yeah, it's an endearing finish, isn't it? You know, you went down fighting, and I think that's the thing to focus on here. You guys did absolutely brilliantly, you know. You fought valiantly. The last 2 maps of that series, insanity. Brilliant stuff.
I would have to agree. 4th seed, nothing to scoff at, nothing to be ashamed of course. Gag, you are the leader of this motley crew. What are your thoughts about the season as a whole?
Well, some of you might know this is like my first real experience in coach and captaining for anything. So it was a little bit of a learning experience for me. Had a lot of help behind the scenes. So yeah, but I'm really proud of what we were able to accomplish this season. You know, not many people had us in the top 4, so I think we definitely exceeded people's expectations of what we were going to be. People's a god, you know. You heard it here first. But yeah, really proud of what my team was able to do this season.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did amazing this season. You guys did amazing this series as well. I mean, you went down fighting, like I said before. And obviously, I know a couple of you have also been former champions as well. I know Peepo specifically was. I don't know if anyone else here was. But yeah, for I mean, a team of your talent to go down in this way, it must feel a little bit salty, I'm guessing. But I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be happy that you went down with a bang, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's upsetting to lose, but as long as we're having a bit of fun, can't be that much in vain.
What's all about at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Now, Tyler and Kernmaster specifically, you two are. I'm pretty sure this is your first BPL, correct? This is your first season?
Indeed.
First time anything? Do you think that you left your mark? Do you think that you have shown everybody that you are players to be on the lookout for in future seasons?
I don't know. I think for my first season playing, off tank, it felt pretty good. I think I did pretty okay, but I felt like I could have done more.
Excuse me? Did you see your clutch on Icon Bolt? Hello?
I was very worried we were still gonna lose that.
Okay,
I feel
well.
I feel like my rep was kind of like in the air because a lot of League 0 people were vouching for me, and then a lot of people that were already in this league kind of had doubts. I don't want to say I did like really well, but I thought I kept up with the better main supports in this league. I'm not gonna call myself like Pandemonium or anything because he's like really fucking good and played out of his mind. But I'd like to say I'm one of the better main supports, and I thought I did well.
Beat Drop Bears, one hell of a team. I have to ask. I'll extend this to all of you. Will we be seeing you all in the future?
I'll try my best.
No.
It probably won't be any of these. I will.
People just gone.
To be fair, I originally came in this league looking to like branch off to different leagues and like find a new talent of sorts, and then I got picked up to a team where I knew like half the players, so it was a bit of like this again, which it wasn't a bad thing, but it was nice. It felt good, and
it was more just running it back.
Exactly.
I
don't think
gotta
we'll
play with Curran, which I guess is okay.
Alright, Tyler, cool.
But yeah, I mean, it is always nice to run it back. I mean, even if it wasn't what you expected out of the season, hey, you had fun, right? And you ran it back, or threw it back, as Bo would say.
This guy. This
you guys won't get the reference because you didn't watch the stream.
This clown.
Yeah.
But that being said, Beat Drop Bears, we thank you for joining us in this season as we see you ride off into the sunset, play your last swan song. It was truly a pleasure to have you in this league, and we hope to see you all come back in future seasons and future events.
Definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And with that, Momentum will be moving on into round 2 of our lower bracket. And we will continue round 1 with our next match. Which is Cowabunga versus Whirlwind. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Yeah.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late-night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another exciting match for BPL. I am MFG, joined by Chicken and Hot Dog, the food cast. We have another elimination round today. Cowabunga and Whirlwind, seeds 2 and 3, respectively.
Big match. An elimination match. A lot on the line. You know, this is your season right here.
Yeah, and if the game is anything like the last game, it hopefully will be a banger of a match. I mean, two very good teams that have been able to kind of just get a good performance going into this tournament. It'll be interesting to see where this kind of ends up here.
I think that this is going to be fun and also a little bit more even, obviously, because it's the closeness in seed. But as you did mention, the other match, we know that upsets are possible. And in the last match we had in terms of close seeds yesterday, which was the Beat Drop Bears Vengeance match, that was a little bit of an upset too, because Vengeance was 5 and Beat Drop was 4. But looking at the bracket now, so the winner of this is going to go on forward, I believe, playing Vengeance. And then the loser is gone forever and will come back next time. Smile.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, probably a little more tactfully, but yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, this is an elimination match. It really is the end of the line here. But I mean, you know, even if you win this match, it's definitely still able to be lost. Vengeance is still a very strong team. So even if you win this match, it's not exactly going to be, you know, just an easy road to the finals here.
Definitely. It's a long road ahead, especially we're early in the losers bracket. This is do or die. And I'm sorry, I'm just rambling.
Do or die is correct. And if we want to dive into the rosters here for these two teams, looking at who we are going to see playing today, I do know a small detail for rosters that for a Whirlwind, we will have Riptide as a ringer, but the rest of the roster should be alive and well. We've got some names there. I know Dilby, False Words, and Vincent, and then Cowabunga, has Clap and Clockwise. I also know Gavin. Lots of great players all around.
Yeah, DX Hyper Knight.
Yeah.
You know, solid staple in the league for 3 seasons now. Who you said? Who was Riptide? Okay, Riptide is ringing for Whirlwind, and who? I'm sorry,
I'm not exactly sure who they're ringing for, but
it would have to be False Words, I would assume, the off tank.
Alrighty then.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, ringing for False Words. So again, at the rosters, is there anything particular you think that we should pay attention to before we head into Busan?
I mean, generally speaking, it's going to be a match of compositions here. They're both already kind of favoring very similar compositions. It's just going to come down to individual gameplay and kind of seeing which comp beats the other here, it looks like.
Yeah, I would say after casting Cowabunga yesterday, their focus fire was super, super good. They were all coordinated. Every time they wanted to blow someone up, they just melted them. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they keep that up, that form up today.
Definitely. And as we get into this first fight, we got Clockwise on the Torb. Yeah, Cowabunga looking like they're going to be trying to favor a bit more of a static comp here. Whirlwind is going to try and just poke down these the shields and walk in here a bit. As Kev finds the first pick on Clockwise. Whirlwind getting the first advantage here. Just kind of walking and getting some more presence on the point here. And it looks like, at the moment, Whirlwind's going to be coming away with a win here in this first fight.
Yeah, Chasey tries to go for this off angle. It isn't going to get much value from it, but the comp from Whirlwind is like more poke heavy, like you said, whereas Cowabunga's is more anti-dive, and Clockwise, other than like the torb angles and other things, it's gonna have a really hard time in this matchup.
Yeah, and Whirlwind, I feel like they could honestly run the Zen here instead of the Brig. I'm not entirely sure why they're running that Brig, but as I say that, Clap able to find that Brig, actually Platinum fall to a nice headshot here. Yahoo trying desperately to find some sort of damage on the point here as Cowabunga cleans up with that's a pretty gross play by Clockwise, finding 3 picks with that turret. And yet Gav Slim cleaning up Yahoo fouls, and it's 29-5% here. Whirlwind still has the advantage, but Cowabunga looking good.
Jam just, the whole team swung wide with that window and just melted, like you said, everything in front of them. That just made it a super easy cleanup, and now they capped with only 30% on the line. This is going to be really good. There's no ults really on line other than main win condition for Whirlwind here is trying to separate them with the dragon and then go with this window. Here they are going in.
Yeah, and here, hopefully some action happens here, because so far it's been a bit of a sleepy match here. And as I say that, a dragon popped in as well as a Baptiste. Oh, there we go. JC does fall, and actually kept able to find 2 picks here with a Deadeye, and 3 finding Gav the Slim. Whirlwind quickly bouncing back here from that first fight loss here. And now it's 30 points to 45. That was a really good fight overall for Whirlwind.
Definitely, Kef and Yahoo taking these off angles, using their ultimates, and making so much value from them. And now you're going to be heading in with both this Arisa ultimate. Both teams have this Arisa ultimate, trying to get so much damage out. And Kef gets it. This is going to be another at least 5% while they wait for Clap to come back in on this respawn.
Yeah, and Cowabunga's coming in with 3, almost 4 ults here. Whirlwind really needs to be able to peel back, hopefully, and not let them just walk in there. Yahoo falling dangerously low as Bilby pops in the bongo. Cowabunga doesn't have a whole lot to do except back off and try and just mitigate some of that damage. As Clap looking for an off angle here. Doesn't seem to find anyone as Clockwise invests his ult as well. Able to get the Infinity Field, Immortality Field, but Kev finds Clockwise. It's so back and forth here. Both DPS down on both sides. Clockwise does come up again with another pick on Sigma, and yeah, really good play by Cowabunga.
Yeah, Whirlwind just trying to make some value with this window, but Cowabunga have so much point presence, there's not enough damage to really get them off the point or kill them. And now they just have to reset. They do make a lot of percentage, get it to 77, but Cowabunga are trailing in at 65 almost and counting. And Whirlwind have the ultimates, but I think their main win condition here is trying to get a lot of use of this flux. They come with the Deadeye, is it going to get value?
They just threw 4 ults there. I don't know about that, Whirlwind. So they used 4 ults here trying to get some picks. They was able to pick some picks there, but it's but now their ult economy is so messed up there, and now they just need to. They still haven't even capped the point there. Like, they used a bunch of ults, and they really only got like a couple extra points of percentage and lost a few because it took so long to rotate to point. Cowabunga, I think they could honestly take this fight here.
Yeah, with the window and super close to the flux and high noon, you could time the flux high noon and come in with the window to back it up. This is going to be a massive advantage. They engage with the window and the flux. It doesn't look like any picks are coming in. They do force the lamp. JC gets so low.
Oh, Clockwise able to find Vincent. That's not what you want to happen. Chasey finding Dilby as well. Clockwise, I mean, that's what you want to have. Unfortunately, he falls, but he was able to get a lot of damage down, and the Sigma find the picks as well. It's still so back and forth, but Cowabunga able to get the point presence here, and now it's down to the last fight. No matter what here, it's going to come down to whatever team wins this last fight.
And Whirlwind is still recovering from, like you said, that nuclear fight to their ult economy. And Cowabunga already have this Deadeye, massive for zoning, but the main win condition here is they have this trance. They don't even touch. Oh, never mind.
So yeah, you really want to. I've played Overwatch for a minute. I've played since season 2. I've found you want to touch the point generally. That's kind of my MO generally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to put. I don't know.
They did such a great job at that. Like you said, they just anchored down the point, and there was no amount of poke in the world Whirlwind could really do to win that. That was actually clinical from Cowabunga. An underrated team from everyone from the start of the season till now.
I honestly wonder if Whirlwind, I feel like if they'd run the Zen, they didn't serve the bricks. I just didn't see a whole lot of value out of it. And they may have been able to get enough like percent at the beginning to like get that win, but c'est la vie going into the next map here.
Definitely, we're looking at coming in with both exact rush comps. You know, tried and true. Some would say honest. I don't know.
I think this is some honest Overwatch here. I like it. And right now, both Reinhardts just trying to find some way to get the fight started. Diva popping from Cowabunga, and a lot of crowd control popped on there on the side of Cowabunga. Whirlwind trying to just go to the point here, make something happen, and Clap putting in a lot of damage on the off angle. Able to find the Dilby there, but Cowabunga was able to fall. Actually lost 2 picks there, unfortunately, and they have to leave and let Whirlwind take the first perspective.
Yeah, they tried to engage off of Dilby, you know, going super aggressive, but they couldn't follow up and ended up, you know, getting the Uno reverse car slapped onto them with now you're out of position, and they you know, completely melted them. This is still going to be a neutral fight, though. No team really have ultimates except maybe Jam and maybe Get Window and haven't come out with this. But and it looks like
I mean, I think they got to. Cowabunga being aggressive here. Unfortunately, Whirlwind can just back away. Even though he did invest that window, he can't really do a whole lot of it. Dilby popping in, gets a gigantic shatter. Everyone falls down. They were able to be kept alive by that immortality field, but the damage is done. Cowabunga, they were able to actually turn that around, able to get a bunch of picks down. Maybe able to rotate the point here as they demech Riptide, and they invest the May ultimate. Clap, man, able to get another pick. They just need to rotate the point. They've won the fight. Make it happen here.
That was... I can't believe it. Dilby hits the meatiest shatter ever.
Yeah.
Somehow the peel comes in. They all stay alive. Chasey instantly recognizes they're winning the fight. Caps point as soon as possible. Now they're only at 48. Whirlwind do have this May ult. They're going to try and engage off of this, but Gavin is going to have to try and hide behind them and try and get a nice beat off for this May ult. Chasey also has a lot of it, but it's going to be really tough here. They've already got to across the bridge.
Yeah, at this point now, they just need to play the point here, and Hyper Knight just trying to get the last few points of this shatter as a sound barrier pops in, able to get the shatter, might need to invest it here, and as I say that, Jam finds Kev as well as Chasey, DMAC kill on Platinum. Cowabunga have locked down this point for another fight. Whirlwind looking a little bit lost here, honestly.
Whirlwind, yeah, that was actually clinical. Cowabunga instantly recognized that the male was coming in, all split up super hard, but still, you know, just get these picks off. And their ultimates weren't getting much value out, and now they're coming in with just the beat, maybe shatter the engage with the beat, but ooh, oh,
that's not what we want to happen. It is just ultimates left and right. Everyone is pressing Q. Nothing has happened, really. And now it's just kind of slowly trying to go to the point here. Very still neutral fight. Dilby pushing in a window on the side of Vincent, trying to keep the rest of the team alive with that accelerated healing. They need to watch the point here, man. They have taken so much time just kind of hanging out. Kev looking for a soft little angle there as well. Doesn't get anyone wanted to, and gets stunned out. That's how it would have happened. Clap being the difference maker. Kev falls, and now Cowabunga absolutely walking on him. Clap gets another pick as Clockwise finds Platinum. This is absolutely the fight Whirlwind did not want to have happen.
That's not. The Diva will be able to touch though. Will they?
I don't think they will. Oh, stunned and then looped off. Cowabunga looking kind of gross. Kind of gross right now.
Clap just actually dunked on Kef there. Kef hit a nice shot, like, you know, flashbang. I liked what Cowabunga did. All hiding underneath that point, solidifying, taking no poke at all, and then as soon as the point percentage was starting to get on, then they all rushed together. Kef was able to get a good flash, get like 4 of them. I call that like the Earth Shatter flash, but still, Clap was just able to 180, hit him with the no you now, the Uno reverse card again, and wow, just.
You mentioned it before too. Like Cowabunga did a really good job with peel. Like, you know, Dilby hit. You know, there was at least 4 or 5 people down on that shatter, but they were able to peel backwards, allowed the supporters to put in as much just support into the front line and keep them alive, and they were able to turn that entire fight around and get the point. That's when I think that's kind of the beginning of the end for Whirlwind, because they invested so much into that fight and nothing happened.
Yeah, and just getting value out of your ultimates is just such a key thing in Overwatch.
Well, that's Whirlwind's, like, that's their Achilles heel, man. Like, they did 4 ults at one time on drum, and nothing happened. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, they did win the fight, but like you said, they completely nuked. Yeah. It's like spending your entire inheritance. It's like your grandfather spending all your inheritance all at once on the one blackjack hand and saying, we win, and then just losing it all, and then
listen. It was 2 10s. Come on, how did it? Come on, it was a good hand. It was a good hand.
How was I gonna know he was gonna get blackjack? You know, well, it happens, yeah. But like, it's just a severe overinvestment, like you said, and that really cost them that first round. And it's such a momentum-based game, and I don't want to count Whirlwind out. I'm gonna be honest with you, Hot Dog. A lot of games in these BPL have gone reverse sweeps. It's all about the mental and keeping it together and not letting stuff like that affect you in these first maps. And we'll have to see if Whirlwind can keep it together.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely winnable for him. You know, Cowabunga, they did look very good, and like you said at the beginning, they're very, very good at target focus, able to just find just one thing, work together, make that one thing happen. Like, again, the peel, finding the picks. But I think Whirlwind, if they're able to lock in a good strategy, not deviate from that plan, just overinvest. I mean, you don't need to use 2 support ults. You don't need to use tank ults at the same time. Just a little bit more planning. I think it's going to be... It already is a competitive game, but I think it'll be more competitive because, again, I think that's like the main thing they're kind of lacking is just that one just focused idea. Whirlwind just needs to lock it in here, and I think they got it. I think they can make it happen. I hope.
Definitely. And we're going to be heading to Hollywood next. I don't actually know Whirlwind strengths, so I'm going to be real. I know Cowabunga has like a lot of different maps. They can run the Orisa Diva, they can run the Double Shield, they can run the Rush. So this is a good map for like really anything they could really run if they want to.
I think Whirlwind, like, what I noticed is they try and set up these big plays. Like they try and put people in positions where they can, again, like Kef trying to do that those off angles. So I think they're going to try and place something that allows them to get set up in positions like a lot of high grounds, probably like double shield maybe, especially if they go like on defense. But yeah, you're right though. Yeah, you can play a lot of stuff on Hollywood, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of pops out here.
Definitely. I don't think we ever did our Preds. I don't know what to say.
Oh wait, we didn't.
It's kind of late because we're already like a map in. But
I mean, I think. I don't know. I think it'll be a 2-1 regardless. I honestly think Whirlwind's going to be able to get this map. I think if they lock it in, I think Cowabunga's got it. I really do.
I should actually look to see if there's any subs.
That would be good. Subs are really good to know, I would say.
There was nothing told, so even if there was, I would.
No, we'll just assume no subs then. Dude, the sub sounds really good. What's your favorite sub?
Oh, I love these. Nice Italian.
Italian?
Less tomato or vinegar.
Ooh, vinegar boy.
You can even get some turkey or turkey with bacon. Oh, don't get me started on sandwiches. I love a sandwich. The key to making a good sandwich is you got to make it with love. It's literally all.
That's true. Well, it's peak sandwich season, for U.S. folks here. Thanksgiving, like days after Thanksgiving, that is the best kind of sandwich. It's just open-faced, gets a glob of Mashed potatoes, turkey, gravy. Ooh.
Yeah.
Excited. Get pumped.
I
Get
cannot
pumped
wait.
up, man.
Me too. Me too.
Oh man, so dive.
I think this is the 6-man though.
Yeah.
They're scouting it out with clockwise, and I think they want to commit to it. Whirlwind are not running the double shield either. They're running the ball diva comp with Tracer.
I like this.
Me too.
This seems like a really good comp for Whirlwind to fight whatever Cowabunga's got right now. Like, this is very much anti-dive, very spread out. To be kind of the difference maker, try to keep Vincent alive. And as I say that, Hyper Knight jumping in here, following in, trying to get some damage on that Brig, and just able to peel away. That's really good. That's great peel, actually. Able to get picked off, but Yahoo able to get picked off right back. And Dilby finding a pick, as well as Vincent and the Tracer, Diva. Everyone getting in on the fight here, and Cowabunga quickly crumbling the first point.
Yeah, like you said, this comp from Whirlwind is really good. It's super spread out. A lot of, hyper mobile characters other than the supports, obviously. But, Cowabunga just trying to even get to the supports with this, super thick, staying together team like Deathball. It's going to be hard for them to actually, stay alive while trying to dive. But we'll have to see. It looks like the all coming in from the DPS. There are no resources already, Hot Dog.
Yeah, his shield. Well, that's pretty big. Dilby falling. That's a very large pool of health, kind of gone from the situation. But as I say that, Tracer able to get the Sabra with that pulse bomb and a D-mech. Chasey is out of mech right now, and Wordif able to just walk in, get a bunch of damage down. Lucio falls. Vincent finds Chasey. Man, Cowabunga, they got to switch something up here. I think.
Widurf actually just flexed out. He clutched so hard that last fight. There's honestly nothing to talk about.
Absolutely.
With one pulse bomb, and now they have 5 ultimates. They can do whatever they want right now. While Cowabunga, honestly, their best thing here is probably getting the EMP and calling into it. There's a lot of utility for Whirlwind to counteract all this stuff right now. This is going to be really tough for Cowabunga.
Yeah, they do have 2 DPS ults coming in here, so Cowabunga can set them up. That might be worth it. And they were able to get a tick here. They just need to extend that amount. EMP popped in here. Yahoo throwing in a duplicate as well as a Zenyatta ult is invested. Lots of ults getting popped around here. Not a whole lot happening though. Reaper desperately battling Yahoo as Brigitte pops in the rally. Now it's again so back and forth. Vincent falls, but Yahoo finds 2 with that self-destruct Riptide. Again, making some magic happen on the Diva. They didn't get any percent on that point at all. Just absolutely shut down.
Yeah, but Cowabunga do come out as kind of victors in the ult advantage war. It does look like Whirlwind committed 4 ultimates. They still have a lot of displacement with the bomb and the stick Tracer, but Cowabunga have everything and their mother right now. They're coming in hard to get the pick.
Oh boy, that's not what you want to have happen. And yeah, 2 picks already. Whirlwind, this is dire straits. This is the best opportunity Cowabunga has, and they are putting a bunch of pressure on the point. But 2 picks come in. Riptide gets 2. You can't let that happen in a mission critical situation like this. Chasey finds Dilby though. Again, Cowabunga able to make it happen, but that was a little bit close. Tracer desperately trying to keep the point alive. I don't think it's going to matter much. Chasey cleans him up, and Cowabunga is on the board here on Hollywood.
Definitely looks like they're all going in for a comp stop right now. They're sticking on these 2 the Winston Diva main tanks. But now they've gotten this Anna. They're going basically just dive with a Kree.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so keen on this Kree, man. Whirlwind
I think
is...
they want to deal with Yahoo. There's nothing really to deal with them, or at least on Reaper. So I get where they're coming from, but it's still going to be tough. Their paths are bad for this high ground.
I don't know, man. Anyway, Yahoo trying to make something happen, find some sort of angle to walk in on, and the point right now just has the Kree, and Dilby walking in, getting some damage in as Yahoo just beams him down. Clap, back in spawn here. And as I say that, Dilby, wow, I didn't even see what was going to happen. Going in, trying to make some magic happen, get him off the point. Nothing really happened on high ground. Again, just very scrappy. They're both so spread apart here. Tracer trying to put some pressure on the point as Dilby pops in with his bombs here. Just making it kind of so Cowabunga can't walk in, and it's just kind of happening. There's a lot of things that are happening, but not much.
I like that actually because it's what's so hard with this map is a lot of teams want to hold this high ground, but they don't have much point pressure or take fights at the right time. So they get this second point so far for free. The mines are able to stop this right now and actually put a complete halt to the momentum on the side of Cowabunga right now.
Yeah, and they were able to force Vincent to use the Zen ult as Dilby files dangerously low, and looks like a nano boost popped in on the Hunky and Cowabunga. Absolutely figuring some stuff out here. Clockwise, able to get the pick on Brigitte as they went up the elevator, and now Hyper Knight trying to keep on cleaning up the point there. More presence on the point for Cowabunga. Whirlwind needs to kind of get them off here.
That was sick from Clockwise. That was
a good stick. That was a good toss.
Right there. That was
a good toss.
But we're heading to the third point. It looks like the Whirlwind have the ultimates to really get a nice recontest in with this, you know, Diva Bomb and Echo copy. Platinum has a lot of support on this rally, but CLCO rallies first, and he's getting a lot of percentage.
That's good right now.
Oh, Riptide gets
Riptide gets clapped. All right, this is just so scrappy and so back and forth. Clap not being in the fight makes it very difficult. Hyper Knight tries to invest his Primal Rage, doesn't get a whole lot done. Back on the point, falling asleep, and Chasey gets Yahoo out of duplicate again. So back and forth. Clockwise trying to just figure something out here. Chasey alone on the point with the Diva Bomb coming up. If he can get just a little bit more of all percentage, he can launch it in as Riptide finds Hyper Knight. This is the last fight. They need to make something happen here. Doesn't get any picks here as Clockwise picks off Vincent. That is a really, really good pick. And there throws in the Pulse Bomb, gets it eaten up. Man, Dilby, again, trying to find the brick. It's so back and forth again and again. Clap finds Dilby after he gets the Ana. It looks like Cowabunga able to get the presence on the point. That was just a
scrappy fight. That was a real scrappy fight. Clap having clutch plays after clutch plays so far this series, being really good so far. This is going to be super hard for Cowabunga, honestly, to take this map at this point, though, with this low time. They aren't, I don't think they'll definitely won't cap the time. Maybe they can actually finish it in overtime, but this is going to be really rough here for Cowabunga still if they want to win this.
I mean, to be fair, though, Cowabunga getting this far, I mean, I didn't expect it with him running that dive into this. Like, this is about as good as you can expect, I think, after that first point. Whirlwind definitely... honestly. Like, honestly, Clap is trying to make something happen here with this Deadeye, just kind of forcing Whirlwind back. Now they have to reset and figure out how to attack this point here. Diva trying to get on that Ana as Winter picks off the hamster. There we go. Forgot what that animal was. Has a Pulse Bomb ready to launch in. Cowabunga needs to reset here. They've got one fight, 30 seconds on the clock to make something happen.
Oh, and they're already going in aggressive. Dilby has been nanoed by Vincent, and they're just pushing back even further, just waiting out this nano time. This will be the last fight. They're going in with just the Diva Bomb, maybe the Tracer Pulse. If Jam can get this nano, this will be really big here. Yahoo almost having this loop is insane, just as big and wider hits the Pulse.
Okay, both Briggs are down in this fight. That's an even fight, but it's still pretty gross. Dilby finds a Tracer, and again, it's so back and forth. Vincent falls to Hyper Knight. Cowabunga trying to make something happen here. Riptide has a bomb ready. He's made some magic happen earlier in the series. He can make it happen again. Able to put some pressure down. Cowabunga is falling. Tracer, Riptide getting some more damage down, finding the Ana and the hamster. Gets picked off out of mech with that Pulse Bomb, is able to invest in Diva mech and survive. Platinum cleaning it up with Yahoo. I think Whirlwind able to find this this point here. Ooh,
yeah,
that was so close. I thought he was gonna get on there again.
He definitely would have. It's weird. He timed it just like a fraction of a second. But Yahoo had such a clutch dupe. I think he duped an Ana and just had a massive ante, or either it might have been Vincent. There was two antes at one point. It just nothing Cowabunga could do really right there, and that's really rough for them. But they still have a fighting chance, and they can honestly. I don't know if they're gonna. They might run double shield here, but I think if they run double shield, I still think it's slightly on the side of Whirlwind.
Whirlwind's been looking really good this map. I think they still are investing a lot of ults, but I think there's more of a plan behind it, right? It feels more like they're investing with a conviction, which is kind of a weird way to put it, but it really is. They're doing it with a plan. Because even that fight where they invested 3-4 ults, like it made sense, and they won the fight. I don't think they would have won without those ults. So I don't know. It's something that can be tough, like looking in, knowing like what's going on in the fight. But I think they've cleaned it up. I think that can be said for sure.
Cowabunga's running this a recent Diva comp we've been seeing a lot this season. While Whirlwind's running the hard dive, Cowabunga though aren't really running the anti-dive other than the Cassie, other than just hoping Clockwise takes the Echo duel. I don't think they know they're running Echo yet, obviously, but they should be expecting it. Yahoo has been playing the Echo for a while. It's like the sub 32 days.
Throwback.
It is a throwback. I didn't
Clockwise, I feel like this is the first time we've seen him on Echo. I think he was running Cassidy a bunch before. Be interesting to see what kind of happens here. Actually, he was on Torb too, wasn't he? First map. Played a lot of characters.
Definitely. They've already. Whirlwind are trying to control this high ground. This is getting poked down super hard by Clockwise. Look at the stickies do get him half, but now they're just trying to stabilize him on this high ground. And I've just completely taken this play-by-play from him. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, there's nothing really going on. It's just kind of like hanging out where they're just kind of like neutral fighting. Like, Clap putting in some pressure here and there. Vincent is almost out Nano. They've been farming Nano. They've been playing very slow, which is actually pretty big. Vincent able to invest that Nano more than likely means they'll get that high ground cafe presence. Just need to just launch that monkey in there and just make it happen. Diva falling low. Anti does get eaten, and it goes on Diva, unfortunately. I don't think that was intentional, as Monkey tries to go in there trying to stay alive. If he had the Anti on there, the Nano probably would have lived a little bit longer. Cowabunga, though, looking strong on this defense, getting 3 picks so far in this fight, and Whirlwind have to reset.
Felt like Whirlwind wanted to take dives there, but we're just like rush at all times. Like they wanted to get to the high ground, but we're rushed up there because they were poked down. They wanted the Nano, the Monkey, but they were just getting poked down and did not want to die Nano the Diva.
Well, that was again was like, it was like, yeah, you're saying like you took over the play-by-play, but it really was like they were just playing so like almost fighting, but not quite fighting. It wasn't clear like what they were trying to do. And I think, yeah, you're totally right. Just being stuck on that back foot. I mean, Clockwise, Mercy pocketed, just kind of launching stuff in. It's tough to get a good jump in.
Definitely.
Speaking of which, are they gonna try again here?
It looks like they're going for like a rotation right now, but I think Gilby got found out. Yeah, now it's just kind of a stalemate right now. They want Gilby to go in, but there's not much they can do right now until he can't go in. And now they're gonna try and go in, but it looks like Riptide is already half health, can't really execute.
They found Platinum. They have no healing really. Zen does put some healing output, and he is pretty close to that Zen ultimate, but not much you can do here. That rotation was just so awkward. Nothing really happened. It just kind of, it just kind of happened. Just kind of happened to the game.
Yeah, Chasey is doing a great job marking Gilby right now. Gilby can't do anything right now. Yahoo has to take control with the dive Echo, with the dive Orisa.
I mean, that's gonna happen, man. I mean, they invest the Zen ult in there as Dilby tries to get a pile drive. Not much happening though. Clap finds the duplicate, and now it's back and forth once again. Clockwise fall, the Platinum is taken down, and now Whirlwind's out of supports. This is not what would have happened. Dilby gets the involved field and trying to again get some sort of damage in. Able to find Orisa. Cowabunga is now kind of giving them a point here, a tick now. And this Krieg is almost dead. If Dilby can find that pick, that could be huge. 52 health. Again though, back and forth. Cowabunga ends up winning that fight, and now Whirlwind, they got 2 ticks to get in about 30 seconds to do it.
And yeah, Whirlwind are just have nothing really to work with. Yeah, hopefully get the mines from Dilby to make some space, while Platinum, they can use the Valkyrie to heal and damage boost everybody, but it's still looking great. Cowabunga. Oh, this Clockwise.
Ooh, that was great. And Silcio does fall. This is the best moment that Whirlwind has right now. Clockwise duplicates the Diva, finds a Diva bomb here. It might launch it in. Yes, throws it in. Needs to make something happen here, or that could be curtains for this fight, as Dilby has the bomb ready, launches them in, gets so focused down at half health, and it is overtime. Yahoo finds the main take on Cowabunga and Hyper Knight. That is great. That is great stuff. Yahoo also finds the DPS right before falling to Chasey. And I think Whirlwind was able to make it happen on this last fight. As I say, the Clap finds a pick on the Ashe. This is again so back and forth, and Cowabunga trying to make it happen, finds a pick, both picks there. No support beside a Whirlwind as Riptide finds Clap. Again, super back and forth. Chasey trying to stay alive with that Diva Bomb, able to find Dilby. Cowabunga might have won this. Hyper Knight finds the pick, and it is a 2-0 Cowabunga victory.
What a recontest for Cowabunga. They just spread out and ping-ponged back onto the point, let the res come in, and then as soon as Clap went for the high noon, DC came from the other side where the Mega is and DM'd him, so gets a free pick and just completely turned it around. Fuck, that was, wow, that was clinical.
Yeah.
Just like that, Whirlwind are out.
Man, it was feast or famine on Hollywood, I feel like. I think that's the only way to put it, because it was either nothing was happening or everything was happening. And then they would use all the ults, and then nothing still would happen while everything was happening, which was really cool. Really cool to try and cast that.
Well, for those who saw what I put in both the general chat and the Twitch chat, Cowabunga won. So I originally said I was going to drink milk, but we're out of milk. I have Greek yogurt as the dairy choice. So go Cowabunga.
I guess that's close. What's wrong with milk? I drink a lot of milk. Milk is great. Why would that be the thing that, like, the bad thing that happens if Cowabunga wins? You have to drink.
I just said milk because of that, but then this is the secondary dairy product. It's so sour.
Jeez. Well, fun match regardless. Again, it was, like I said,
Definitely.
super back and forth, but it was super solid.
You know, Cowabunga, everyone wanted to, kind of clown on them at the beginning of the season. There's a player who shall not be named, was swiftly removed from after getting drafted from the team. Deckham, I don't think they've played a lot, but has been a solid replacement when they have played. But Cowabunga, I think, is a serious dark horse in this. I know they were one of the top 4, but I think they're a serious dark horse for this this championship. They look solid.
Yeah.
I agree.
They're playing Vengeance though, and that's going to be a great matchup, honestly.
I am excited to
Both
see
teams
how
can play the ball.
that's going to happen.
What am I saying? Cal was playing ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of good matchups coming up here regardless. I mean, Zenith Fallout also coming up here. Momentum, it'll be interesting to see who they end up playing against. Yeah, I think no matter what, I think we've got a good weekend full of matches coming up here in the future. And some more later today, too, actually.
Well, unfortunately for Whirlwind, they do not have a future in BPL, but that doesn't mean we cannot still say goodbye. We have some quick interviews with the members of Whirlwind. Hello, how are you guys?
I'm good. Yeah, pretty good.
I want to say, even though you guys did take the loss, I think that you guys made it really close and really presented a challenge for Cowabunga, so I want to commend you on that.
Thanks.
Yeah, you guys looked really good. I mean, Widorf, you had a lot of really solid plays. Like, did you guys have kind of going into that a sort of set style or kind of strategy? One thing I was noticing was it felt like you guys were trying to set up, like Kev for like weird off angles, kind of just to try and put pressure on weird spots. Was there much like thought put into that, or like what was kind of the game plan?
We kind of expected them to play a lot of double shield or just Orisa comps, so we were trying to figure out in warm-up especially something to beat that, and we tried a few things that maybe weren't good enough.
No, I mean honestly, like the strategy was there. I think it just Cowabunga were a powerful enemy more than anything. But again, you guys looked good. You guys looked really good on Hollywood. It was a good defense, man.
Yeah, I think JC did a lot on their defense.
JC did do a lot. That is true.
Did not let me touch point.
I think all season though, you guys have had up and down season, but relatively been a solid team. Everyone is known not to take you guys lightly, and I hope you guys have had fun. I don't really have a question.
Top 3 seeds.
Bad at this.
Top 3 that's pretty good. That's better. Yeah, that's better than most, I would say.
I was definitely there for most of that for sure.
I had a blast, and even though we pretty much changed up our roster, a half of our roster actually. You know, on different occasions. I think we did really well working with what we had.
You could not have said it better. Thank you guys again for joining us, and we wish you luck in your future endeavors, whether it be VPL or Subterraneans or something entirely new.
All right, thank you.
Pick up some yodeling. That'd be cool too. I wish you luck in yodeling. I think.
Oh yeah,
that'd be fun.
I might try that this summer. Yeah.
Do it, dude. Send me vids. I want to see that. I want to see that.
Me too.
BPL talent.
That's big.
I don't have any like secret talents. But yeah, there they go, whisked away by the wind. But chat, don't you follow them, because we have another match coming at you. We have Zenith going up against Fallout in an upper level match.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at menify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge, and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at menify.gg/@John.
I want to get down to the simplest possible nitty-gritty.
Hello, everybody. We are back again. MFG with hot dog and chicken. We have Fallout versus Zenith, a very fun semi-final match in the upper bracket. And Zenith is seed number 6, Fallout seed number 9.
Nice.
Definitely.
Okay.
Fallout, you know, everyone.
Oh, I get it.
Fallout was really much lower than they were. Got into the play-ins by just barely a couple maps, and now they're making that run through play-ins, through quarterfinals. Now they're in semis. Can they go all the way from play-ins? This would be really interesting to see. But Zenith, you know, Teku coming off of his first playoff win, is he going to keep the momentum going? Tekujin versus Toxic and Brad. This is, you know, the battle of friends. There's so many stories I can say about this game. I'm very invested in this game. I cannot wait to see. Feel so humbly accepted to cast this game. I can't wait.
Truly a gift. Truly a gift.
Yes, this is the gift.
I do truly think a lot of people have been waiting for this match because of just the storylines, the players, and just
Yeah, I think no matter what, it's going to be a good game. We've had a whole lot of fun matches today, so it'll be very interested to see kind of which will be coming on top. Yeah, what do the rosters look like? 'Cause yeah, you're talking about having Toxic Brad, you know, Fallout Zenith. I mean, just looking at these two teams, like who's kind of sticking out here? Yeah.
Well, Fallout has, you know, Dust, who's been a very solid main tank all season. Dirt, who's been playing really well. Spook has had, you know, pretty good moments. I know they're moving right now and had to play in a hotspot last time. Just barely clutch it out there on like 200 ping or something. So hopefully my boy
rough in these streets. The rough in these streets.
Yeah, but Rift is another standout player along with Bird Boys on this team. You know, really solid players. On the side of Zenith, you got Tekujin, Azu, the tank line, really solid. Both have synergy. Bonesaw and Lex is probably my standout DPS player. He is very good hit scan player. And then you have Will Grunfadock. Will, great player. My goat.
Yeah, I think no matter what you say, I mean these two teams are very, very strong rosters on both sides. I think, like we've been kind of saying all night. I mean, these are some good games. They've been grinding to get here into the semifinals, and yeah, I think I'm trying to buy myself time to try and make a prediction here on who will win, but it's pretty tough.
I think it's going to be a 2-1 either way.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be close.
I think.
You know, I'm going to say Zenith. I think Teku's got that fire in him now. He's got the eye of the tiger here. The eye of the Teku. Wait, hold on. I just did it.
Oh my god.
Eye of the Teku.
Coming 2 weeks.
Finally. Yeah, can't wait to see that video.
Well, as a personal fan of the band Fallout Boy, I'm gonna go with Fallout as a win. But I agree with the 2-1 sense. I think that Zenith will definitely put up a fight. And judging by the fact that our first map is going to end up being Ilios, is there any specific fights or players you think we should keep an eye on?
I mean, if it's on Ilios, you know, watching, you know, any of the ball players, it's probably going to be a good call. I know Teku has been really pushing, like, you know, Risa, Diva comps. I don't know if we'll be running that 100% the entire time, but definitely, you know, I think there's going to be a lot of attempts to kind of boot people in, trying to move people around the map and just be annoying and displace a lot of the players.
Definitely. Ball being such a... player cams are the best thing to happen in BPL. On
Wait, Luca has the best profile picture. I'm biased.
Yeah, but Lex does have the best camera, unfortunately, so...
That's true.
Lex do be just...
Oh, wait, Dust has blue eyes? What the...
Whoa, it's the blue eyes diff.
Jealous. Brown eyes gang.
Brown eyes.
Well, in any case, we got a whole bunch of good-looking gamers on these teams. I think that anyone can say is true.
Lex has not blinked in 10 years. Holy cow. God.
You gotta blink when you got your eyes on the prize, man.
We love the player cams. It's such a great installation for this season. But we are almost ready. We're just trying to finish some connection. And so in the meantime, we can go ahead, because I think we hit all the bases in terms of talking about our teams. So let's go on another one of our patented MFG tangents. I think I've asked this on the cast before in terms of yesterday, but what's our Thanksgiving plans? Chicken, hot dog?
My family.
Sleep and family. There you go.
I mean, that's all you need, right?
No, you need apple pie.
Two staple. Well, not if you don't like apple pie. Then all you need is
what if
family.
What if it's Torbjorn's apple pie?
It's still apple pie though, so it's unfortunately you just need sleep and family. That's all you really need, right? Any travel plans? Are we going anywhere? Chat. What's chat doing as well for Thanksgiving? Just kicking it at home. Lex could 1v22.
I know a lot of people.
Chat do be popping. I won't lie.
Thanksgiving travel. Fun fact, chat. Want to hear a fun fact? One time for Thanksgiving, I actually went to the Bahamas.
And how'd it go?
It was good because it kind of got thrown off track a little because essentially the whole family was gonna go down there, but my grandfather ended up having to stay back because he had to get gall procedure or something. So it was just the four of us, my immediate family. Still fun though, Bahamas resort. I went down that big slide thing and they had a little cupcake stand for the kids where you could make a turkey themed cupcake. So I made a turkey themed cupcake.
That would, I mean, that would be a good, that was a fun fact. Well, beautiful. Well, I mean, looking at these two teams again, I mean, I think no matter what, even if we're all hanging out on Thanksgiving at home, it's going to be a fun time. What are the predictions for the rest of the tournament? Who are we thinking is going to make it the rest of the way here to the end?
Let's take another look at our bracket.
Yeah, that would help make it easy to make that judgment call.
I think Momentum has a shot. I think honestly, all these teams have a real shot. It's super hard to tell, to be honest. I think Summit are the clear-cut favorites right now. You're kind of trolling if you don't think they are. They've had literally a clear sweep through so far in the their two playoff games so far. It should be interesting to see who they get. I think both. If Summit were to get Zenith, I think it still might be tough. I don't know. I don't know if either of these teams can really beat Summit. I'm gonna be real. I think Summit have a clear shot to the grand finals.
It seems like
these other teams.
Well, it seems like Azu has made it in, so we'll be able to see a little bit clearer, kind of who ends up, kind of facing, that final few teams here in these final matches. Good old hotspot finally kicked in. You love to see it.
And just a quick reminder, chat, about this match. It is not like the previous ones, meaning the loser here is going to end up playing Momentum, and they will not be kicked out of the playoffs. So they still have a little bit of leeway to fall back on if they lose. But obviously, both of these teams are going to be playing to win. And as you did mention, we are about to go right in. Greece.
It's a little confusing for some of you. No way, Lex is still staring at me. It's a little confusing to some of you guys if we're still in the upper bracket. We're all scheduling this literally within 24 hours. We got to make the teams work out the best they can. So this was the best possible way for everyone in the league. So we'll be heading into it. Looks like Zenith are going to be playing the dive, and Fall are going to be playing the Farah ball dive.
I'm praying that somehow Lex is still staring at the camera here while he plays. I'm praying. Supportive. Making it happen here on the Farah pocket as well with Bird Boys. Making it just, again, a lot of damage popping in here against that Echo from the side of Zenith. A little bit of a scrappy fight popping in, both Divas on the high ground, trying to make something happen as Dust kind of balls in, tries to make something happen here. Spooka under a lot of pressure, needing some help. Lex, though, does find Dust there. Bonesaw picks off Bird Boys, and it seems as though right now Zenith is coming up on top here in this first fight.
Yeah.
Ooh, gross.
I gotta be honest, I really like Zenith's comp way more. They have a good backline pressure. They have their backline being, super stout with the Aurora on the brig. And Bonesaw on this Echo is just really better Pharah. So yeah, supportive, or Dirt knows that, makes the swap. It looks like Fallen also making the swap on the Zen. I like it.
What was he doing?
It was on Lucio.
Okay, now, I'm sorry, I guess it's Lex. I just can't do it. Lex, recalls, able to stay alive there, under pressure against Fallout there again. Just very back and forth. Trying to stay alive here under a lot of pressure from both the Echo and the Tracer. Does leave as Azu picks off the supports on the side of Fallout with side of Bonesaw. Able to kind of even it out there. Supportive finds Ana, but I think they're going to have to back up once again here and reset. Oh, we got to pause, it looks like. Potentially in the chat.
We're waiting. We're pausing. We're just playing it. Okay.
There we go. Okay. We paused. I think that the hot spot, I don't think it's so hot right now, buddy.
I don't ever like to call out a lobby admin. There, it's a lot of time taken out of the day to do what they do. But in those types of scenarios, I remember telling my season 2 team Vector Matrix, you play those out. Sometimes you'll see teams, pause, and we just kind of stand around like, we're waiting for the pause. No, if they are doing that, you run at them. You be cutthroat. I don't care if this is a community league. That's a free
I will
fight.
say, back in season 1 or 2 of Overwatch League, didn't they? I think it was Dallas Fuel. I think they were against San Francisco Shock, and then they just died and they just backed off because it was obviously a pause moment. I don't know. You're right though. But I do remember at least once it was a heartwarming gamer moment.
Lex is a god gamer. Dust, oh my god, I love these player cams. We get insight into how the teams are doing. It looks like Zenith are talking it out, getting their things together, what they want to do, and Dust is just like, please get me in the game, bro. Please.
If Zenith wins, if you could just replace my cam with Lex's cam, that would be awesome. Just make a note of that if Zenith wins. Thanks. Yeah, I do like the player cams. It really adds a lot of just character, man. I remember, just having that ability to see the emotion, man. It adds a lot of dimension to it.
Oh my god, it does so much. It does. BPL has done. I love BPL. I love this community. Holy cow, you guys are amazing. I just sit here and talk about the game and play bad. You guys do amazing things. I don't know how you do the things you do. I'm just so happy to be around a community with such awesome people.
Yeah, dude, I just hang out, man.
Same,
I just hang out. I just hang out. I'm like, okay, I'll just talk for a bit. I get to talk twice in a day. That's truly a gift for me. A terrible thing for everyone at home. But as we say that, Bonesaw fine supportive. It's just a cleanup here. Zenith has been looking pretty clean here on the first point of Ilios.
Yeah, it looks like Fallout is really indecisive about what they want to play and how they want to play. They've made these swaps. I don't know if they've been super well coordinated. Oh my god, Lex just actually won for that was disgusting.
I mean that'll happen. Teku does fall, but he does find the support on Fallout there. And Lex's pulse bomb does get eaten, but I'm not sure it's gonna really matter too much. Bonesaw is sitting pretty with this, that duplicate, and it looks like another reset pops in, unfortunately. Oh, predictions are open though, so if you're watching, you've not put any dollars down, I would suggest putting a few dollars down potentially. What did I say? Did I ever formalize my prediction, Chicken? I don't recall.
You said 2-1 Zenith, I'm pretty sure.
Did I?
I know what I said, and I said it was a 2-1.
I'm doing it. I'm doing 5-6. I'm putting. You know what? I'm putting all my dollars. All my dollars in. That's it. I'm broke. Please don't lose. You're about to see the shell of a man at the end of this map potentially. The shell of a man with no channel points to speak of. Hot dog down bad. But again, we get to hang out a little bit more, as it seems we're having a little bit more. Few more internet issues, a couple snafus on the internet cord.
Yeah, it looks
what are you gonna do?
Want to swap out Azu with Sephora.
Okay.
Last minute ringers being a highly contested thing, but it looks like it's tough times like this. Teams shouldn't be penalized. I hope the best comes in with Sephora. It's kind of rough. It's rough. This is you're still in the upper. I was about to say this is do or die, but that's a lie. I'd be lying. You wanna lie?
That's not good. It's not good to lie, chicken. So good for you for calling yourself out on that. I appreciate that.
But obviously you want to win, and I was about to have a crazy crackpot theory. Maybe you want to lose this, dodge Summit, go to the losers bracket to finals. But
honestly, it's a risky gambit. It's a risky gambit.
Very risky gambit.
I think, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I feel like it's one of those things, right, where like every team has a weakness. So I mean, even though Summit definitely looks super strong, I think anyone watching the past few games can definitely say, yeah, they look good. I would be willing to bet that at a certain point they can figure out some way to beat their comp with their running, and I think both these teams definitely have that capability. So I don't know. I know what you're saying, but I think that'd be a bit of a gamer move.
I'm just this is pause time. Me thinking. Rambling.
You know what? I like it though. I like it though a lot. Make it happen. Make the dialogue keep happening.
This is just. I feel really sad for Zenith. I think they want Azu in, but it looks like Sapporo will be in. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Sapporo has a great Zarya. Should be, it's actually really nice of Summit to come in clutch.
Yeah.
A Summit player coming in clutch to help out Zenith. It's really fitting.
Wait, the conversation we had before. Wait, yeah. What did they factor this into this plan to dodge Zenith? Did this?
Yeah, no. It's always super nice having someone come in really trying to win your team. I remember
absolutely.
playing for Jokers. That was a blast. Not my team though.
Bonsa.
I'm like totally lost about where we are in the game.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Zenith's about to win the fight here, or at least at the map here. Bonesaw launches in a Diva Bomb, trying to make something happen here. Doesn't get anyone as Dust. Goes in, pile drive, launches ultimate. Supportive also pops in a duplicate on that Diva, trying to, again, put pressure on this point. Fallout needs to just make something happen, one way or the other, and finding a pick on Lex, that'll definitely do it here. Fallout on the kind of the advantage of the first time, but as I say that, Supportive falls. Tekugen coming alive here, gets 2 picks here as Dust finds Aurora. You don't want to have that happen. Sepora making it happen. Spooka following as Bonesaw picks off Knight. Zenith looking very dominant here on this first map, and it is a 1-0 on Ilios.
Zenith having a honestly super clean recontest. You saw how close that point percentage was to full capping, and then they just come back right in, say we're just gonna win this right now and not have to deal with it. Kind of a rough one for Fallout with the 2 pauses and then just completely getting iced the whole time, but hopefully they'll be able to turn it around. And
to be fair though, Zenith was getting iced too. Like it's definitely a little bit weirder on the other side, but both teams are like out of the moment of the fight. I mean, we were too. It's unfortunate, but I think Zenith just kind of played that point a lot better, honestly, even outside of the pauses.
Definitely. Now they're going to be coming in on this 6-man, and Fallout want to come in on this Ball Diva Echo comp, but they're playing this Lucio again, Lucio Mercy, and I would normally see like a Brig, Zen, or a Brig something else, but Mercy Lucio odd support comp to this.
I mean, this has had some traction a little bit. A lot of people, it's kind of the difference between Lucio Zen, or Lucio and Zen with that Mercy. So people have kind of tried swapping it out here. Teku does fall as he tries to find that pick. And it is, again, back and forth here. Both teams have 2 picks on the board. Dust died as well as Spooka falling dangerously low in that Mag Grip, trying to go in, get this Reaper. Unfortunately falls. Aurora keeping their wits about them and gets the pick. Now Supportive again on this Tracer, trying to dodge the Reaper. Recalls, needs to find something happening in the back line, but as I say that, Zenith just forces them back into the spawn here. And a pick on Spooka.
Fallout are starting to make swaps. Rift has made the swap to the Torb, now back to the Tracer. Now, and Dirt has made the swap onto the Pharah. Actually, I don't mind the Pharah swap. The Pharah, is able to get a lot of picks, but not with Pack. That's really rough.
Yeah.
And Bonesaw get the trade. Oh,
I don't like it, man. I think if anything, Knight should be Zen. If they're gonna run something like this, they need to have a Zen. At that point, you just sacrifice a Zen backline, keep Far alive, and just like make something happen. Lucio, I just don't see how this works with the rest of what's on Fallout's comp here.
I would have to agree, honestly. It's Zenith having maybe to kite back the. This is me having a pure copium take, by the way. Trying to kite back the team while they speed engage.
Maybe.
Zenith have such a good deathball presence. It's so hard for them to really try and do anything with such low heals and not much utility.
Yeah, and Knight there gets hacked as well. Not a lot of healing on the side of Fallout, and Fallout almost super low. Gets picked off, and yet Zenith, 2 picks there. No Tracer, no Lucio. I'd say that though. Bird Boys does get the res off there. Immediately gets hacked though. Very rough spot, and Bonesaw invests the ultimate. Boop as well. Spooka falls. Zenith is just running the floor here on Ilios.
Yeah, and this is a massive EMP coming in from Lex, and this is just pure cleanup. Dust is hacked, can't do anything, and Spooka will be coming back with this bomb. Hopefully they'll be able to touch in time the bomb. Oh my god, Aurora uses her beat and keeps all of Zenith popped up. This is going to be just a clean team fight win for Zenith. Aurora just get hit by the bomb, but it won't matter in the end.
It's just Zenith, man. They played Ilios so well, so consistently. They were in the back line, putting pressure down when they needed to, focusing targets when they were the right target at the right time. It was just Fallout. I feel like they just didn't quite know how to react, especially with running that Lucio Mercy comp. I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. Call me traditionalist, but I don't like it.
I honestly, I was saying it as soon as I saw it. The Mercy, like, you're playing Ball, Tracer, Echo, Diva.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Good, solid core. Then you would say, like, a Zen for the Discords while you slam. And like
or an Ana. Ana would have been awesome, too.
Or an
Ana
Mercy. When you're running Mercy, like, what are you going to get out of that? Or even Lucio. Like, Mercy's not as egregious. The Lucio is like...
That was the question mark. Because it's like, it really was like...
profile characters. There's no...
Exactly. Because, like, if you had the Zen, too, they could have kept the Tracer up with a, Harmony Orb. But, in any case, outside of those, mistakes by Fallout side, Zenith still played that very well. They were consistent, got the picks, tons of pressure. The duplicates were super smart as well, and those divas keeping the fight alive. Yeah, Zenith, they're looking very dominant here on this map.
I don't want to take anything from Zenith. Zenith looked really well coordinated, but I feel like at least that first 2 rounds, it felt more like Fallout losing.
That's fair. That is fair. I think again, it came down to a lot of just decisions that they made in terms of. Yeah.
I don't
but it's
know
still winnable. It's winnable.
Brad's got to wake up and say, unless he's the one doing these crack pipe strats, Brad's got to wake up. He's on UK time. What is it?
Someone give him a nudge.
Someone call him. Because I think Fallout, this is a really close game. I think with just literally a different support line, that's such a closer map. I think Fallout still have the chance to win this with literally just minimal stuff.
Yeah, I think again it was kind of similar to last map, right? Where Whirlwind it's very winnable for Whirlwind the entire time, which is kind of just adjusting off of mistakes. So I think again it's the same situation. If Fallout can look at what they did incorrectly, where the mistakes were, the friction was, they're absolutely going to be able to win this, and I think they can make it again a 1-to-1 map, bring it to the third map here.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like it though. I like the gameplay. I always like some good old-fashioned Overwatch gameplay, and on Blizzard World, it's a fun map as well here.
Yeah, another map where a lot of things you can play: the rush, the ball. You can see double shield a lot on defense. I think everyone likes to clown on Overwatch. Overwatch is in a really good state right now. I think a lot of
I agree.
Are viable. Sombra, you could remove her from the game and it'd be a lot better. But other than that, it's in a good place. This is a lot of openness, especially in team play, which is really nice to see. So, my analytical point of view.
Chicken.com official. Here we go. Let's hear it.
It's RNG, bro. It could go either way. Like, you know, you could
Yeah.
see Zenith running 6-man for all you know. You know, you never know.
Yeah, Blizzard World really is. There's so many like different ways you can look at the open space. You can look at it as, hey, let's dive. You got all this room to kind of dive on targets. You got a lot of room for snipers. You can easily do double sniper. I mean, Hanzo Widow, you know, running that with it works good, shall we say? But yeah, here we go. Blizzard World, and maybe a third map and Escort if it gets a tie. But I think I don't know. I've got a good feeling about this. I don't think it's going to be a tie.
Definitely. You know, I hate it when it's a tie personally. It's so ties make everything so confusing. But we are going to be heading. It looks like Fallout wants to play this real anti-dive comp, and Zenith. And I call, wow, oh my god, my pro analytical point of view is actually
Who
good.
is this guy? Wait, who is this guy? Chicken.com.
I think I
Let's go.
casted a game already where they played 6-man on this map. There was I don't know why it just like clicked at the last minute. They might run 6-man, but
Yeah, and I think
and Asher's
like,
back in. Big.
I think going into this, I think Fallout. I'm just like looking at these comps. I don't know, man. I think Zenith might. Their comp might be a little bit worse than Fallout's. Obviously, again, there's more to Overwatch than just like what rock paper scissors. But I kind of like what Fallout's running here with the Torb and the Cassidy here and the Brig.
There's a lot of space they can hold with these, you know, heroes like the Torbjorn, the Cassidy, the Diva. Zenith want to control, you know, a very little space. They want to control the space they are on as a team together. They are all literally on this flank right now, getting ready to go in from the high ground. This should be interesting.
Yeah, Magnolia trying to walk in here. Having that Torbjorn turret though makes it very difficult to do much of anything as a Sombra. Trying to get some sort of pull going. Dust is getting walked in on as Tekugen just fires his little monkey beam at him. Under a lot of pressure. He really needs some help there, but as they kind of walk at him to get a tick, that's actually huge. First little point there, gets a tick. Teku does fall as Dust picks him off, and Rift able to find Azu as well. But hey, that's almost 50% on the first point, and that was, what, like a minute? That's a good fight.
Definitely. Bonesaw trying to go for that Reaper TP behind them, and you know did die, but created a lot of space for Teku to just get up in their face and be uncontested while they had so much point presence, and that was free, literally a free tick and a half. So should be interesting. They're gonna be going for the same rotation again. You know, it comes a question whether you want to do it at the same time or not and be predictable, but oh wait, and as I say that, they throw that into question and just run it right down.
I mean, Tekugen,
when they tag.
He's under a lot of pressure here, and Dust does find Bonesaw though, so I don't know quite what that plan there was, how well worked out, and damn, Bird Boys finds Magnolia. They're down a lot here. Zenith needs, again, I think, recontest, or a reset here for a recontest. But they're sitting pretty, though. They've got, you know, a lot of ultimates here. They got Teku's ult, Rift for some reason, press Qs. That's another just kind of +1 on the board for Zenith, you know, in terms of being ahead or behind of ultimates. Zenith, they've got a good fight here. I think this is going to be their best opportunity to get some more pressure on the board.
I think they're going to be engaging with the EMP and then using the Coalescence to just chunk down the enemy team while subsequently healing their team. The best way for Fallout to probably deal with this is popping their rally and then using the lamp and be like, watch, yeah, see, Toxinator wants to hide, does not want to get hit because he knows it's coming in. Instantly pops the rally.
Oh, well done. Very well done. Rift falls, though. That's not good. Azu was able to find the pressure down, and Grunt Spotdog finds, you know, some pressure on that the turret as the Toxinator falls. Again, Zenith being just a impressive presence here. 2 picks, no support on the side of Fallout, as Dust tries to keep this fight alive for the side of Fallout. Don't think it matters, though. Supportive falls, and Dust here just kind of forced to walk back to spawn. And actually, I think I might have gotten that backwards there. Yeah, Zenith was able to find the point there. Excuse me.
It happens. But Zenith, you know, finally getting it. Fallout doing a great job. Did have like a 3-minute hold, so should be good in the whole overall time bank war if they do not get to, you know, this third point is such a long, hard fight. So a lot of fights actually die on the second point too, because it's the same thing. The spawns are so far away from that final point. If you get stalled out at that final point, it's so hard to get back into it. But Zenith coming in with this beat, and they don't really have much else. While on the side of Fallout have this Diva Bomb and both the Torvald for this major zoning. So that hopefully they will be able to take this fight early. They're trying to scout out the Sombra, and looks like Zenith want him to get inside.
Yeah, Tekken being aggressive here, drops in as well as having the Moira ult popped in there. Tries to make something happen with that Diva Bomb, doesn't find much, but Rift was able to find the Lucio on the side of Zenith. That'll do just fine. As that scrappy fight happens, Support is able to find Taku, and Dust finds Reaper. Looks like Bonesaw and Taku get a little bit more time in spawn and they have to reset. Fallout making it happen. You know, this is a good spot they're holding right here.
Definitely, they're doing a great job at not only holding this high ground, but playing the cart and not making sure it gets super far right now. They've only got it around this first area, and where's the cart? Right above them. You know, where are they? Right above them, ready to lay down. Oh, Magnolia is ready for EMP, and this is going to be a massive EMP bomb. Oh, is it? No.
It was not, but it did put a lot of pressure on the point, though, as Birdboy had to invest that the window, and Grunt Product answers with the portal as well. That's a gigantic, yep, that's a big blossom right there. That'll do just fine. Zenith finds a couple picks there as they continue to walk in there. Taku finds another pick on a Toxinator, and it's just more pressure, more time on the point here for Zenith.
It looks like Fallout have made the decision to go to... Ooh, ball dive. Dust actually does touch the point.
That's huge. That is very huge. Unfortunately, not a ton, and they do end up losing that in the end. But that was a good touch. I didn't think he was going to be able to get there.
I didn't think he touched either. And it looks like Zenith... Oh, yeah. That was just a quick decision to touch point. Maybe, you know, stall out a little bit more time. Zenith have made the full swap to rush, honest rush, while Fallout are still on this hard anti-dive, the recent Diva. This should be interesting. I don't know what they're going to be able to deal with this, but Toxinator or Rift having this Deadeye should be good. A lot of line of sight should be able to be made, and space.
Yeah, Rift is looking for somewhere to pop in this Cassidy ult, get a bunch of pressure down. They need to get that Diva out of mech first, though. Azu's going to be a thorn in his side as he able to de-mech him. That's gigantic. Going to go in and press Q. Able to get a pick. Azu falls. That's good. That's a good fight there for Fallout. Involuntarity field put in as well. They have to back up here. Zenith walking back. Teku falls so dangerously low. Ice block invested. They do end up getting to escape. Another couple exit picks, but it looks like... As I said, they're still kind of wanting to fight this. As they try and peel back, they're just kind of hanging out in this side room.
Yeah, nice little stabilization from Magnolia. And they get a nice wall to make sure they all live. And now this fight is super well, like, you know, the tempo is so, you know, high paced right now because they're all alive.
Yeah. It's still going in, and as I say that, Georgie Boy throws in the ult, doesn't get much of anything with that Diva Bomb. Again, something is just, lots of stuff are happening, but nothing is happening here. This feels like goats, honestly. Bonesaw finding the turret, and as I say that, Dust finally gets a pick on one side. Magnolia falls, able to find Bird Boy's involuntarity field as Takugen able to find Brigitte. Again, so back and forth as Georgie able to, again, add on to those picks. Rift finds the Baptiste as well. Grunt Fuddock finding supportive. No Torgon on the side of Fallout here. And again, it's just, I said it like 5 times in this one fight. Super scrappy, super back and forth here.
And yeah, they're going to stagger Azu. Nice little pull there from the Orisa. Make sure, you know, get as much time as possible. And just like that, we're heading into the last 30 seconds. This is the last fight here. Fallout on this defense have this major ult from supportive. They're going to be trying to use this to zone off all the point while Bird Boys uses the window, you know, to get the double heals, double damage. But on the other side, Zenith have this beat for the engagement, have the this mail to zone all of them off, and hopefully technically can hit a nice shatter. This is going to be the fight here.
That's how you want to do it, starting off the pick on the Cassie. Rift is out of the fight, sent back to spawn. Dust falls, though. I mean, Teku able to walk into them and just find that pick. Zenith is finding the pressure they need, walking in. Ult's being invested as well. Azu finds Baptiste. They're walking into the final point here. Georgie Boy out of mech. This is dangerous territory for Fallout. May able to kind of separate them as Bonesaw finds more picks on the side of Zenith with this this Deadeye popping in. Throws it, doesn't get anything as Tekugen finds a Fire Strike on Rift. Again, just being just a thorn in their side. Bonesaw finds 2 picks, and now that was a 3-tick push on the side of Zenith.
And yeah, just like Zenith having a nice little ult dump on that 3rd point, only needing really the mail and the beat from Will, otherwise known as Grunt Futok. Just a massive beat for them to just stall them out, split them up, and just melt them and make sure they lose none of the 1v1s. And that was just very, very, very clean from the side of Zenith. And if you're a Fallout here, you're scratching right now. This is your win con isn't set for you. You know, even if you do get to that 3rd point, it's not over yet.
Oh, dude, Bad Pachimari's here. Let's go. He's in the game now.
Let's go.
Bad Pachimari official. Marcus pulling in, getting them in the group. Let's go, dude. Invite in. I want to be in this game now. Can't I play? Get me in there. Sub me in, coach.
For those that don't know, I was very shocked when I didn't know this. We actually are not in the lobby. We don't see what's in the lobby. We don't get to just, fly around. When I first realized that, I was like kind of shocked. I don't know.
Yeah, we watch what Solomon forces us to watch. He could put cat videos up, and we would be forced to view those. Don't do it though. I hope you don't see cat videos on the screen. That'd be.
Oh, I would play-by-play cat video easy.
I would be so into that. I would be into that. Man, Zenith coming in here, being a little bit more of a brawl comp. Fallout looking to just be disruptive with this with the ball into the brawl. The ball into the brawl. I like that.
Yeah, they were all hiding out in that little room, just barely seeing that and able to make it out before giving his life for it. That would have been a massive first pick on the side of Zenith, and now they're just running at Georgie Boy. Oh my god, this rush from Zenith is so good right now.
I mean, that's what Teku's kind of known for, right? His Reinhardt is he walks forward in a good way. He walks forward and he makes it happen. Takes space, makes it happen. And again, a lot of really good target focus there. Able to find Dust, having Rift on the Sombra makes it. I said it backwards again. I need to get some sleep, man. Zenith able to find a lot of pressure on the point, doing a lot of good defense here.
Yeah. It looks like a lot of Fallout are just kind of going in one by one. They're not really super synced up on when they want to go. Azu finds Rift. Is Rift able to get out? They are.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Bonesaw looking for some damage in here. Dust launching in on the ball. Quickly gets kind of found out there. Bonesaw half health. Again, just kind of hiding out, putting a lot of pressure in as Teku leads the charge, throws in a Fire Strike. Sports is able to find the Baptiste on the side of Zenith. That's not a good thing at all if you're on the side of Zenith. Tracer just being a menace there, helping V-Mech Azu, able to find Teku, and able to find the Cassidy as well. Supportive is waking up here on this first point.
Dirt is having himself. What a fight. Oh my lord. That was a pure clutch on the side of the mechanics of Supportive, the man known as Dirt. Wow. It did not look like Fallout should have won that fight. But they did.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that was just Supportive.
And Zenith almost have 6 holds. They didn't commit anything. They were just getting beamed down by Supportive.
Well, they both do. Both teams have 6 ults here. This is gonna be like a gross fight coming in.
I can't even tell you what's gonna happen first. And this is my.
They're gonna press Q and nothing will happen.
Definitely. Rift is looking for this EMP. I think they want them to go in, and then they're going to catch him off guard with this EMP. Oh, wait, the bomb's going a little bit off guard. And,
that's a fat one. That's a 5-man EMP. Rift finds the Baptiste. Supportive picks off Tekugen as he finds Georgie Boys. Again, still very back and forth with Dust, putting in a lot of pressure. Bonesaw falls and forwards with Grunt Futok to invest that sound barrier, and a lot of ults on the field. Magnolia did have the Lizard ready, and it looks like they only used 2 ults on the side of Zenith. A very good, just conservative ultimate fight there for them.
Yeah, but they still lose, and that's really rough. I mean, I get the beat, you know, maybe you can clutch out that fight, but it's really rough not having this fight. Tekken.
Oh, that's actually big. Okay.
And that's a big opening pick here. They're super low. They don't force him to use the trans. Rift is also big.
Grunfalk finding Rift, that's big as well. They're not going to be able to really do much investing here. And Azu walking in, finding 2 picks. I think, honestly, letting them win that first fight was kind of part of the plan, right? Like, Blizzard World is always a tough map to full cap, I think. Yes. It's very easy to get stalled out right before that second point right there. So I think they were kind of angling for that. I think that's what the plan was, but I was kind of guessing, to be honest. I'm not in the comms.
Very true. Rift trying to take this duel with the backline. Gets a little early, has to get out. Dust gets frozen. Oh no. But Zenith don't even have to really commit these ults because they're just getting so much, you know, so much early staggers. They've had this mail for like a minute and a half, and they don't want to really commit it because there's no real need to. It looks like Toxic will commit the rally, and now they will commit the mail. But I think there was an overcommitment. They do force the trans though, which I think might have been worse.
I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of good peel though. I think that Final did an amazing job just kind of backing up out of that all inside of Zenith. And yeah, as he's looking, it seems like they're looking for some way to throw this Diva Bomb in. Hopefully, yeah, not get EMP'd like that. Now, very aggressive kind of throw in here for Fallout, trying to get some picks here. Dust finds Baptiste as Rift falls here. Bonesaw once again trying to be the difference maker, trying to pick out this Diva. Looks like they almost got him a D-Mag, but Bird Boys and Dust coming in clutch, finding Azu, Magnolia, both falling, and Toxicnator as well, getting the Tracer. Tough to fight a Brig as Tracer, not gonna lie.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought when Bird Boys committed trans onto Dust, I thought that was kind of a troll, or not a troll, but like an overcommitment.
Yeah.
I did not think they would be able to start that to be the momentum swing to turn it around. That's massive. Now Zenith have made the swap. They were on Rush already. What am I talking about? Bonesaw is still on the Tracer though. Yes. They have this beat bomb, which is really good. They're going to be engaging with the beat. I don't think they need the bomb yet. Bird Boys has trans again?
That's incredible. Supportive, I don't know how he found that stick there. Supportive finds Grunt Fuddock, dies. Bonesaw is also making some magic happen. Toxeater falls while Supportive finds 2 picks in that fight. Dust and Supportive, I guess 4 picks total in that fight. They are just coming alive here. Fallout, they're looking different than they were on the attack. It is very, very good stuff from them.
Definitely. The Supportive is coming alive right now, having himself a series and a map himself.
Okay, that'll do.
They hit a nasty headshot on the Georgie boy, and that just completely ends the fight. That's the end.
Yeah. Minute and a half's on the clock here. Fallout still winnable. They need to get it in 30 seconds to kind of make sure that they at least tie or win. And Bird Boy's finding Baptiste there. That's a good pick, but Dust is not going to make it out.
Dust trying to set up on that high ground for the engagement and gets found out by Magnolia. And the wild goose hunt was happening after that. Oh my god, Dust almost made it out, but gets body blocked by Magnolia. Now we're heading into the 1 minute mark. This is... I don't think they'll be able to get it in with over a minute, but you never know. No. Yeah,
especially if Supportive falls, man. Magnolia being the difference maker here. Rift coming in with the EMP, it looks like. Able to beat 4. That's very large. Tekojet investing the ultimate, and a lot of ultimates coming in. Georgie Boy finding Cassidy, but it looking like Zenith coming in clutch here, making it happen with the picks, and Bird Boys looks like he's resetting as Dust. Yeah, just getting body blocked by May. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do just fine.
And yeah, that was a great play from Grunt Foddock, hiding, knowing that the EMP was going to be coming out soon. And as soon as it came, boom, beat. Everyone was up. No, it doesn't matter. We have no abilities because we have HP. And now they are still continuing with this ball comp. I think this is kind of hard here on this third point with such a close space, but they don't have any ults other than this dirt with the pulse bomb to hopefully get something. Does he get something?
Big inbound field. Supportive absolutely would have killed someone there if that didn't get put down. Bird Boys D-Max Azu as well. That's a good start here. Magnolia ready to throw in this with all. They've got both DPS ult. It's going to be rough walking into this, trying to find some entrance. And Supportive opening the door. That'll absolutely work out for it. Magnolia does able to kind of quarantine dust out to the side. Just kind of ice him out there. Rift finding 2 picks. This could be it. This could be a possible win for Fallout to tie it up. Magnolia finding Bird Boys. That's going to be rough to fight without that support. Bonesaw being just to get thorn in the side in the back line as the Dorji Boy finding the pick on the Mei. A great stun by Toxicnator, not allowing Bonesaw to pull that trigger. And it is going the way of Fallout, it looks like. They're finding the pick. Supportive finding Grunt Fuddock. This is absolutely going the way of Fallout right now. If they can stay alive, they're going to win this fight. And yeah, it's just D.Va on the point here. They've got to demech it as Magnolia finds Toxicnator. So back and forth. But yeah, picks coming in, Fallout coming in as Grunt Fuddock tries to stay alive with that beat Bonesaw. This is so back and forth, but Fallout able to tie it up. Minute on the clock for both teams.
What a clutch from the side of Fallout. I don't know what exactly started it, but Dirt having some insane plays on the Tracer, Rift getting a great picks on this Sombra, and then Toxicnator having a huge bash onto Bonesaw.
It was a big bash.
That flank high noon. This is just a clutch team right now, performing in their, this is their element right now.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, man, that was a really good play. It was all around. Fallout really locked in that last fight. I think they could have won with time on the clock, but they were playing in a way that they allowed themselves to get picked off. Some of it was, lucky kind of headshot, like Magnolia getting on D.Va, that sort of thing, but it's unfortunate that they're just going to be going for a tie here, potentially.
And that's the name of the game here of Overwatch. We, sometimes have ties, but Fallout making the swap here onto... Wait, did they run Arisa D.Va last time? Am I crazy? Well, if anything, we know Zenith were running 6-man last time, and now they've made them decide to go to a rush-style compo with the Sigma instead of D.Va for a lot of that shield pressure, and I like that. They're going in for the full brawl.
I think Fallout's going to get walked on. I don't think they're going to be able to. I don't think they're going to be able to do a whole lot. They're going to try an invuln field, and they're going to just get that force down. That piece will fall. Taka will try and res, and that'll just be the point.
Without the D.Va, though, there's not going to be much high ground.
That's true.
Be able to contest high ground that much, and it looks like Supportive and Toxic are so far back. They don't want to. Oh, I think they were waiting for the left side rotation.
Just walking in immediately gets dust on the back foot there. Walking back, invested the gold, able to survive, and immediately almost both invuln fields invested, and both got taken down. Supportive raining hellfire from above with that Mercy. A tick does come through on Zenith. That is not what would have happened if you're on the side of Fallout. Supportive trying to get this pick on the Sigma, that would be gigantic, and yes, does make it happen. Rift finds the counterpart in their Cassidy as Zenith falls one by one. But Tekugen is just staying alive, keeping the D.Va just kind of in spawn. That's gigantic, but Fallout are not going to be denied, and they stop it for what looks like a full cap here, which is about as good as you can have. That was gross. That was pretty gross.
Stop that! Oh my God, Dirt! That was insane. That was so cool. That was so cool.
Dirt Gaming kind of do be popping here. Wait, hold on.
Duped the ball and then smacked them out before they could get the contest. That was insane.
That was actually a pretty cool gamer moment. Cause it's one of those things, right, where the present mind to duplicate them before they disappear, and then also keep track of where they're at in their swing, and then be able to hit them on that to knock them back. That was pretty epic. That was epic.
Dirt had himself an insane fight that last fight. He got Azu. He kind of baited Toxic to die, but it happens. But still got like 2 fights. He got the Sigma, then got the Baptiste, beamed down Toxic, got him super low, or Teku, and then got the dupe onto the ball, and then stopped him from touching point. Like, that was the Dirt show right there. Holy cow. Dirt has woken up.
Dirt out here is so drippy, he's turned into mud, man. That's all I gotta say. He's drippy because he's really good. I tried really hard on that one. Please laugh. Please laugh. Please laugh.
You're a funny guy, not dog. You don't.
No, you don't need to lie. You don't need to lie.
No, you really are. You just make me laugh.
Good.
But Zenith have made this going back to the 6-man, this time on defense, trying to throw a little curveball out here. While I think Fallout notices, and they decide to make a swap. Is that what's happening?
They gotta be. I mean, I think a swap into the quote unquote right comp for 30 seconds. That's gonna be the best choice. It's better to just try and get someone rolling on the right tools for the job here.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think Dust saw that the Sombra was ready to get hacked. He did not want to lose the first fight. So now.
Oh, that's gigantic. Oh man, Reaper falls. Rift. That's the difference maker right there. Fallout, you need to make something happen right here. Find a pick. Find it happen. Just find the win here. Dust does fall though, as you put pressure on there, but is immediately demet Cassidy on the side of Fallout, making it just some sort of difference happen here. Teku forced back, really, only halfway to his Primal Rage too. There's no way that's going to even be a remote of a possibility here. But Rift falls. That's not what we want to have happen there. Teku falls. It's so back and forth. Supportive being just a chunky DPS, just tank destroyer. Almost finds the Moira there as Bird Boys falls. This is again super back and forth. Toxinator needs to get this next 20% of the piece to make something happen. Dust gets supportive, or Bonesaw. Dust is coming alive as well, but Toxinator falls just as they're about to get beat. Trying to use this Death Blossom as they fall to a 2-man bomb from Azu. Just getting hosed down as well. Bing Dong coming in with this Moira ult, and they do it. Zenith 2-0 against Fallout.
And yeah, Dirt going for the hero play, not Wraith, Death Blossom, but just couldn't use that Wraith form by the time the bomb was going down. Azu having an insanely clutch play.
Yeah.
That was a close game. 2-0. Both of their games were 2-0s, but it felt a lot closer than that.
I think a lot of it too was both teams, like they figured out the other team as time went on, right? Where I was talking about where it's like Whirlwind in the first map, it was very close, where it's like, okay, we figured out these issues, and the second map was really close. Same with this. Fallout, I felt like just kind of locked it in, figured out a good plan. They executed really well. I think Zenith was able to just eke out a victory, able to get those picks in those unfortunate times.
Definitely. Zenith, it feels like they had a lot more of a plan the whole time. They knew exactly what they wanted to play on certain maps.
Yeah.
And even if they were swapping into overtime, they were like, well, let's try the 6-man here. It's because we have we're all gonna hide on this little corner as soon as the ball comes, because we know they like to play ball. Just much more of an idea of what they wanted to play and scouting out. Whereas in Fallout, like we said, we kind of ripped on Monty enough, but that Lucio Mercy comp was just not it. And maybe that first map was just so much more closer than it could have been, than it actually ended up being. It's just tough. But Fallout are not over yet. They still have another shot. They will be playing Momentum, which is... I got that right?
I believe
Probably.
so. That was a very entertaining
match. That's a
match.
banger match. What's up, MFG?
Hello. That is an entertaining match coming up, and an entertaining match we just saw. I wanted the anime profile picks to win, but Zenith did deserve it though, not gonna lie. And we get to have a victory speech from Zenith's very own Tekugen, and as well as other members. Hello, Zenith. Congratulations on the win. How do you feel?
Hotspot difference.
Azu, I'm glad you were able to make it back.
You might hack me, you might dox me, but you can never make me stop playing Overwatch. That's a hotspot difference right
He's
there.
addicted.
Let's go.
Motivation.
I'm very excited right now. So when we were going into today's match, that we were told if we lose we have to play twice today, and I'm currently moving back out of an apartment into my house, and I told my mom we only play one match today, and I told my team we only play one match today. We don't need to play another match because we weren't gonna lose. That was never an option.
I mean, just go for it. I think we talked about it a bunch. It felt like just watching, you guys had a plan consistently. You knew what the other team was going to be doing, or had at least a very good idea of what to do. How well, I guess, or how much did you plan kind of this match out ahead of time? Did you have a good general strategy? What kind of walk me through that?
It doesn't matter what we have beforehand, because in the match we'll just download you, so it really doesn't matter. If you come at us with something different, we're literally the best at downloading. Unfortunately for Fallout, they were a bit easier to download than Cow yesterday. I just like to say, Azu has been a warrior through everything that's going on. I'm sure most people know what's been happening here, but I can't help but feel not 100% excited about the win due to Azu having to deal with all this stuff. I'm sure someone is going to find a way to get upset about Sephora having to come in for the second half of Lijiang.
Don't speak it into existence. It's fine.
Listen, all I can say is if you find that cringe when we're dealing with a literal DDoS and I don't even know what to say to you. Just go fuck yourself. Wholeheartedly.
Okay, we could. Let's just we're on the same page. Extenuating circumstances. Best of what happened. Turned out a good win and a good match overall. Kind of even with all of that going on. There we go.
Well, I think I've said this in every interview. I believe that Zenith is the most adaptable team because, not in game, but also we focus on what we need to fix out of game. Like in our warm-ups, even in our warm-ups aren't just to get our aim and our brains ready. If something went wrong in warm-up, we take a second. We're like, hey, what is this? What happened here? What we need to fix? We've evolved so much over this cumulative season that I probably wouldn't pick a different different group of people to be on this team because we have no issues with people getting mad and leaving scrims. We have no issues. We have issues with Lex because he takes naps all the time. But
that's just a Lex. That's a Lex moment right there.
Yes, that's sarcastic. I love Lex, but every member of our team is fully willing to take criticism from everyone else to fix the overall problems that the team has.
I love your synergy and cohesion. And now I believe since you won, you are going to go up against Summit. I'm very personally excited for that.
I finally get to play Summit.
Hey, no, real talk here. Every single team that was doubting on Zenith throughout the entirety of this season, we were reborn from the fires like a dragonic phoenix. And we, after the break, and just like that, our scrim bucks have been impeccable. And you're all like, "Oh, Teku, you can't talk about scrim bucks. They don't translate to games." Oh yeah, well, where are you? You're sitting on the bench waiting for season 4. So shut up, and maybe next time you can make it to winners finals.
You'd scrim crypto, bro. You got mooned, bro.
Yeah,
straight to the moon.
I had a conversation.
We have 4 players that are heading for the 2-time. We're gonna make it happen.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Lore of Summit in BPL General where he was claiming to be the best Bastion in BPL. That's just flat out wrong, and he will be shown that come time.
I'm excited for that. Well, thank you guys
again. Yeah.
Again,
good job.
yeah.
Good luck in
We're not done.
finals.
We're not done.
Yeah,
we're gonna beat Summit in 2 weeks, and then we'll beat them again. So
there you go.
I hope to see you guys next week.
We hope to see you too. And now, chat, after that wonderful match has concluded, we have a bit of a, I want to say, rematch because these teams have already played before today, but we have Vengeance going up against Cowabunga after the results from the earlier matches have created the bracket you see now. Finding the other lower bracket match, it is going to be elimination, so stakes are higher this time. Stick around.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching.
A million people in the crowd, but I only see your face in all the lights. And as the bass keep pounding on me, baby, I really wanna make you mine. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes down. surrounding me, baby. I'm sure we lost track of time. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes
Welcome back, everyone. This is more Overwatch coming at your way. Bad Pressure Power League Season 3. This is an elimination match we got on our hands. Fallout against Momentum here, the 9th seed, playing up against the 13th seed. So, oh, sorry, my bad. I'm stupid. It is Vengeance.
I was looking at that. I was like, that doesn't look like Momentum
Sorry.
there.
Hey, sorry, that's the next match. I got myself mixed
Getting
up.
a little
here.
too
ahead
ahead
of
of yourself. It's fine.
A little ahead of myself. I apologize. Vengeance Cowabunga here. Yeah, both these teams, we saw them play yesterday, and we saw kind of strong showings from both teams, but really unable to sort of clutch things out at the end. So, yeah, we got Freya and we got Heishinomi here. So, what do you guys think of the match?
I am really excited for this one. We have gotten to cast Vengeance 3 weeks in a row now, so we are pretty familiar with this team. And we also got to cast Cowabunga last week too, so we've got some fresh tape. These are some really fun teams to watch, so I've enjoyed getting to cast them recently, and we get to do it again, so watching them go head-to-head is going to be really fun, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching Vengeance play. Their backline is super fun to watch, and of course, Kami's is always, aggressively in there, supported by the rest of the team. They have a really fun play style, and we've seen Cowabunga play above a lot of people's expectations, and they're playing extremely well off the back of some incredible play from Chasey on the off tank and Clap at that hit scan DPS position. So we get to see that fun synergy come out, and I think the battle of these two teams is going to be a really fun match to watch. I mean, all throughout the day today, we've just had really great games, but this one especially, I think. Like you said, Haitian homie, we've been watching Vengeance for 3 weeks in a row now, casting them, and it's kind of fun to follow their storyline.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that they've had a couple of rough games lately, particularly against Summit, which is to be expected. Everyone who plays Summit has a rough game. So it'll be...
They are currently ranked. They are currently the first seed. So
currently only one map they've lost this season. So I am excited to see them playing against a team that is not Summit and to see what they can do here against Cowabunga.
Yeah, Vengeance and Cowabunga, the 5th seed and the 2nd seed. Both these teams currently in the lower bracket, which, speaking from numbers, that's not really an expected result. If you really think about it too much. The first map we have going in will be Busan. This is the playoffs, so the losing team will pick the next map following a map rotation order. I believe hybrid will be the second map type. So, what should we expect from these teams going into Busan? I mean, Vengeance. You guys are the Vengeance experts here, so
lots of dive, I assume.
Yeah, I'm expecting some ball comps on some of the maps. I mean, of course, on downtown Busan, you're probably going to be seeing 6-man. That's kind of the map for it.
Yeah, you could really see just about anything. I think it also kind of depends on what tanks we decide to see on the first map. DX Hyper Knight seems to have a little bit of a different main tank pool than Chasey does, so that's kind of also dependent. We saw Hyper Knight playing some Orisa earlier today, actually also on Busan, so really we could see just about anything from these teams depending on who's in, what point they're on, and like Freya said, it really does depend point to point too.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Mecha Base, that's teams pretty much just run Rush, so we're probably going to be seeing Rush from these teams either way. But the other two maps are a little bit more freeform, a little more open. You can play some of the 6-man or dive, like ball comps. You could even, play double shield on Sanctuary if you've got a lot of long sight lines. So really just depends on what these teams think the other are going to run, and if they want to counter comp, if they want to go with what they think works best for them, really how they want to plan this match.
Yeah, and these teams, I think Cowabunga mainly can't be understated. How kind of they just everyone ranked them pretty low early on in the season, and here they are, 2nd seed. They took a very close set against Zenith, who we saw just now take a win up against Fallout, and here they are in the lower bracket now facing Vengeance. So takeaways from yesterday, from the Zenith Cowabunga game last.
So
who are we feeling? Who has the edge in this game?
I'm gonna give it to Vengeance. I think Vengeance is the stronger team. Just overall, I think they've had a stronger run of things. Really, only losing to Summit. The Summit has just sort of been their stumbling block time and time again. But I think Cowabunga has made a few more mistakes, if you will. They weren't able to clutch it out against Zenith. They've had a couple more, I think, issues with their team in terms of just getting over that finish line, being able to clutch out series. So I think Vengeance, in my opinion, is the stronger team coming into this, but that's not to say Cowabunga doesn't have a shot. Cowabunga obviously a strong team as well, and do, very much have an opportunity to win here.
Yeah. Before I vanish into the abyss, my personal prediction, I think Cowabunga takes these in 3. So I'll leave you guys to it. Haitian, me and Freya. I will catch you guys later.
Yeah, as we get into it, I actually want to put out a little shout for Cowabunga as well, not just because I like an underdog team, but because I think we're not giving it Zenith enough credit for saying, oh, Cowabunga lost to Zenith. They've really been putting in a lot of work and having some pretty great games, so we can't count out Cowabunga. They've been having a good run of things, so aside from that little loss there, so we'll see what happens as we get into this first fight, as Kumi's swings around on the ball, so we do see the ball comp versus the Hyper Knight Orisa, like I was kind of mentioning, so this is a point where either one of these could work, so we'll see a little bit of a battle of the comps as we take this first fight on the point.
Vengeance is just looking to set up a dive here, looking for an isolated target from Cowabunga. Kumi's is swinging in, doesn't get a lot of CC thrown into them, but Joshin is able to find a pick on a clockwise, and that's probably the opening that Vengeance is going to look for. No more turrets spamming them down. Cowabunga is going to have to play close, they're going to have to play tight, and not get picked off like Clap almost did there. Got a little bit out of position, but was able to bring it back in. And Butters is going to drop the window, try and find a pick here.
This has been a really disappointing fight so far with not a lot happening, and Cowabunga essentially getting the point for free. They just kind of took space on the point as their comp does. Kumi's is doing a lot of rolling around but getting nothing done, just building that ult but not getting a ton of useful damage. The kills are finally coming in now on the side of Vengeance, but it seems like a little bit too late. Clap gets a Deadeye kill, they have control of the point, so even if they lose this at this point, Cowabunga is still getting a lot of percentage, and thanks to Clap, they are not going to lose this. Clap is getting, oh my gosh, so many kills right now, absolutely owning this fight, and look, it's been only one fight, and we're halfway there for Cowabunga.
That was such a long setup, such a long fight, and since Cowabunga had control of it that whole time, they were happy to draw things out, play slow, make Vengeance work for this. Vengeance actually committed both the mines and the trance there, so now they're going to look to set up. Vengeance probably going to come in with a rally here with the EMP, look to break the bunker of Cowabunga. Cowabunga is going to respond in turn, dropping the bunker. We see the EMP coming out early, finds the back line of Cowabunga, but Vengeance is not diving quickly enough.
Yeah, importantly, Cowabunga is still able to get the ult out from clockwise, so they still have presence here. They're still able to kind of push Vengeance back, and they still have control of the point. Clap comes in with a little flashbang kill, and it's not going to be enough for Vengeance to take this, I think. Even if they do take it, they're still at a great disadvantage here. Butters is almost to an ult, Bingo as well, or Farmer as well. So, I mean, both of these supports are going to have to put in some work to see if they can give their team an advantage. But no, Clap says absolutely not. He claps the door shut. And just like that, Cowabunga is going to take this essentially in what is only 2 fights. 2 fights happen on this map, and Cowabunga won them both.
Yeah, this was just a long fight. Both of these fights extremely long. Farmer trying to stall a little bit with this trance, but it's going to go down, and he is going to go down. And now it's just Vengeance trickling in one by one. Clockwise even trying to go for a cheeky little hammer kill here. But, you know, Cowabunga's got to get these cleanup kills quick. They can't let Vengeance come back and reset on their point. We see Pandemonium stalling up on the bongo a little bit. Now it's a no from Dog's turn to stall up. But there we go. Cowabunga finally finishes out the fight, gets the kills, and like you said, 2 fights and Cowabunga won that point.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was one of the most we'll say interesting rounds of Overwatch I've seen in a minute. It was like nothing really happened, but at the same time, everything was happening. I mean, in that last fight, Clockwise managed to get 2 ults in the same fight, so that was very interesting. And Cowabunga did a very, very good job of playing around their comp, playing with what their comp wants to do, which is play slow, out sustain. And you saw Hyper Knight have so much success that they're still going to run it on this point, which I think is a little bit surprising, but it worked, so why not?
Yeah, they're just playing anti-dive. Cowabunga is looking to stifle the 6-man aggression from Vengeance. Vengeance is again going to look for maybe an isolated target to pick, somebody out of position, someone that can easily be jumped on. But Cowabunga is going to play tight, they're going to play together, and they're just going to look to build these anti-dive ults like the Torb ultimate, like that multi-core, maybe the Bongo, and Vengeance is just looking to set up. They're giving a little bit of space here, and now Vengeance is going to aggress in.
And this is the same sort of thing that happened last time, where Vengeance does come in, but it's too late. That Cowabunga already has a chance to take the point, and your aggression only really works if you do get quick picks off of it, which here they do, but it's not enough. It's not fast enough. This is a back and forth fight, and because Cowabunga already had control of the point, this favors them. Vengeance is not coming in fast enough and getting these picks fast enough for it to be worth the type of comp that they want to run here.
Yeah, but Vengeance, crucially now, has the Coalescence, and Cowabunga has the Molten Core. So Vengeance is definitely going to look to jump in with this Coalescence, look to pick off a target, and actually, as I say that, though, Vengeance is just switching over to a more traditional rush style. Maybe they figured, you know, it's not worth trying to play 6-man into this comp from Cowabunga. We're going to eat the hit on the ult economy, try and look to TP in. They still almost have the EMP, so they're going to work for building that during this fight. And they TP directly on top of Cowabunga onto that Molten Core.
And importantly, they're able to find Butters. Dubu is able to find Butters, so even though that the Cowabunga had more ults at their disposal, Vengeance does find a quick pick. Bomb comes out, but I mean, even though Vengeance found the first pick, it's still not enough. Cowabunga is shutting them down every way they can. Every fight, Cowabunga is finding a new and unique way to come out on top. At one point, it's just, you know, ult advantage. At another point, it is just out fragging. Cowabunga is looking really strong as we come onto the final fight of the second point here.
Absolutely, and importantly, they have the window, they have the rally, and the bongo. Vengeance is going to have an incredibly hard time breaking through this defense from Cowabunga. Vengeance is just going to look for an EMP. It's not coming yet. They're still waiting. Is Translocator actually got shot out of the air?
That was an incredible play. That was 10,000 IQ play from Cowabunga. And with that, Kumi's shield just gets destroyed. And again, Butter goes down, but it's not going to be enough. They can't even touch the point.
Vengeance doesn't touch.
Oh, Cowabunga. What a decisive victory on Busan. That was incredible.
That was over quicker than I could blink. That was just dominance from Cowabunga.
There were fewer fights on both of these points combined than you might see in a typical like ranked point of control. This was incredible. I can't stress it enough. Cowabunga played that comp to perfection. Even though that, you know, you said at the beginning of the match we didn't think they were going to run a sort of Orisa comp on downtown, but they did, and they did it perfectly. So props to them for a really strong showing on Busan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cowabunga just read Vengeance like a book, knew that Vengeance is sort of a dive central kind of team, and said, okay, we're just going to play the most anti-dive comp we possibly can. And it worked wonders.
Yeah, and, you know, not to dog too much on Vengeance, their first point was a little bit rough because of how slow they played it, but they did adapt for the second one, right? They came in with a different comp than they were running on the first point because they came in with 6-man. They saw that wasn't working, so they swapped it and tried something else. They did a quick little teleporter strat. They had the right idea. They made the right swaps. It just wasn't enough. And I think the big turning point there was the fact that Dubu's Translocator got knocked out. That was, again, just a 10,000 IQ, can't stress that enough kind of play, where if he had gotten off that ult, he would have caught probably 4 or 5 up on the top level. and that could have easily swung the fight in Vengeance's favor, and we could still be playing this map right now. So they did make some good plays, and I don't want to dog too much on them because they did make some good swaps.
Yeah, I almost want to go back in the replay viewer and see who it actually was that shot that translocator out of the sky, because that just won them the point right there. That was absolutely incredible. Like I didn't even realize it at first, but you caught it there. Yeah, it was just shot right out of the sky. But I think Vengeance does have the tools to take the next map, whatever it is. Vengeance is an adaptable team. We saw that they did start to make changes towards the end. It wasn't quick enough, but now with a little bit of a break, with time to choose their own map, Vengeance can come back strong, can make the adaptations they need to break that team comp from Cowabunga and make this a closer series than it probably looks so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to like the playoffs, of course, where you get to pick those maps, you can kind of play into your style a little bit. You can put your subs in a way that also benefits that. So maybe you run, your backups on round 1, you put in your kind of team A on round 2. You can run a comp that more suits the type of map you want to play if you just say, all right, well, if we get to pick on map 2, here's what we're going to do. So you never know what they've been running in scrims. You never know how they've been planning for map 2 even. They could come out very strong here and put this to a third map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, Cowabunga, they've looked strong. They probably do have something in store for whatever map Vengeance picks. I'm expecting with some of the roster swaps. So we do have confirmation that Eichenwald is the map pick from Vengeance. And Eichenwald, you can play a lot of different things on Eichenwald, kind of depending on the point. First point, we've obviously seen a lot of rush, double shield, dive. You can kind of make a lot of things work there. Second point, obviously rush is a little bit harder. It's a little more wide open. But third point is definitely a rush-centric point. So I think with the adaptability that Vengeance has, this should be a good map for them. Vengeance obviously has played this map a lot of times before, looks very comfortable on the map, but Cowabunga, as we've seen before, they've got something up their sleeve, they've got something in store, so I'm excited to see what kind of comps that Cowabunga comes out with.
I was about to say that I would be surprised if they run the Orisa again, but surprise, surprise, they're gonna run the Orisa again. I guess if if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of thing. If you just had such a killer map on Busan, then you just run that same sort of comp again, and we're seeing almost an identical comp. It might actually be identical to what they just played on Downtown with the Torb and all. So Cowabunga just going with what worked, and they're going to just try to hold here on the defense with what looked like a pretty strong comp last map.
Yeah, and Vengeance we're seeing here is just opting for traditional straight-up rush, something that I think is going to work a lot better versus this comp from Cowabunga. Crucially, Cowabunga's comp doesn't have as much spam as a traditional double shield comp, so Vengeance isn't going to have to burn as many resources as they look to initiate the fight here, as they speed in, up, and around, actually making a rotation to get the high ground on the back here.
This is a really intelligent play here. I was about to say I really hope we see them utilizing speed effectively, because they can absolutely run over this comp. So this is a really good speed boost up into the high ground. They are waiting for another speed boost to come online. Doing a little bit of a fake out here, coming back down to the low ground. So as long as they can get in here past the DPS, they have an opportunity to get a lot of cleave damage in and really take control of this point. You see Cowabunga just backing off immediately. A stun comes out, but it's not enough to take out Kumi's with the lamp coming in. So there's a lot of point presence here for Vengeance that they already have a tick, and there haven't even been any elims yet. Flashbang comes out, doesn't catch anyone because Barissa golden, but with the lamp and shield going out for the side of Cowabunga, now it all opens up for Vengeance with a couple of big picks there from Dubu, and they are essentially going to take this point here. They played that one really, really well, just waiting for the ults to come online, playing with good positioning, good prioritization, and I don't think they lost anyone at all. That was a really flawless fight.
That was incredibly intelligent from Vengeance. It took them a little bit longer to cap the point than just barreling straight forward, but I mean, Vengeance just out-rotated Cowabunga completely, made a few fakes, ran up, took space that they needed, and just didn't let Cowabunga have an inch. Kumi is especially playing very intelligently, using the shield, using natural cover, and now look at Vengeance. They're making another great rotation here. They're just hiding, know that Cowabunga is going to look to take the high ground, and now Cowabunga, it just isn't 100% sure, still thinks that Vengeance is coming back from the front here, and honestly, I don't even know where Vengeance is going. I don't know what they're doing.
Yep.
Some
I was fully
head
expecting them to
rotation.
take... Yeah, I was fully expecting to take the high ground because they had Kumi's Shatter, so I thought they'd just run up on the high ground and shatter behind the Orisa shield, but they didn't. It's working. They're still getting some progress. They haven't lost anyone, but they're just playing like Ring Around the Rosie here, just taking them on a wild goose chase, and now Vengeance is essentially on defense. This is the most bizarre rotation, and it's a massive shatter! He lays that out perfectly, and even though it looks like they're on defense, they are attacking with such force right now. Big Blizzard coming out, looking like Josh has been playing some Pokemon, gonna catch them all in that Blizzard. And again, it's a flawless fight. I don't think a single member of Vengeance has died yet on Eichenwald.
All right, I want to point out something huge there. Cowabunga used 4 ultimates as Vengeance was rotating around, and nobody on Vengeance died. And then Vengeance just came in with the ult advantage, used like 5 ultimates there, but actually made a huge impact with all their ultimates. Just really, really intelligent. But Cowabunga coming in with the rally. Rally is incredibly hard to fight into from Vengeance, but I think Vengeance has a better position here, holding Cowabunga back with the high noon. And now Cowabunga, the rally is gone, and Vengeance, it's their time to get in here. Cummy's almost has another shatter. They are just
it's gonna be
laying it down. Oh no, frozen up in front of the window. It's not to be.
Eventually, the run had to come to an end. Cowabunga's gonna get a chance to breathe finally. And that was very close. I mean, just a couple of percents from Kumi's ult, where that could have very easily been another giant shatter, no deaths, cap point B. So Cowabunga got by on the skin of their teeth there. They've got 4 ults coming online. Vengeance basically just has a couple, so if they really want to go aggressive, they could take this fight, or just save up, wait for the next fight, take this one dry.
Looks like Vengeance is going to look for a rotation, waiting out the high noon from Cowabunga, neutralizing that ultimate. Now that Vengeance doesn't have the ult bank that they probably wish they had, Cowabunga is going to come in with the beat. They're going to look for a bomb, but oh, Cummys gets frozen out of shatter. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. We were hyping up this big shatter, and Cowabunga just had all the tools to say, nope, no shatter for you.
This fight, or this map, has been a little bit of a pendulum where first couple of fights were 100% Vengeance, and now it's 100% Cowabunga. They're kind of getting their footing here, and when you get the cart that far on point B, it is really, really tough to get in there.
Yeah, that bridge is so hard to push over, but I think importantly now Vengeance has a Blizzard. They die. Oh, Joshin dies before he can get the Blizzard out, but importantly, Hyper Knight is dead. Vengeance is going to go in with a vengeance, look for a bomb kill, but clap with a nice flashbang, make sure Cypher is not able to get back into that mech, and now Cowabunga has the advantage. Vengeance on the back with the beat, going to try and stabilize Vengeance here, but it might not be enough. Actually, it is though. Dubu and Cummy's getting so much work done. Joshin is back, doesn't even need to drop the Blizzard. Vengeance actually managing to take that fight, even with the spawn advantage from Cowabunga.
Yeah, I think because they had Pandemonium's beat, they probably said, okay, screw it, even though Joshin's dead, we can keep this going. And because that fight went on pretty long, they were able to invest Pandemonium's ult and get Joshin back. So that was a really intelligent play there to stall it out just long enough to be able to keep the fight going, play with 6, and with Joshin still having his ult in tow, they could get a lot done on this third point as long as they survive the bomb. They do not, so they're going to have to back out here. Oh, but Joshin throws the ult. I don't think that's going to work for them. It's not, no. Cowabunga takes this one and sends Vengeance back to spawn to think about what they've done.
Yeah, but we're actually seeing Cowabunga is still investing ultimates. Vengeance is not going down without a fight. the Shatter from Hyper Knight invested. So not the worst trade for Vengeance in the world. Cowabunga is forced to use the Shatter and the bomb, but man, look at that ult bank. Cowabunga can just window up, force Vengeance back. They have the beat to counteract any sort of aggression coming out from Vengeance, and even have the Blizzard to just win a fight straight up. So Vengeance, they're going to have to look for something incredible here with the High Noon from Dubu. That's all they can really bank on at this point. We see Dubu is coming in, he uses the High Noon, doesn't actually find anything from it though, so now we're probably going to see a window commit from Vengeance unless they all die. Oh, Kumi's going to drop the Shatter, but it doesn't matter because the Blizzard is enough to make sure that Vengeance is not able to push forward a single inch.
Yeah, they invested quite a bit there, but it was enough, and overall it was a good set of plays. Vengeance now doesn't have very long. There's only under a minute left. They've got a couple ults coming online, but really you're going to have to push it all the way here with this final fight.
Yeah, Vengeance is going to look to commit a Blizzard, so Chasey going to be on the lookout to eat the Blizzard, get a big bomb, not let the team get frozen up by Vengeance, and that's going to be the real difference maker here. The bomb is coming in from Cowabunga, looking to shatter bomb, finds Kumi's off the back of it, and Joshin is going to look to lay down the Blizzard. The beat coming in from Pandemonium to stabilize the team, allow them to get these kills. Clap still trying to find work in the back line, but it's not enough. Cypher taken down one by one, and now Kumi's having to come back into this final fight. Cowabunga looking to maybe swap over to touch and stall, but doesn't look like they need to. Just has the High Noon and the window to guarantee this defensive hold, not let Vengeance cap this final point.
Dubu with a big ult potentially if they can get some shields out of the way. Oh, they do find one even though the immortality field was up. That was pretty big. And the Blizzard coming out on the side of Cowabunga though may give them a little bit of chance to stall. It's going to be tough, but maybe they could do it. Lots of kills coming in on the side of Vengeance though, and it's looking less and less likely like Cowabunga is going to be able to stall this. Tracer comes in, probably not going to be enough. Ooh, Kumis gets pinned, but no. Vengeance does take this in overtime, so quite an interesting attack, a back and forth kind of attack, but as they just clean up the last couple of DPS here, Vengeance does take this in the end.
Yeah, so that was a really good push from Vengeance, actually using their ults incredibly intelligently, making sure that Cowabunga isn't able to take an aggressive 6v6 fight, and then being able to play cleanup on the point. Just really well played from Vengeance, making sure that they're backing off, playing defensively when needed to, while not giving up the point. And also playing aggressive, making sure that Cowabunga can't take a nice, clean 6v6 fight. So I'm expecting Vengeance to probably be playing Rush on the defense. I think Vengeance probably has the upper hand in the Rush v Rush mirror. But we could see some interesting stuff coming out from Cowabunga. I think both these teams are a little bit more flexible than just being Rush one trick.
We've definitely seen that throughout the year, and even in this map, we've seen all sorts of comps coming out already, so it's really hard to predict exactly what we're going to see at any point. We do see a sort of rush on the side of Vengeance. Cowabunga's still thinking about exactly that they want to do, swapping some things around, but most likely going to have pretty much a mirror here. Yeah, exactly a mirror if they run out on this, so it'll be interesting to see how these two teams match up on a perfect mirror as Woo. Oh, Pandemonium.
Look at him spin up
his
there.
Moves.
Yeah, looking like some DDR playing up there. That's the Lucio play you want to see from your player.
That would inspire me. But unfortunately, I'm not the one in this game right now. And as Cowabunga try to push forward here, they are not taking the same approach that Vengeance did on the attack. Instead, opting to go to the left side. Maybe they'll try to dash in through this left room, or maybe just kind of stalling out here, staging another fake. So both these teams going with little fakes here on the attack as Cowabunga tries to push in, puts a nice wall up, and they've got the Kumis all stopped up, and just like that, they are able to take this point. It looks like it's going to be just as quick as Vengeance did. That was a great Maywall play and was able to find Kumis out away from their team.
Maywall is just such an impactful ability. You could see it right there. Basically won the fight for Cowabunga straight up, just being able to freeze Cummies, not let them get out of that wall, sort of blocking the LOS from the rest of the team. And now Cowabunga, they've got ult advantage. They've sort of got the momentum here, and I'm expecting to see a window come out from Cowabunga to start this fight. Vengeance does have a window as well of their own, and I think Vengeance is probably going to drop a window, look to build up that Blizzard or that High Noon and pop it as soon as possible.
Both of these teams are wanting to be really aggressive here, just both of them fighting right on this point. And Vengeance is able to come out on top with a pretty good defense. That was kind of surprising to me to see them both just kind of go for it, but that went really well for Vengeance, and they have pretty much the same ults coming online here. So again, we're seeing these two teams play pretty equally as far as the comps are concerned, the ults are concerned, so anything could happen here with pretty much the same ults coming online. Kumi's kind of getting a little cheeky with a big shatter, maybe? There it is, gets under the shield, onto the cart. Hyper Knight getting bounced away and doesn't find anything on their shatter. Bunch of ults just coming out here. It's a very messy fight, but with the beat, Cowabunga might be able to sustain. No, Joshin finding a nice pick with the Mei, with the Icicle there, and Vengeance, again, looking like they're going to find a defense. Very, very strong showing on this defense here. Nice shot from Dubu. And yeah, Cowabunga's kind of getting stuffed, but with 4 minutes on the clock, they still have plenty of time to move this card into B.
Absolutely. Vengeance just working with the beat now to counteract anything from Cowabunga, but Cowabunga kind of blew their ultimate load in that fight too. A little bit messy from them just not able to find anything, and now Vengeance is going to come in really aggressively, look to get a pick off the wall, and Clap is the first down. The beat committed from Pandemonium is going to let Vengeance sustain in the fight. Even the bomb dropped to from Cypher, but Chasey is in the back line, finds Dubu, and that might be the opening that Cowabunga needs to play extremely aggressively here. Kumi's is going to look to set up a really big shatter here. The window is coming down. Oh, the shatter, it's good. It finds Cowabunga, and that might be the opening Vengeance needs. Bingo just cleaning up in the back line, and that's going to be a fight win for Vengeance.
That was quite the fight. We saw Pandemonium, to start, Vengeance went extremely aggressive. And with Pandemonium popping the ult so early, I thought that they weren't going to be able to sustain the rest of that fight. Cowabunga looked for a second like they were going to come out on top, but Kumi's ult just shut the door on anything Cowabunga was going to do. If you're going to play aggressively, you have got to be that dominant, and Vengeance did it. This time bank is running out, running low, and Cowabunga doesn't have a ton of ults to work with here. They are going to come up on maybe 3. Vengeance already has a couple, and that, again, are going so aggressive. They are stopping Cowabunga from being able to touch the point. That Blizzard comes out, just kind of doesn't catch anybody, but does stall out the point. Now we're playing opposite sides here. What's going on?
You know, I think they're...
A little bit of a truce, a little bit of a stalemate, maybe?
Just ignoring the cart.
Raising the white flag?
Setting up base camp up on top there. But now Vengeance is coming in with a nice High Noon. Ooh, finds one in the back. And now without Sil CEO there, Vengeance is going to be able to go in, avoid the Blizzard entirely, freeze up some members of Cowabunga, and just go to town. But Chasey and Hyper Knight are trying to make the best they can out of this situation. It's a messy fight, but I think Vengeance is going to be at the advantage here.
Vengeance does come out on top, and it looks like they're even going to get a nice little stagger onto Chasey. I don't think Chasey's going to... No, Chasey does get out. Wow. That would have been brutal if they could have gotten the stagger there, but at least Cowabunga doesn't have to wait so long to get 6 back. They're going to have Butters' ult here, so they could just go over to the cart, throw up that window, and kind of just push this towards the finish. With COCEO's beat as well, they have a good chance to sustain, and wow, Farmer goes down so fast. That is the go button for Cowabunga. There's a boop coming out on the side of COCEO, does not find the Diva, but you would think that they have a lot of sustain here with that beat coming out. And wow, that is a nice bomb. That's going to be the clean up for Cowabunga.
Yep, that was just well played from Cowabunga there through sort of the window, and the bomb were able to find the win. Vengeance wasn't able to do much with the blizzard of their own. Bingo got picked really early, so the fight was kind of over at that point. Clap and Butters making quick work of the flex support from Vengeance, and now Cowabunga going to play real aggressive here with the high noon, find Joshin, and that's going to be the go button for Cowabunga.
Twice in a row, they're finding some quick early picks, but no, Kumi's with another just massive shatter. Says no. We're gonna stop this right here and now. That is just Kumi's has been kind of crazy with these shatters on this map. I think that's the second or third one that's been catching pretty much the entire team of Cowabunga, single-handedly winning these fights and giving Vengeance a chance to breathe.
Yeah, that's absolutely a main tank difference. Kumi's just laying down the law. They're getting huge shatters, just fantastic play from them. And now the window coming in, Fire Strike, trying to go through it, but walls blocking up the window. Then Cowabunga's just going to have to back up here. You know, they're not going to want to fight into that window, going to wait for it to be down, and now going to come back in, drop a window of their own, look to get the Blizzard into Vengeance to win this fight.
Oh wow, nice, a big return shatter. Yeah, they don't find anything with the ults there exactly because of the immortality field, but it is enough to get them to push through. Now they're finding the picks, and we're going to be looking at a final fight here. Maybe another overtime push potentially. Cowabunga still has both DPS ults online. They're getting really close to the beat. That's going to be some good sustain, even though Pandemonium's beat is getting close as well. But with the Blizzard coming out, I mean, Vengeance can't even touch. I don't even know if they were there, but no.
They weren't. The wall just blocked up all of Vengeance. A little awkward there, all coming out of the same side and just weren't able to touch. The wall completely blocked them. Well played there from Clockwise, stuffing Vengeance in the spawn, and now we're going into the final time banks for each team. Cowabunga had a little bit of an advantage, might be able to get one more fight in than Vengeance, but I think it's sort of anybody's game at this point. We saw how both these teams have been back and forth in this rush mirror, and I think it's just going to come down to some individual really big plays from the members of each team to determine this final point.
I think it'll definitely come down to adaptability here, because the one thing that both of these teams had in common was they lost point A on the first fight. And if that happens in overtime, you're going to have a bad time. So which team can come out with a better strategy to maybe just get one defensive hold on point A? That is, I think, going to be the difference maker here. If one team is able to adapt, find a defensive hold, then you might just have a chance.
Yeah, we saw on the last hold, Cowabunga actually started with a sort of anti-dive comp instead of this rush, but now Cowabunga says, you know what, we're just going to meet them in the rush mirror, and we think we have a better opportunity there. So both teams probably going to be looking for a wall to start the engage. Vengeance making the same rotation. It's blocked up, actually, but Cowabunga doesn't aggress off of that.
Yeah, that's the adaptation I was talking about, where Cowabunga saw, okay, they're going to go for it again. We won't let them. That wall was pretty big and forced Vengeance to kind of call an audible, go to plan B, and now they're on the point, sure, but Kumi's is getting stopped up by the Mei wall once again, just like they did on the defense last time. Clockwise is finding a lot of utility here on the Mei, and even though they go down, they do get Kumi out. A Shatter comes out already on the side of Cowabunga, and that might just be the point A take here for Cowabunga. Or excuse me, defense. My bad.
That's just the defense straight up right there. Oh man, that's a brutal. Yeah, that's what Cowabunga needed. Just get a nice big wall, and you win a fight, and then you've got a minute and a half to cap now.
Yeah, at worst, you know, Cowabunga is not going to be losing a map here. So even at worst, they'll be going into the next map 1-0, but they very easily could just put the cap on this series. One good push is all it takes. So gonna have to see if Vengeance can find the same sort of adaptability that Cowabunga did. And it'll be interesting to see for sure. That was very, very clean from Cowabunga's defense. So let's see if Vengeance can match it.
Yeah, Vengeance playing for their tournament lives right here. If Vengeance goes out against Cowabunga, then they're done. They won't live to see the final four, the final matches that we have week after next. This is Vengeance's last opportunity. They've got to get a strong hold here, or else they're just going to be out. So Vengeance really gonna have to dig deep, find something deep down inside, and try and make this a draw so that they can keep going. Maybe pick a better map for them, and make some changes that they might need to win this series.
Yeah, and as we go to the attack here again, seeing the same sort of comps that we were seeing before. So let's see how Cowabunga decides to attack this. They went left side last time. They're going to do it again. So kind of both teams kind of making the same sort of rotations that they did before. They fake out, go right, and look at this. So quickly, Vengeance is backed off of the point. They gave up the point so fast. Kumi's is trying to surge in, but with the freeze coming in, that looks questionable, but no, Hyper Knight goes down first, as a matter of fact. Kumi's fighting for their lives here, trying to stay alive, but with the BAP healing coming in, Cowabunga's just going to take a quick reset. That is very, very good, not to feed any more ult charge. Once Hyper Knight went down, they backed right out.
Yeah, and importantly, Vengeance is going to have a window early on in this next fight, if not right at the beginning. So Cowabunga is going to have to play carefully around that, but Cowabunga might get close here to some ults. We see they're coming in with the wall, and Vengeance backed into a corner yet again. The lamp already used from Vengeance, and now it's just going to be the window keeping Kumi's alive. And the window from Cowabunga actually not that big, kind of blocked up by the wall, and Kumi's finding another, dropping a shatter, doesn't find much, but Clap finds two, and Chasey finds another. That might be it. That might be what Cowabunga needs to win this series. Beat coming in from Pandemonia keeps the 2 on point alive, but one by one gonna be taken down. First Pandemonium, now just Joshin sitting on the point, playing for Vengeance's lives. It's not gonna be enough. Cowabunga is going to win and go to our final four.
Well done to Cowabunga for a team that everyone was against at the beginning of the year. They really are having an incredible underdog story, looking like the 2020 Washington Justice, but with a little less decay on Zarya, having an incredible run in the playoffs here. And I mean, making it to the top 4 is quite the feat, so congratulations to them. And Vengeance, they did not lose 12-0, but
yeah,
12
not quite
score.
that bad.
Yes,
not quite
welcome,
that bad.
Everyone, I have returned. And yeah, Cowabunga putting a pin on the match. Definitely a harder fought Eichenwald for both these teams, but that Busan, man, that Busan map was it definitely left a lot to be desired. I think, as you guys did point out, the amount of point fights actually that went on in that map as a whole, kind of it's less fights than like a regular game of ranked in it's just a single map. So yeah, Vengeance, they're gonna be going home after this match. So Cowabunga making it to the top 4, and I mean, yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean,
definitely not the outcome I expected, but Cowabunga played incredibly well today. Just really all around looked like a really solid unit. Playing together, I think each individual player of Cowabunga today had some really crucial plays that sort of carried them over the finish line, and Vengeance just weren't able to match. Obviously, Eichenwald was a lot closer of a map than Busan was, but it just wasn't enough for Vengeance to be able to even draw and sort of keep their hopes alive. But well played from Vengeance, adapting really well, and making this into a good series in the end.
Agreed. Even though it seemed like Busan was kind of set the tone for the series. Like you said, Freya, Vengeance did a great job of adapting, trying their best to come back from a kind of tough situation. They had some great plays of their own. I mean, I will not forget those Kumi's shatters. So good, but ultimately it wasn't enough, and Cowabunga came on top.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of it all, Cowabunga coming up on top.
Yep.
It is a little sad. You know, Vengeance, man, they looks close there on Eichenwald. I believe we'll be getting some interviews getting in here soon. We have players coming in. Buys.
Yo, what is good, BPL Nation?
Yo!
Oh, free!
Yo,
no more
free.
Overwatch.
No
No more
Overwatch.
It is true. Yeah, you guys, you guys were looking pretty strong there on Eichenwald, but unfortunately, you guys, no clutching out today. But yeah, it's the end of the season. You guys made it pretty far.
Yeah,
how do you guys feel? How you guys feeling?
We're done with Overwatch. We feel great.
Done with Overwatch, yeah.
I felt like absolute garbage today.
Pokemon,
but, we're done
Pokemon
with
came
Overwatch.
out. We're done with Overwatch.
yo,
and we
if
chilling.
Pokemon came out.
If
Halo
anyone has
came out.
Pokemon
Overwatch is irrelevant
Shining
at the
Pearl.
point.
If anyone's Pokemon Shining Pearl, please get in contact with me. I need the thing to evolve Magmar into
Magmarizer.
Magmortar.
Wait, come, you
I
can
need
just
a
find that in the
Magmarizer.
fucking factory where you catch the Magmars.
No,
as
that's
he
exact-
has.
Yeah,
Shining
as
Pearl.
I will be in your DMs after this. I need a Magmarizer. I will be pulling up. But
Well, you heard it here, everyone. If you have Shining Pearl, be sure to hit up Gummies after
The entirety of
DMs
Vengeance
are open.
retiring to go pro in Pokemon. You heard it here.
I was
going to
already
go
a
play
pro
Halo.
Pokemon, man.
Professional Pokemon League. Who won?
Yeah, where's the BPL Pokemon League? Where's that one?
Yeah, where's BPL SCP?
I am in BAM's Pokemon League, but where's the Bad Pachimari Pokemon League?
There's just so many things that Overwatch can't do, like have Pokemon in it. Like, what's up with that? Come on. Now.
Yeah, the P in BPL really stands for Pokemon. Maybe, we'll get on that. We'll get on that later. I mean, I guess
Just putting a good word. Just putting a good word for us.
We'll put in some words for you guys. Suppose, yeah, you guys done with Overwatch. You guys get to rest easy now. Enjoy your Pokemon.
Also, for everyone who participates, Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving, by the way. So,
Yes.
Also, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Since break week is Thanksgiving next week, so have fun.
I am European.
Nobody asked.
Sorry for
You know what?
it.
All things considered in my history with BPL, from like being on people's plats who never won the game to finishing 5th overall in the regular season, I'd say the season actually went pretty well.
I was on
to be completely
Alpine.
honest.
I was on Alpine.
I was on
At least you actually won on
I was on
Alpine. At least you actually won on Alpine. I did not win at all.
Was a game against interns.
Hey, all right, Night Drive. Night Drive wasn't that bad. Cypher,
Nah,
right?
Night Drive
Night Drive
sucks.
wasn't
I'm
that
talking about people's plats. I'm talking about people's plats, not
Okay,
Night Drive.
No more intern slander. Get him out of the channel.
Go ahead, Freya. Lock
Yeah.
some Bastion. Go ahead, have
Yeah,
fun.
sorry,
Yeah.
interns. No more intern slander in the channel. Yoshinomi is cleared.
Nah, Mac had a record in that game. You guys were some shit.
JC said he eliminated Homie Chad. The only thing he eliminates is his own hair.
True.
You know that like photo of Sideshow where like he doesn't have eyebrows after like he shaved them off and he's bald?
Where he looks like the kid from Recess. What was his name?
Randall.
Yeah.
Randall.
Yeah. Well,
I
yeah,
laughed.
that's
I chortled even.
yes.
A little bit of giggle.
Yeah. I mean,
All
I
right,
suppose
well,
I don't really need to say it. I mean, you guys have any final thoughts? I suppose.
Yo, follow me on Twitter, Obese Cummies. I'm cooking up. I'm always in the lab.
Yeah, true. Same. Follow me on Twitter at Joshin69. Jungkook posts, BTS posts. Sometimes Overwatch.
Also, like
Follow
the
me
tweet where I
on-
shatter 5 people on the BPL Twitter. I was cooking up an Eichenwald defense. I'll say
Yes,
it.
like
True.
the montage that I made for today's first match. It's pretty
Follow
good.
me on Twitter at _Cypher_ and on Twitch at Cypher TV. I rarely tweet, but I do retweet and post bangers occasionally. So I've spoken my piece.
Also, shout out to
y'all just
Wi-Fi and
came in
Eli.
on-
They couldn't be here today, but they were very good teammates.
Yeah, Wi-Fi and
very
Eli were
nice
much
people, very
instrumental.
sweet.
Wi-Fi and
I-
Eli
yeah.
were instrumental to how far we actually got.
Yeah.
So shout out to them, although they couldn't make it.
Y'all just came in here to plug your Twitters. I see how it is.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah.
What else?
Plug your Twitter. Yep.
Yeah. You see,
Wow, Cowabunga is a
the
real
best Twitter
contender for the
plugs here.
throne. Cowabunga is a real goated team. I'm sure they're like very legitimate, not fraudulent at all. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, sure.
Yes, we have the best Twitter plugs of all. They're literally on the screen. Anyways, that'll be nice end to our interview, I suppose.
Yeah, school was
follow
plugged
them on
today.
Twitter.
XUCL.
Yes.
Miss Johnson had no
Pandemonium
homework.
FPS.
But- Pandemonium FPS.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming on, and enjoy your holiday.
Enjoy your holiday as well.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, BPL.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, now that we have evicted them from the channel, we have one more match after this one. Remember, so a lot of Overwatch today. 6 whole games of BPL. I mean, what a great Sunday to have. Next match will be the Fallout versus Momentum. It will be an elimination game to decide the top 4 of BPL Season 3. So stick around for that match. You don't want to miss it.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
Once again.
Look at that. Just like that. Breaks over, and we're back. Fallout against Momentum. This will be the last game of the night. In 6 amazing games of Overwatch, you know, we're back together in the action. I'll be your host. We got Freya and Hijinomi here. Take us through final elimination match of the day. Fallout versus Momentum. So Momentum making quite an upset run currently, being the 13th seed coming into the playoffs, going up against the Fallout squad that just that did take a very brutal loss earlier today against Zenith. So looking to bounce back will be Fallout.
Yeah, I think both these teams. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you who I would favor here. Both these teams have played some interesting Overwatch, especially Momentum. But I know Fallout tends to have a really strong foundation of how to play their comps. So I think if Fallout's on their game, they shouldn't be kind of run over by the wackiness that Momentum is going to bring. But of course, we've seen Momentum go up against stronger teams and come out on top. So I'm kind of expecting some shenanigans this game, and that's kind of all I really want at this point. Just some fun, interesting comps, some kind of cheeky plays from both these teams, and I'll be happy.
If I'm Fallout, I am a little bit upset coming off of that last game. That last fight on Blizzard World was a little bit rage-inducing, right? The way you looked like you were going to win, and then it all got blasted away by that Diva Bomb. So if I'm Fallout, I'm coming in here with a vengeance. I am ready to make the lower bracket run and to show these Momentum guys, these 1-4 regular season Momentum folks, that regular season matters. So Fallout has a lot to prove here, and Momentum is just kind of riding the wave of having a really good postseason. So we'll see who can keep it up in this last match of the day, which we do expect to be a little bit goofy.
Yeah. The map will be starting out on his Oasis. So, I guess thinking about that Fallout match from earlier, definitely going to be seeing a lot of ball comps here. On Oasis, especially with downtown and city center. So, I guess we'll get straight into it. Well, enjoy the show.
All right, so we're coming in. We see Momentum again has their double main support lineup in. Jack is on the hog. Momentum is ready for chaos, ready to bring the sort of chaotic energy that won them a lot of their previous games. And Fallout on a traditional, just sort of the undivable comp. Just nobody to really pin down. We'll see the battle of these two styles. Who can reign supreme over the other on these kind of weird double main support comps.
Yeah, quite the, as we said, goofy kind of lineups here with these tank comps, especially for Jack being on the hog. But hey, whatever works for your team, you just kind of roll with it. A little bit of what is that, a knock off the map for Dust? So Fallout gets a quick and early pick here, maybe able to kind of get in towards the point, but with these two comps, this fight may just take a while. I mean, as you can see, Dirt is having a little bit of trouble just kind of pin somebody down. Who's he going to shoot? Who's he going to knock out? And he finds Yahoo. So that's another pick for Fallout, and little by little, they're creeping their way onto the point. Even though Momentum is somehow taking it, Fallout does have the picks. They're going to come back in, get rid of that Momentum kind of cap percentage, and be able to take this for themselves.
Yeah, and finally, Dirt is going to fall down. Van gets a nice kill off the side. Jack is going to pull the ball, but Ball does manage to escape, and meanwhile, the rest of Jack's team has died without him. So now, actually gets 2 kills. This might be turnable. Jack is just pounding on the hog right now, just deleting Fallout, not letting Bird Boys escape there. Finally getting beamed down by Dirt. Finally, the menace is put to rest, and Fallout can kind of regroup and come back and actually take a real fight now.
That fight was also so close to going either team's way, but eventually Fallout did come out on top. So they've got both tank ults as we come in. They're a little bit closer on the Lucio ult. With these teams being so spread out, it's a miracle that anybody is getting close to a Lucio ult. But hey, Fallout having the ult advantage and the point advantage here. Looks like they're in good spot to keep their lead going in this fight. Dust comes in with the ult, lays it down. Dirt finding a kill, and that's another quick and early pick, and Fallout is just finding them in droves here, finding 3 picks, going to be pushing momentum off the point and getting that ult percentage, or excuse me, cap percentage up even more.
Yep, we see a bomb coming in from Jordan, gonna try and find something here, but just has to make do with the nothing that he's found. Gonna poke a little bit, might be pushed out here by Fallout. Has to be careful not to lose his mech. Oh, actually does lose the mech, unfortunately. And now Baby Diva is just going to be running around. Might try and jump off here, might try and get mech back. Not really sure what's going to happen, but B is coming in with the beat. And now Momentum has the advantage. They found Monty on the back here, and Momentum is going to go in. Vamp finding some kills. Momentum just surging all around the point here. Fallout trying to not be taken down, but it's just Dirt and Bird Boys in the end. Dirt doesn't get killed. Oh, gets a nice kill onto Vamp, but it doesn't matter. Momentum has already taken the point, already knocked Georgie Boy off, and now it's the Momentum has flipped back in their favor.
You can't see me, but I am just staring in disbelief at my monitor here because Jordan overstayed his welcome. First, he threw in an ult that the Momentum didn't need with that bomb, then overstayed his welcome and got demeched. And yet, even though being down all of that, Momentum found a way to take the point. What an incredible turn of events. So with some ults coming in on the side of Momentum, they've got the Duplicate coming in, Vamp looking for a pulse bomb at any point. Fallout is going to have a little bit of a tough time, but maybe Dirt's able to find something. Ooh, maybe pushes the bomb away. Not quite, but the Hog ult does find Yahoo. The pulse bomb from Rift gets a lot of damage in, doesn't find a kill, but gets plenty of damage in. And with V being extremely low, it looks like Fallout is going to be able to take this point back at probably around maybe 60% if they can get rid of these stragglers here, which it looks like they will. But these comps, they just take so long to get rid of those stragglers.
Oh god, Momentum is stalling for so long. Even finding Dusk, Bird Boys has to use the res and is going to die for it, and Georgie Boy goes down too. Fallout isn't going to win this fight. They should have won so long ago, but Momentum just didn't let them cap. And now Momentum is coming up on, they've got 70 ult percent, 75 point percent here, and it's one fight territory. That was a fight that Fallout should have won, but just weren't able to kill off the stragglers from Momentum, let the entire Momentum team come back, and Fallout just wasn't able to capitalize. Now all Fallout has to work with is this ult from Bird Boys. Gonna try and get the pulse bomb up to maybe find a pick, but already Bonnie is going down. Dust the second to fall off, a big hook from Jack, and it's just Dirt trying to make something happen at the end here. Dust getting rezzed up, but it's probably not going to be enough. Momentum still looking really healthy here. Yahoo the only one to fall, and Jack's got the whole hog. Gonna lay it down, just delete Dust from this point, secure it for Momentum, just dealing with some of the stragglers here. Oh, Dirt coming back, might be able to find something, is only able to get one kill, but the beat from Mani ensures that Fall is going to survive a little bit longer on this point. The Duplicate from Yahoo coming in on this Diva, trying to get something going. Oh man, this is a messy fight.
Yeah, Freya, if you have learned one thing from this map, it's that if one of these teams looks like they're going to win the fight, they're actually going to lose the fight. So go ahead and put that one in the notes, because Fallout is finding a way to stall this out way longer than they have any right to. Dirt coming in and finding another pick, but actually maybe Momentum might be able to finally take this. Yeah, there's not going to be much chance, but ooh, Fallout made it close there. They had a really close shot at coming back in and taking this point. These comps are just so obnoxious to push off of the point. And even though Momentum won, it doesn't feel like we learned anything useful about how the rest of this map will go, because that was quite goofy.
That last fight lasted, I want to say as long as the entire rest
Don't
of this
say
map
it.
had lasted so far.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say as long as the Busan from our last game, but
No, that honestly, it might have. But looking here, we're gonna see Fallout is on a more traditional comp here. Bird Boys is on the flex support. They're playing the Sombra and Tracer. So Fallout going back to basics, but momentum. They won the last fight, the last point on this comp, and they're gonna be sticking with it. The Hog is just working for them.
yeah, you see in the chat, Momentum is trying to get Fallout onto the Hog just for kicks and giggles, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Momentum running the Hog, getting a quick hook onto Dust, and they might just be able to get some quick point presence, but no, Dust kind of scampers away as balls tend to do, and we're going to see another long and drawn-out fight with how open this point is. So get your popcorn ready, because this one might take a while. But it looks like Momentum has space on the point. Fallout hasn't really gotten in yet. Jack is just kind of owning the territory, but Dust manages to get into the back line, I assume, and finds B. So little by little, it looks like Fallout might be able to out-sustain, but Jack is trying to turn the fight the best he can. Tanks are really doing all of the work here, finding some picks for their teams, and with Dirt coming in and getting Jack, that might just be Fallout's opportunity to take the point. But you know what, I'm just going to stop calling any sort of fights at any point, because it just keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, there's no point really where you could say one team is up or winning a fight. It's back and forth. The fight is never ending. I want to say Fallout has the advantage here, but we've seen crazier things happen. Big stick coming in from Bam takes down the break, and now Ana from Fallout is very exposed without that break. Actually does find the kill onto Yahoo though, trying to dive, doesn't get anything done. He is asleep at the wheel. Bird Boy is doing a really good job of defending himself and making sure that Fallout can win this fight. So really well played from Bird Boys, and now Fallout, they're coming in. They're gonna be looking to slam, drop the mines, build up the rally, and just be undivable.
Yeah, Bird Boys finding a couple of picks there was pretty interesting and actually kind of turned that fight firmly in Fallout's favor. So well done for the bloodthirsty support, as Rift is trying to find some way to get into the backline and build up that EMP with the Fallout mines coming out. They've got some room to just kind of push momentum off the point, keep getting this percentage up, and that's the dangerous thing about getting the cap first on this point. You can hold it for so long. Bird Boys finds another pick, again just bloodthirsty on this point, and with lots of picks coming in for Fallout, it's going to send momentum back to the drawing board, maybe just for 1 or 2 more fights. And Fallout has a lot of ults at their disposal. That's 4 online for them compared to, well, going to be 4 for momentum, but since Fallout does have the advantage of holding the point, those ults are going to come in quite handy for them.
Yeah, and crucially, Fallout has an EMP, and we could see Rift already on top here, looking to set up an EMP, getting in position, gonna press the Q button, and that is go for the rest of Fallout. Coming in quick, Dirt finding a kill with the Pulse Bomb, Dust swinging in, getting a lot of damage done. Dirt does die, so now Momentum might actually be the aggressors here, using that beat to get in, to sustain the dive from Fallout. A bomb coming in, might not find much, but Jack is on the flank with the hog hook. It gets a pull onto Georgie Boy, but Georgie Boy is nanoed up, not actually going to take much damage, and now is going to look for revenge, finding the kill onto Jack while the rest of the Fallout team makes quick mincemeat of momentum. It's just Yahoo left on this point, stalling it out, and it might not be enough. It isn't. Fallout are able to decisively win this point.
The early EMP from Rift was really good paired with the Pulse Bomb. Just kind of dropped it in from the sky and clipped Yahoo's wings with it. That was really aggressive, but well played. It gave Fallout an early advantage and meant that they didn't have to do the whole stall out on the point for 5 minutes thing. They just stopped, or at least slowed down Momentum's momentum before they could even get to the point. Really well done from the DPS on the side of Fallout there to ensure that we are going to a 3rd point on Oasis.
Absolutely. Momentum, though, is a team that plays a lot of rush. They're well versed in it. They've looked really, really confident on that team comp, and Fallout is a team that kind of hasn't looked as strong on the rush. We see, Bonnie is just trapped by that wall. CBT finding the kill, and now Momentum is going to go in. Jack falling dangerously low, but has the shield, has the support from the rest of the team, and Fallout just falling down, not able to get much done. Even Dirt isn't able to actually get that kill onto CBT in the end, so Momentum going to cleanly win this first team fight.
We're going to definitely want to keep an eye on Jack. He and Peepo had quite the main tank duel in their match earlier today. So with Momentum coming out on this rush comp for the third point of Oasis, you got to feel that they feel pretty confident and comfortable after beating Beat Drop Bears earlier today. Jack already has a Shatter, and if they can push Dust out of the way, they'll find a big Shatter. They don't. It's blocked up by the shield, but nonetheless, Momentum has plenty of opportunity to get some picks. Even though Rift does take out Jack, Yahoo responds back and pushes Fallout back to the spawn doors.
Yep, Momentum already has almost 5 ults coming in. They've got everything but the Shatter from Jack, whereas Fallout is struggling to make anything of this point. Fallout's probably going to look for something of a window play here, but Momentum says, nope, we are going to go first. We're just going to drop the window, not let you set up, and now just drop the bomb, go in aggressively. D is looking to get the beat set up here, but now that Fallout has lived through it, Dust might be able to find a Shatter. Oh, the wall. Both walls just say no. Nope. Oh, that is...
That's heartbreaking for Orion main, but it is what it is. May and Symmetra kind of saying nope to that one, and Momentum is ticking up to 75% here, so we're looking at final fight for Fallout. And, you know, you said it at the beginning that Momentum has looked comfortable on this comp, and they're really showing that on the third point.
Yeah, this is just Momentum's point to win here. Fallout is coming back. Not a lot of time left, just 10% left on this point, and Fallout is going to come in, try and make something of the Reaper ult, DM it up, maybe look to get a beat aggressively in, but the team is split by the wall. Dirt going in, trying to find some sort of pick in the back line, but the Reaper ult isn't able to find anything but the lamp. And now, actually, Fallout is going in aggressive. They're making work. They're getting stuff done. Dust just walks in. Momentum doesn't have any ults to counteract all the aggression coming out from Fallout. And finally, Fallout is able to get some capture progress.
Rift didn't find any picks with that Death Blossom, but he did get plenty of damage in. Knocked out the lamp, and it was what Fallout needed to kind of aggress into the point. Jack with a Shatter potential here. Watch out for that. This could be what they need. Maybe they'll just kind of kite here. They are. They're just going to kite. Oh, but the fake. They don't find anything with the Shatter, but it was close. Jack getting pushed back now as their lamp comes out. The bomb comes in on the side of Fallout, and it might just find somebody. It does. It gets 2 for Georgie Boy. And nonetheless, Vamp is finding a way to kind of surge on the left side of the point, finds a way to flank in, and this fight, man, Momentum almost turned it, but with a bloodthirsty little boop there on the side of Mani, Fallout is able to take this. So a really scrappy fight, but Fallout comes out on top and still has a couple of ults in the bank.
Yeah, that was really... Vamp almost single-handedly carried the fight for Momentum, just finding kill after kill, but Fallout was able to sustain, and now Fallout is coming in with a Shatter. They've got another Reaper ult, so we're gonna look and see Shatters coming out probably. The beat from Momentum is attempted to be countered by a Shatter from Dust, but Dust dies during the animation, isn't able to find anything, and now Fallout on the back foot, just dying one by one to the aggression, the sustained aggression from Momentum. It's going to be enough to flip the point. Dust is not going to come back quickly enough. And that's it. Momentum taking the first map.
Well, you know, goofy comps abound. Momentum is able to actually find a fairly normal comp on the third point, but really showing quite the range here, whether it's a goofy hog comp or a really solid rush comp. finding the win on Oasis. Well done, showing some versatility from them as they are able to put Fallout away 2-1 as we get ready to go into the second map.
Yeah, so that was honestly it was kind of a close map. Point 1 was just an absolute just slugfest. Both teams going at it, staying alive forever. But points 2 and 3 really showed dominance of different styles of play. We saw Rush, it just really seems to be Momentum's strong suit, and from the side of Fallout, they're a lot more comfortable with dive, with these sort of ball comps, just finding a lot of value off of nades, off of EMP, off slams, but it's kind of a map difference at that point. It's not enough for Fallout to be able to win that third point, because on University you kind of just have to play Rush.
Yeah, when it came down to that final point, it kind of looked like Momentum had a pretty strong upper hand, which they ended up having there at the end. So if you're Fallout, you regroup, you talk it over with your team, and you come back with a map pick that you think is going to suit you a little bit better. So hopefully they can find a way to make this a 1-1 series. This is their playoff life on the line. I mean, this is an elimination match in the lower bracket, so you lose one more map and you're out. If you're Fallout, it feels kind of rough. You've been slipping a little bit today. You've had a couple of rough matches, so rally the troops at halftime and you get back in here for another couple of good maps and see if you can live to fight another day.
Yeah, I think that Blizzard World is probably the comfort pick map for Fallout. I'm expecting that to be what we're going to next. I think Fallout has picked it previously in all of their matches, so again, that's just sort of what they feel comfortable on, and it does allow for a lot more of that ball comps, a lot more of that dive style of play that Fallout is more accustomed to.
Interestingly, the past couple times they've played Blizzard World against Zenith and against Whirlwind, they have lost. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind. But, if you've been practicing it in scrims, it's going well in scrims. And the fact that you've been playing it a lot recently over the weekend, at the very least, you are practiced on it, you're ready for it. And if you've been taking some good notes and you're paying attention to the mistakes you're making, you can hopefully clean those up the third time's the charm. So you play this map again with all of the learnings that you have and hope to come out with a better result this time around. So if they do pick Blizzard World, then you got to think they've got plenty of notes that they can be keeping in the back of their minds as they get ready for the attack.
Yeah, we'll probably get confirmation on which map is actually chosen soon. Blizzard World, yes, I knew it. See, psychic. I'm psychic. I read the mind of Toxicinator. I knew, all right, he's definitely going to pick Blizzard World. I could see it clearly in his mind's eye right there.
You just willed it into existence. So powerful.
Exactly. So, again, like I said, I think Fallout's going to be playing a lot of ball comps. From Momentum, I'm not 100% sure. I think Rush is probably going to be their comfort on offense, but as far as defense goes, I could see them playing that kind of hog double main support comp and then switching to Rush on third point. So that's what I think is going to happen from Momentum. But of course, they are a very versatile team. They've been shown to be pretty adaptable, so we could see some interesting stuff coming out from them.
If I'm Momentum, I would heavily consider running that sort of hog comp all the time on this map, even if it's not the most optimal, just because you got to think that Fallout, if they've been practicing this map, probably haven't been practicing against that goofy hog comp very much. They've probably been practicing against similar dive comps or, rush comps or anything really except for this. So maybe you think that you can just put a wrench in their plans, kind of cancel out all of the practice that we assume they've been doing on Blizzard World by throwing a comp at them that you're assuming that they haven't seen yet. So maybe if they try to run out with that, then they can get an upper hand just off of how unique it is. But either way, Momentum has a couple of comps in their back pocket. So like you said, they could come out with either one, depending on the point, depending on offense or defense. So it'll be really interesting to see what we end up seeing here on the second map.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Momentum on defense first, and Fallout is going to be on offense first. So I think we're going to be seeing the ball comps coming out pretty quickly from Fallout. It works really well on point 1 of Blizzard World, and I can definitely see that being Fallout's comfort for both point 1 and point 2. And actually we're seeing Spooka and Toxic coming in. Spooka coming in for Georgie Boy on the off tank, and Toxic of course coming in on the main support for Mani. Meanwhile, on the side of Momentum, Parody is going to be subbing in probably on DPS here, expecting him to be coming in for Vamp. And Romad is actually coming in, so Momentum is going to have a flex support here.
That does add more flexibility, obviously, to the comps you can run, so we'll be interesting to see what they decide to roll out with. Looks like they're going to be looking for a sort of rush kind of comps, so, picking one of the two from their back pocket and looking to defend here with a rush, which, I said maybe you run the funny hog comp all the time, but this seems like a little bit of a safer bet for sure.
Yeah, rush is it's sort of Momentum's bread and butter, and I'm sure Fallout know that. I'm sure Fallout is ready, has got some strategies, but they might not be ready for this. Might not be ready for whatever it is that Momentum is doing here. Looking for some kind of a charge, looking for a cheeky play here. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm excited for it. Oh, they're just doing the fire
come
strike.
on.
Oh.
They've robbed us of content, man. Okay, so one thing I want to keep an eye on is Rift. As you try to kind of negate the BAP or negate the Rhyme Shield here, it'll be really interesting to see if Rift can get a lot of stuff done in the backline. If Rift finds openings for his team, that'll be really, really beneficial on the side of Fallout. So, oh wait, as I say that, actually Rift has gone back and switched on to the Tracer. So maybe that's not going to be the case. It's going to kind of be supportive, just kind of chunking in damage from above. As picks going in on both sides, Romad going down on the Batiste means that Fallout's going to have a little bit extra sustain here. It's going to be rough for Momentum to keep on this point. Maybe going to have to back off unless Parody can find some nice little clicks of the heads on the Cassidy, and with that already has the Deadeye. So even though they lost a lot of healing from Momentum, they're able to kind of clutch it out and hold on to this first point defense.
Yeah, you were saying Rift was going to find that opening, and he definitely did, but unfortunately Fallout wasn't able to capitalize on it by the time Momentum was able to group up, and Parody just going in, finding really, really crucial kills. Now has this high noon to stop the aggression from Fallout. We see Dust going in, a big slam, and the rest of Fallout following up, trying to get a kill onto his support, but Parody keeping them at bay with that high noon. And now Fallout kind of has to reset and go in for attempt number 2. And this might be it. This might be the opening they need. Dirt finding a kill onto Parody.
Yeah, Parody doing as best as he can to keep Dirt in check, but it's a pretty tough job for a Cassidy. And with Dirt finding multiple picks here, they're finally going to be able to take this. Oh, big beat coming out from V. Not sure if it's going to be enough, but forces the ult out on the side of Dirt. Jack managing to find a pick onto Mercy, so even though it looked like Fallout had early access to the point, Momentum's doing a great job of stalling this out a lot longer than they have any right to.
Yeah, V just battling the far there a little bit. We see a bomb coming in from Jordan. Not enough to find anything, but enough to force the trance from Bird Boys, kind of depriving Fallout of that ult for the next fight, and Fallout doesn't even have a tick yet. Momentum might actually be able to come back and try and take a 5v6 fight here. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. The Shatter isn't able to find anything, but the window is there.
Dirt is doing his best to carry this point right now. So many picks coming in, but even if Momentum loses this point, which it's looking increasingly likely like they're going to lose, they forced so many big ults out from Fallout. Notably, there are no support ults left for Fallout, so that was a great stall, took a ton of time off of the clock, and gives your team a little bit of chance to regroup. So even though you lose the point, well done for making this a lot more difficult for Fallout than it could have been.
Yeah, and we see Dirt is actually going to switch over to the Echo instead of playing that Pharah. I think that's probably a better choice for Fallout. Pharah is a little bit tricky to play on this point, but Jack is going to be taken down really, really quickly by that beam and just the left clicks coming in from Dirt. Oh, and we see, look at that, the Echo pick from Dirt already finding so much value, enabling Fallout to get in, get the kills that they need, and Momentum on the back foot after they completely swapped over their comp.
Really good target prioritization and communication on the side of Fallout. They saw Jack up on the high ground, said, hey, let's get him. And then Jack popped the breather, and they said, okay, now let's really get him. They really followed up quickly on Jack and were able to take him out, made it a quick and easy 6v5. And with a couple of tank ults coming online, Bird Boy's Nano coming in soon, Fallout has a chance to kind of just push this through B. As I say that, D.Va finds the pick on Toxicinator. B finds one on Bird Voice before the Nano can come out, so it's going to be a little bit tough if Fallout wants to push this ahead. Spawn advantage for Momentum here. They do kind of zone off of the point with Dust's ult, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Momentum's going to be able to come back pretty quickly with the beat, and they do. And as the beat kind of gives them a chance to reset, regroup, EMP coming out from Parity finds a couple on the side of Fallout, so D.Va is out of the fight. And you're really going to have a tough time if you're Fallout. Going to have to really consider backing up and trying again. Even though Dirt trying his best on the edge of the map to get something done, it's not going to be enough. Going to have to go back to spawn.
Oh, and we see, I don't even know if Toxicity is going to get out. He might be able to, is able to get out, so at least isn't going to stagger there. And Fallout going to be back, going back to the drawing board. Has the Nano, probably going to dump it onto Rift or Dirt here, just trying to build ults. Dust looking to get something to knock people out of position, enable Rift to go in with a Pulse Bomb, but Momentum has the copy, has the Mercy ult, has the bomb, so really gonna be able to just make the most with their tools. But Romad actually going down before they can drop the Mercy ult. Yahoo duping up and getting this D.Va copy in, and now it's just an all-out brawl on the point. Fallout going in aggressively, finding the kill onto Jack, and that might just be what they need.
Yeah, Romad dying early immediately forced Momentum to pop 2 ults, so it looked like they were going to be at a disadvantage because of that, but they are still, just because of that spawn location, finding a way to win a fight that they were immediately down in. So really well done for Momentum, using those ults to, especially Yahoo's ult, duping the D.Va, finding a way to just stall out the point. Now Spooka's been staggered, and with only 12 seconds left, Fallout's going to have a really tough time getting back. You're going to have to probably send Rift and Dust to just touch. Parity's EMP is
anybody
coming
going to be able to
online.
touch?
Yeah, Dust will be able to
do it.
make it.
He's going to slam onto the point. He does it with the mine. Is able to touch, but it's getting very, very dicey for Fallout out here. Going to have to push. Momentum has to be careful not to let this point C9. But, oh, that's a nice EMP coming out from Rift, and that might be what Momentum needs. But even with the beat, even with the EMP, only Dust dies so far, and now Jordan is going to try and stagger some off. The D.Va Bomb, not precisely where he wanted it to go, but it doesn't matter. Bird Boy's already dead. Dust Dirt trying to get something done, but it's just not to be. The only kill coming in from Spooka with the bomb, but Spooka's going to die again. And now Yahoo's here with the dupe onto the ball, is going to get the mines really quickly here. Dirt getting dangerously low. Really the only shot. Rift and Dirt are the only ones left for Fallout that can clutch this out. And it's not to be. Yahoo just finding kills with the mines, with that dupe. Oh, Fallout held on second point, not able to completely cap that.
The end of second point is just so rough.
You know,
Like-
Momentum just, they've got to be feeling really, really good about that. All they have to do is push the cart to almost second point, and they've won. They've done it.
A really unlikely run for Momentum considering how their regular season started, but like you said, such a strong defense. They constantly were able to ping pong ultimates and positioning and really found a great way to stop Fallout from capping that second point. That is brutal if you're Fallout. I mean, now you essentially have to have an incredible first point hold if you want to give yourself kind of an upper hand and not force yourself to be backs up against the wall on second. That's a little bit rough for your mental, but you've got one more shot before the end of your playoff run potentially. So get ready for a very, very important defense here for Fallout.
Yeah, and we see Fallout is actually going to be playing double shield here. They're going to be playing just the spam, the poke war, and Momentum on the tried and true rush, just going back to basics. And honestly, I think Fallout should have the better comp here. They should be able to hold for a lot longer, but, you know, anything can happen. Momentum is really, really solid with their rotations, really solid with the focus coming in on this rush comp, and I think that Momentum just has the opportunity here to make this a 2-0 win.
It's definitely going to be a hard-fought fight whenever you see Orisa Sig coming out. You know, it's kind of going to be a little bit of a slugfest, but nonetheless, Momentum is just immediately pushing them off of the point, forcing them away, and starting to get some ticks here. They've got all 6 on the point. That's an immediate tick, and Orisa is out of position. With Orisa being on the other side of this May wall, Sig's going to have to push in, and it's not going to be enough in time. Dust goes down. Romad does as well for the opposite side, but it looks like Momentum has some momentum. At the very least, they're going to be able to maybe regroup quickly and come back. But they found almost all 3 ticks. Jordan, Remech does damage, by the way, and that's a quick take. 5.5 minutes left. That is absurd for Momentum.
Oh no, and we see as well Dirt has used the copy, so Fallout isn't going to have that for defense. Fallout going back to the ball comps, just going back to the tried and true, but Momentum is swinging, Momentum going their way, has the ultimates to work with, has this window coming up on top of a beat and a bomb as well, so Fallout has the work cut out for him. Have to hold for 5 minutes if they want to win this map. It's going to be really, really dangerous. Spooka getting pushed in the side actually does have the flux. Oh, gets frozen out of it. Oh, no.
Oh, Yahoo finds a really, really good positioning there, almost allowing himself to be taken up just of Jordan. 3K. No. Okay, we have gotten 5 ult picks from Jordan in the past like 30 seconds. Incredible. Momentum just finding a way to shut down Fallout again, gonna push the cart even more. I mean, what an incredible set of plays from Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan is just putting the team on his back for this map. Really just a standout performance on the Diva here. Fallout, all they've got now is this High Noon and the Valk to work with, whereas Momentum, they've got the Blizzard, are just gonna be able to Blizzard up the card, drop the beat, and Fallout is going to have a hard time, especially with their flex support Bird Boys down. No Zen, but no BAP for the side of Momentum either. Blizzard coming down is going to find 2 frozen up, but Dirt finds 2 as well. It's back and forth. Jack does get a kill on the Rift, and now Momentum. They're going to be coming back in. Toxicinator, falling dangerously low, but Bird Boy is able to pocket him, keep him up. Jordan going down here, but look at Jack, a menace in the back line, building up that whole hog. We see, oh, that's a nice EMP though coming in from Parity. It's enough to kill Bird Boys, it's enough to kill Dust, and is it enough for Momentum to cap this point? They're getting so close, Dirt doing everything he can to stop the push, but eventually goes down to Yahoo. Jack with the whole hog, oh, pushes Fallout off point, not able to touch Momentum. 2-0. They've done it. They've done the lower bracket run all the way to top 4. An incredible, incredible job from them.
Yeah, you said it. at best. I mean, what an incredible run for Momentum, not just today, but in general throughout this postseason. Finding ways to get it done, really showing incredible improvement lately. And I mean, just look at that. That puts the cap on it for the series. Jordan had a lights out map there on Diva. So well done to Jordan and the rest of Momentum for taking home a big 2-0 victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredible job from the entire team of Momentum, being really versatile, playing weird comps, just making things work for them. Well played to them.
Yes, I have returned, and this is what a timeline we're living in. Momentum coming in as the 13th seed in the playoffs, and they're top 4. So, something has clicked. Something has clicked in their team, and now they're running through the bracket. Honestly, it's been wild. It has been wild, and we have reached a point now. They're top 4. So, congratulations to Momentum. I mean, if we take a look at the Twitch predictions, it was very Fallout favorite.
Yeah.
Right? 81-19. So, they're proving everyone wrong, and I think we've just crashed the channel point economy once again. But
Yeah, that was a big flip there. Caden, Coconut, good job. Congratulations on your points, and again, congratulations to Momentum. Really, really well played from them there.
yeah, I mean, what we've seen from Momentum this playoffs is just it's just been a complete 180 of kind of how Momentum's entire season has kind of panned out for them. If we take a look at their match history, they took a week 1 win against Cowabunga, but then went on a 4-week slide, and here's the bracket for everyone else to look at. So the first Momentum's first win, they'll be playing them again. So Cowabunga, Momentum in the lower semis in the upper finals. It'll be Summit against Zenith. That will be in 2 weeks' time, not this weekend. It is break weekend. I mean, I think we're gonna be having some interviews coming in from. We have Singular, Georgie Boy himself.
Yeah, the team's crying in the club right now.
Yeah, it's a tough way to lose, being so close to getting that top 4. But well played to you guys. You guys came in at probably a lower seed than you were expecting, but really played well up until things just couldn't come together in the end. But do you guys have any words you want to say? Any final thoughts about how the season went?
Season was good. This was the most fun I've had in a BPL season yet, because I got to play Diva, not Mercy, so can't complain.
I thought you were a Mercy player. Oh my god!
I know, right? Fine. Maybe I should go back. I made it further when I was on Mercy, so maybe I go back.
Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, I can't be too upset. So many of my friends are still in. I get to be a fan for in 2 weeks, so good luck to all of them, especially Teku. I'm a Zenith fan now, I guess. Sag, I'm out. Sag. But yeah, GG's to everyone. Everyone played well. No regrets. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you can really ask for at the end of the day, right? You played your heart out, and that's as much as you can ask. A sick run from Fallout. Managed from the very start of play-ins to top 6. You'll take that. So congrats on the run. It's been quite a story.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah, well played to you guys.
Real toxic. Toxicinator is now in the channel.
Hi, Bradley.
Bradley, I let
How
you
you
down,
doing?
Bradley. I'm sorry.
That was a rough way to leave. It was.
Yeah.
a rough day of Overwatch, but we all have those, and as long as we can try to go out with no regrets, then that's what's most important. Just keep your heads up, come back next season maybe, and give it another run.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Brad? Any reflections on the season? Is that just
yeah?
No comment.
No, we've all been there.
comment. No comment. All
It was a
right.
shame that our scrims in the final week leading up to this weekend were like a bit terrible. I didn't do a very good job finding them. We kind of had it was a bit of a mess because of people like on LAN for the first day, but we still managed to make it through. I think there was some stuff going on behind the scenes today that was unfortunate for some people, but they still put up a decent performance, so it was a good attempt.
Yeah.
GG.
That's all you can really ask for at the end of the day. So still a great run from you guys. So yeah, congratulations. And hey, at least you don't have to play Overwatch anymore. There you go.
So true. So true. No more Overwatch. Yeah. Not the finish I'm sure you wanted, but a good run nonetheless. You get to watch from the sidelines now, and we get you in production, which is all we can ask for. Let's go.
Yeah, Solomon smiling, rubbing his hands with glee as teams leave so he can steal people for production.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
The
That's all that really
ulterior
matters.
motive.
Really. I don't care how sad you are that you're out. You'll mine now. Yeah. Commiserations for that great run, great story.
Yeah, I'm just happy I got to meet all those people yesterday at LAN. That was really fun.
Yeah, I love that so much. All the pictures that are coming out
great.
of it, people on the couch cast. It's like, wow, these guys this is actually like a really nice community. What a crazy thought. Yeah, super cool. But that's it for playoffs day 2. This is how the bracket looks. At the end of that, we're down to just our top 4. Summit and Zenith, who are yet to drop a match in playoffs. And then Momentum and Cowabunga, who are sitting there in the lowest semis after their wins at the end of tonight. They will be playing in 2 weeks' time-ish. We'll take a break for Thanksgiving next week, so there'll be no games next week. And then after that, we will have our final 4 games. Here on out, it's all first to 3. So upper finals, lower semis, lower finals, and grands, all first to 3. So enjoy that. We'll have the 2 games you see there on Saturday, and then lowers and grands on Sunday. That'll be finishing like this sort of time in 2 weeks' time. So that's really cool. I'm really excited about playoffs. We've got some cool things coming as well. Of course, we have the B-League playoffs that start next weekend as well.
Go Atomic.
Hell yeah. Bradley's not fully out yet. He still has Atomic to push through and win. These are the first round matchups that they picked at the end of last weekend. So we get to see their playoffs, which will also start on the championship weekend that'll be on the Friday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday the week after. So everything is slowly coming to a close. Things are wrapping up. The loose ends are being tied. But that's all we have for this week. A huge day of Overwatch, 6 games. Seriously not possible without the people behind the scenes who made this work. Thank you to all my observers who've been here through what has been quite a messy day of Overwatch, I'll be honest. A lot of games that sort of didn't really do anything half the time. It was very strange. So thank you to the casters who are trying to cast and all the observers who've been here all day. Really, really cool.
I want to give an extra shout to production. These player cams that we've been getting recently are very neat, very high.
Everyone clap for
yeah,
Solomon
honest,
real quick.
that's big. So big claps.
So
I
big.
love seeing that.
I was really happy with that. I know that this is basically our first iteration of it. I know some people were having some frame drop issues. What I realized is the setup we had means that because it's peer-to-peer, you're basically sending your camera feed not only to me, but to me twice, and then also to every observer, which could mean you're streaming your camera like 5 or 6 times. So that's not going to do wonders for your system. Even if it's low bitrate, that's going to add up when you do it like 6 times. So we're going to fix some things, and hopefully next time it's going to be a whole lot smoother, and you only send it out once. So we'll fix that for next time. Because I know some people at the end didn't want to because they were having frame drops. So we will try and fix it and try and encourage more people to use it next time without it affecting your frame rate very much, if at all. But yeah, thank you everyone. It's been really fun. The webcams, all the stuff from New York, it's been really, really cool to see. But we'll be back in 2 weeks' time. Have a good Thanksgiving. Those of you who, I say celebrate, but like that sounds like it's like a holiday. I guess it is. You celebrate Thanksgiving?
It is a holiday.
Yes, it is a holiday here. It is a holiday.
We don't have to work, so it's a holiday.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I get the whole week off.
Yeah, if you care about Thanksgiving or are American, or I guess, well, Canadians don't count because they've already been and gone. Then have a good time. Take some relaxing. I don't know. I said the wrong words there. I just want to say
take a
some
relaxing
time to relax.
week to not play Overwatch.
Hell yes. And we will see you in 2 weeks' time to round out season 3. It's been a long season, but it's been a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm really, really, really excited to see our top 4 teams. Yeah, that's all I think. Thank you, everyone. We will see you in 2 weeks. Good night. I'm struggling to press the button. Where's the button? I got it. There we go. Good night. Good night. Good night.
You got it. You got it.
Let's go.
You got
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Badcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to badcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at badcliffbrand.
He got it out for me, you know. He's such a lion searching prey. Sweet talking dirty on the floor. Look like an honest copy paste. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face.